The story begins by leading us to a celestial realm, where everyone and everything can cultivate to become immortal. This is a cultivation world. In this world, countless overpowered characters appear, like witches riding brooms. Wait a sec. Looks like this she-devil got her flights mixed up. In this world, the overpowered characters include great immortals riding divine beast pythons, powerful figures riding chillin' ferocious beasts, and even good-for-nothings riding flying bears, strolling leisurely down the street. In this respected world of cultivators, there are countless powerhouses, and some even cultivate and attain enlightenment, becoming gods. Our main character is Lihuo, a handsome and still a virgin 21-year-old. One day, while strolling along, he falls through a spatial rift and unexpectedly transmigrates here. Seems like he's got some experience with transmigrating or something, because as soon as he arrives, he excitedly realizes, this is a cultivation world. Awesome, I can ascend to godhood. Lihuo laughs joyfully, immediately takes off his suit, throws it in a corner, then puts on a set of ancient robes, and shouts, "Haha, I'm here, I'm here! A transmigrated male lead is the chosen one, right? I'm so used to this. I need to find a place to check my spiritual roots." After a while, Lihuo finds a place to check his spiritual roots, and meets an extremely arrogant root checker wearing black sunglasses, who laughs at Lihuo. "Haha, you've got a face that inspires no affection, and no spiritual roots either." He calls Lihuo a born waste, at the bottom of society. This old man has cultivated for 300 years, and has never seen spiritual roots as utterly useless as yours. That dude starts turning away, announcing everywhere Lihuo is an inherently useless person, and fundamentally unqualified for cultivation. Lihuo, after receiving that dude's judgment, bursts into tears. No way, seriously. The powerhouses around all stare at Lihuo, starting to stir and look down on him, voices ringing out, "Lihuo, you're a waste, and you still want to become immortal. My hand has more cultivation talent than you. I think you should find a nice tree to hang yourself from." Lihuo collapses, despairing. "I can't cultivate. Do you really have to be so sarcastic?" Suddenly, a ding sound rings in the sky, and a system notification appears before Lihuo. "Congratulations, you have activated the God-level cultivation system. After agreeing to the contract with the system, you will be bound to carry out cultivation missions with the system. After completing 666 missions, you will become an unparalleled powerhouse." Seeing the system panel, Lihuo is overjoyed. A God-level cultivation system? Isn't this the great male lead script? Lihuo eagerly reaches out to sign without a second thought. "It's here. It's here. My invincibility is here. One step to the sky. Cultivate to fruition. You stupid passersby. Just wait. I, Long Aocean, will immediately show you what's up." The system lights up, announcing, "Connection successful. Please receive the new mission from your esteemed master." Lihuo puffs out his chest proudly, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, quick, tell me. I'll go do it right away. I'll definitely become an unparalleled immortal." The system unexpectedly announces a mission that petrifies Lihuo on the spot. "Your esteemed master's first mission is to help deliver piglets for the neighbor Wang Dama's sow next door." Lihuo continues to announce the accompanying rewards. The cheat for this quest is a secret manual on postpartum sow care. Lihuo petrified, roaring as if he wanted to tear his hands apart, clutching the system, cursing, "You motherfucker! Is your system glitched or what? What does immortal cultivation have to do with delivering piglets? Other people's systems unlock divine power manuals, launching them to the heavens, but mine turns me into a washed-up farmer? And 666 quests at that? You think I'm going to deliver 666 piglets or something?" Just like that, Lihuo had transmigrated for 3 years, becoming a real-deal farmer. Spending his days tilling the fields, Lihuo sat under a tree, dejected, resenting that damn system. For 3 straight years, his face was haggard, and he drew 3 words to express his attitude toward the system. 3 years of transmigration, and besides planting rice, chopping firewood, and raising chickens, he was forced to practice calligraphy and learn painting, and he also worked as a security guard, catching mice and guarding the melon patch for the old man next door. Lihuo fed the chickens, muttering in frustration, "This system is such a freaking scam." Suddenly, an old man's voice called out, "Little Lee, tell Lihuo, it's almost New Year's, could he write some couplets for me?" Lihuo ran over to the old neighbor, beaming, "Oh, coming, what kind of style are you going for?" The chickens, cared for by Lihuo every day, stared after Lihuo's back, then shed their skins and transformed into phoenixes, crowing incessantly. "Awesome, haha, the master's gone, let's go out and eat." As soon as the chickens transformed, the nearby lake surface rippled, and a Zhao dragon emerged, shouting to the chickens, "I told you guys, our lord is getting scarier and scarier. Just now, the master only washed his feet in the lake, and I almost turned into a top-tier dragonbone cauldron." The tree next to them, an old man himself, started speaking. "Judging by how fast the lord's power is growing, is it related to celibacy? He hasn't been close to any girls in years, and my peaches are about to ripen." The chickens started discussing their master's possibilities. The Zhao dragon analyzed, "But the lord is so busy every day, Where would he find a girl to even interact with? Lin Fan's village was nestled in the midst of majestic, towering mountains, shrouded in dense immortal energy, isolated from the outside world. Just then, a group of people arrived. The girl with such beauty and bountiful spirit is Mu Tianning, the Holy Maiden of the Lihuo Sect. Behind her, a young man stepped forward, calling out, "Holy Maiden, this seems to be a forbidden area. Even the founding ancestor wouldn't dare to descend here. Are you really going to risk it?" Tianning clenched her fists. "There's no other way. This is a major matter concerning the survival of our sect. As the Holy Maiden Mu Tianning, I can't stand by and watch." Then, she took out a bagua mirror and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to use your golden cores for protection. When I use this formation plate to break the barrier, immediately follow me inside." The crowd behind also shouted urgently. "Understood." Tianning then began to spin the bagua compass, and a wisp of immortal fire appeared, striking towards the barrier. Tianning continued to strike hard at the barrier, and immediately an explosion occurred. A small hole was punched in the barrier, causing spiritual energy to continuously spew out. The crowd outside raised their hands but couldn't stop it, shouting, "Ah! This chi is too strong." Suddenly, the bagua compass couldn't withstand it, and shattered into many pieces. Tianning was also severely injured by the backlash, her clothes torn in tatters. Then she raised her hand and burst into tears. "We can't even get past the first barrier. So how can we find the divine water pearl?" Amidst the smoke and dust, Li Faron stepped sideways, coughing repeatedly. "Cough, cough! The fog is so thick here, huh?" While walking, he ran into Tianning, who was exhausted of spiritual power and collapsed. Yanfan was stunned, feeling a pleasure he hadn't felt in a long time, and his hand accidentally squeezed Tianning's big, round, soul-filled, Ling Fan then calmly moved his right hand, waving away the surrounding smoke. "Miss, what's wrong? Is it because the fog is too thick and you're lacking oxygen?" Tianning was surprised when she saw Li Fan casually waving his hand and blowing away the surrounding spiritual energy, continuing to stare at Li Fan, thinking to herself, he just casually waved a few times, and the entire chaos of the great Dao Qi has disappeared. Who is this master? Tianning hurriedly stood up and bowed. "This junior, Mu Tianning of the Lihuo Sect, is helplessly trapped here. I beg senior to lend a helping hand. The Lihuo Sect will never forget this great kindness." The crowd behind also hurriedly bowed and shouted, "The Lihuo Sect will never forget this great kindness." Li Faron awkwardly waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm not some senior, just a normal guy." However, hearing Lihuo Sect sounds familiar. "What are you guys doing here? How can I help?" Tianning clasped her hands together and opened her mouth, reporting to senior. "This junior came here originally to find a deep blue pearl." Tianning thought to herself, "Although we met a master, but matters concerning the safety of the sect, less said is better." Li Faron recognized it immediately upon hearing this, pointing his finger and saying, "Oh, that pearl, I've seen it many times, so it's yours." Tianning was overjoyed, focusing her eyes on Li Fan and blurting out, "Really?" Then she bowed to Li Fan. This junior boldly asks senior to lead the way. "I'm counting on you." Li Fan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Leading the way isn't difficult. It's just that you're with so many people and horses." "Don't step on my jade corn that I planted," Tianning quickly said. Then senior, "Please guide one person inside. I beg senior to agree. As long as you help, I am willing to pay any price." Li Fan also shyly agreed. A disciple came forward and put a coat on Tianning, carefully instructing, "Saintess, it's dangerous there. Do you really want to go alone like that?" Tianning then spoke up. "Enough. For the sect, I must go no matter the danger." Li Fan looked intently at Tianning, a bit pensive. This young miss is too used to being pampered. Although the country road isn't easy to walk, it's not that dangerous, right? Tianning stared ahead and immediately noticed the Samadhi true fire, her expression a little worried, pondering. Facing the Samadhi true fire, how could he possibly pass through? Li Faron slowly walked forward, turning his head to look at Tianning. "All right, let's go." The disciples outside exclaimed in fear, He's actually just walking straight in. The Samadhi true fire is even avoiding him, clearing a path." Li Fan turned his face back, staring at Tianning. "What are you spacing out for? Why aren't you following?" Tianning looked at Li Fan's every step with a look of utter panic, then obediently followed behind Li Fan. The disciples outside watched, their faces filled with worry. "It seems we can only rely on that expert to help this time, but hopefully the saintess can win his favor and successfully obtain the divine water pearl." After a while, Tianning had stepped into Li Fan's village. Li Fan pointed towards the forest ahead. "The thing you want? I once saw it when I was cutting firewood in this small forest. You can go look for it." Tianning was utterly shocked by the forest in front of her. This is his small forest. "This is clearly called the 10,000-year undying, mysterious flamewood, top grade." After a moment, Tianning was dizzy. Cutting firewood in the mysterious flamewood forest. Where did this expert come from? Seeing her faint, Li Fan hurriedly rushed to catch her. "Whoa, what's wrong, Tianning?" Tianning was a little tired. Looking at Li Fan, I'm okay, just a little dizzy." Li Fan thought to himself, this young lady's body is too weak, she feels dizzy after taking just a few steps. Then, Li Fan helped Tianning to a tree nearby. Sit and rest under this tree for a bit. As soon as Tianning sat down, she felt spiritual energy enveloping her body. Her face filled with satisfaction. This is truly a paradise. Just sitting under this tree I feel surrounded by spiritual power. So comfortable. Li Fan took out a gourd of water and handed it to Tianning. Want some water? Tianning reached out and took the gourd, and bowed. Thank you, senior. Then, looking at the gourd of water in front of her, she was incredibly surprised. Wait, this water seems to contain hidden, profound secrets. Tianning then brought it up, and took large gulps. After that, her whole body felt incredibly refreshed, continuously breaking through realms. Golden Core 2nd Heaven, Golden Core 3rd Heaven, Golden Core 4th Heaven, Golden Core 9th Heaven. Tianning's whole body was filled with energy. Erupting, she shouted, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." In an instant, she broke through to Golden Core completion, and quickly looked into Li Fan's gourd of water. Just drinking a few sips of water, and I broke through to Golden Core completion. Just what kind of divine nectar is in this bottle? Li Fan looked at Tianning, thinking to himself, is she thirsty? Li Fan then reached out and said, Tianning, there's plenty of water, keep drinking. Tianning hurriedly returned the gourd to Li Fan. No need. Thank you, senior. Tianning thought to herself. He's definitely trying to test me. I must not reveal my greedy nature. Li Fan turned his head to look around. Alright, I remember seeing that pearl near here, you can go look for it yourself. Tianning got up diligently, looked around, and pondered. After leveling up my cultivation, my divine sense is also much sharper. I can sense the aura of the divine water pearl. Suddenly, the divine water pearl appeared in mid-air, rushing towards Li Fan, and then stopped in front of him. Li Fan happily reached out and looked at it. So it was here. Tianning also saw the divine water pearl, surprised and musing. The divine water pearl has a spiritual root and will automatically seek out strong individuals for refuge and protection. Li Fan grabbed the divine water pearl and then handed it back to Tianning. I found it. Here, quickly take it. Tianning was extremely surprised by Li Fan's actions, her hand trembling as she accepted the divine water pearl. You're just giving it to me. Li Fan looked intently at Tianning. Aren't you looking for it? Of course, I'm letting you take it. Tianning happily bowed and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Suddenly, Tianning noticed that the fabric around her golden triangle area was torn, and she embarrassedly covered it with her hand. Li Fan reached out and patted her head, turning his face away. No need to thank me. Just remember to change your clothes when you get back. Tianning's cheeks flushed red, extremely embarrassed, and quickly put on her outer robe. I hope I have the opportunity to meet you again in the future to repay your kindness, senior. A moment later, the disciples saw Tianning come out and cheered joyfully. The Holy Maiden is out. Suddenly, someone ran over in a fluster, shouting loudly, Holy Maiden, this is bad. The sect just sent news that the Lihuo Sect is planning to destroy our sect. After hearing the news, Tianning was extremely panicked and immediately looked for a way to return to the sect. Scene changed to the Lihuo Sect, located on a towering mountain peak, where a group of people from the Lihuo Sect are causing trouble. The Lihuo Sect elder suddenly pointed and shouted, Wei Baoshan, your Lihuo Sect has nowhere to run. You only have yourself left in the Yuanying realm, so what can you use to fight against my Lihuo Sect? Why not just surrender to us? The sect leader of the Lihuo Sect stood up to resist. As long as I'm still breathing, don't even think about swallowing the Lihuo Sect. The Lihuo Sect elder started stomping his feet to gather energy, roaring, Very well. Then I'll take your life first, as a warning to the Lihuo Sect. Just at this moment, Tianning managed to return to the sect in time, holding out the divine water pearl and stopping to report to the sect leader, We have found the supreme treasure, the divine water pearl, of the Lihuo Sect. The sect leader of the Lihuo Sect cheered joyfully. That's great. This divine water pearl can increase the strength of cultivators. With this divine water pearl, the Lihuo Sect will not be destroyed. The Lihuo Sect elder was a little flustered, pointing at Tianning. You're lying. This pearl has been forgotten in the forbidden area. How could you have entered and retrieved it? Tianning happily replied. There is a senior in the forbidden area who allowed me to bring it back. The Lihuo Sect elder looked at Tianning and laughed contemptuously. Ha ha ha, stop talking nonsense. I think you just grabbed a random pearl to fool people in order to protect the sect, right? Suddenly, the elder's eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, Tianning unleashed her cultivation, glaring at the Lihuo Sect elder, Gongsun elder. This divine water pearl can be faked to deceive people, but cultivation can't be faked. The Lihuo Sect elder was a little flustered and shouted, How is this possible? Weren't you only at the 2nd level of the Jindan realm? How did you suddenly jump to the 9th level? Tianning looked at the Lihuo Sect elder. The senior in the forbidden area guided me. The Lihuo Sect elder was a little scared and started to slowly back away. What senior? Stop spouting nonsense. The elder accidentally tripped while retreating, and the disciples rushed in to ask, Elder, are you okay? The Gongsun elder kept pointing at the Lihuo Sect, shouting in pain and anger, I'm fine, Lihuo Sect. You are nothing, don't think I'm afraid of you. I'll spare you a way out today, but sooner or later, the Lihuo Sect will be swallowed by my Lian Sect. After saying that, the entire group of the Lian Sect used their Qinggong to flee from the Lihuo Sect. Seeing the Lion Sect bunch leave, the Lihuo Sect leader sighed in relief. Didn't expect a big shot to lend a hand, guess my sect's safe. The sect leader hurriedly went to report to the retired old sect leader. Gotta quickly get the old sect leader to come out of retirement so we can meet that senior and ask for pointers on how to ascend. After a while, Tianning led both sect leaders to Lianfan's small village. The Lihuo Sect's old leader looked around, then said to Tianning, "Tianning, are you sure that senior's really here?" Tianning looked at the old sect leader worriedly. "Old sect leader, truth be told, I'm not 100% sure, but that senior did mention something about this being the only small village around." The Lihuo sect leader stepped inside, constantly looking around. This place isn't far from the forbidden zone. How come there's no dangerous vibe at all? Plus, the old folks in this village all look like normal people. Nothing weird at all. Suddenly, the retired old sect leader's eyes widened, yelling, "Wait a minute, their quo is sus, it's overflowing with Dao aura." The retired old sect leader ran up to the two old folks, frantically asking, "This auntie, has anyone ever used this quo before?" The auntie unexpectedly raised her hand and picked her nose. "This quo? If it's mine, who else would use it?" The old man next to her then slapped the auntie on the shoulder. "Oh yeah, Chuansheng, did you forget? Didn't Little Ai help you turn over the soil?" The old lady suddenly remembered. "Oh shoot, Bahu, you're right, I almost forgot Little Ai used it before." The old sect leader was a bit suspicious. "Little Ai, may I ask where Little Ai's house is?" The old lady, Chu Xiang, then pointed to a stone house next to it. "That stone house behind the vegetable garden, that's Little Li's place." The two Lihuo sect leaders' eyes widened in surprise. "Vegetable garden? Stone house? What's that all about?" The three of them went up to the stone house in front of them and observed. Tianning suddenly yelled, This is clearly all top-tier treasure. Our sect's reincarnated spiritual medicine isn't even as good as this stuff." The two old sect leaders rushed over, grabbing huge handfuls of grass and stuffing them into their mouths to chew. "Old sect leader, the grass here is overflowing with top-grade Dago aura. Seems like there's even a spiritual root, I can feel it. It's as if this is a wonderland." After chewing on the grass, the two old sect leaders hurriedly rushed into Little Ai's house. "Quick! Let's quickly go find the senior. We can definitely get more opportunities when we meet the senior." The couple Tang Bahu and Dian Chu Xiang stared at the three of them. "Are these three beggars? Looks like it. They're eating grass and looking so happy. So pitiful. But that girl looks really pretty. It would be great if Little Ai could marry her." Just then, Li Fan returned home, carrying firewood, muttering, "There's a bit less firewood today. It probably won't last long before it runs out." Just as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, Li Fan suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned his head to look. "This miss, it's you again. Who are these two next to you?" The three of them ran up to Li Fan, panting. The two old sect leaders, panting, surveyed their surroundings, their eyes widening in shock. What kind of immortal paradise is this? The peach trees and chickens here are on a whole other level, even beyond the Dongshu stage. Suddenly, a chicken next to them just glanced at them, and the old sect leader clutched his head and screamed, "This pressure, it's absolutely terrifying." The chicken stood there, confused. "The heck, is this old geezer crazy?" Li Fan hurriedly rushed over to help the old sect leader. "Are you okay? Why did you suddenly fall? A stroke?" The old sect leader's whole body stiffened, lying sprawled on the ground. Suddenly feeling that his body was no longer affected, he stared wide-eyed at Li Fan, thinking to himself, "Just what kind of great master is this guy? Just touching me made that pressure disappear in an instant." Tianning stepped forward to introduce, "These two are elders of my sect. They wanted to meet you, so I took the liberty of bringing them here." Li Fan was surprised and confused, staring intently at Tianning. "Want to meet me?" The system suddenly popped up a notification. "New mission. Keep the guests for a meal." Li Fan then, because of the mission, invited them into the house for a meal. "Since you're already here, let's have a meal together, some veggies and noodles?" The two old sect leaders and Tianning eagerly said, "That would be great, thank you, senior." Following that, Li Fan stepped inside the house, put down the firewood, and went straight into the kitchen, starting to prepare food. "Nothing good to treat you with, so I'll just casually cook a few dishes for everyone." After Li Fan finished cooking, he placed the dishes on the table. The two old sect leaders and Tianning, carrying heavy speakers, widened their eyes in surprise. This is what senior calls casual. It is. This is a miraculous phenomenon that only occurs when refining elixirs to an earth-shattering level. The former sect leader glanced at the current sect leader. "It seems this senior intends to enlighten us. We mustn't fail his good intentions." Then, the three of them picked up their bowls and ate like they had never eaten before, until the plates on the table were completely empty. The sect leader easily broke through to the 7th level of the spirit division stage, and then the old sect leader also broke through to the 9th level of the spirit division stage. Tianning was not to be outdone, and broke through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The old sect leader, with a satisfied expression, slowly fell. "I didn't expect that after more than 10 years of limitations, my talent has been broken, and I'm ascending again." Li Fan once again rushed over to help the old sect leader. Just a meal and you're this excited? Is there trouble at home, or are you having another stroke? It's really hard being old. Li Fan helped the old sect leader sit up, then handed him a cup of tea. Did you eat too fast? Drink some water to calm down. The old sect leader eagerly stared at Li Fan. Thank you, senior. The old sect leader then raised the teacup and took a big sip. He widened his eyes, surprised, ascending too fast. The flaws in my cultivation have been integrated by this cup of tea. What a refreshing feeling, like stepping into an immortal realm. The old sect leader hurriedly knelt before Li Fan. I will never forget this great kindness of senior. Then, the sect leader and Tianning also unexpectedly knelt down, kowtowing. I will never forget your great kindness, senior. Li Fan was utterly astonished by this scene, and thought to himself, isn't it just a bowl of porridge and a cup of tea? Does it really have to be like this? Just how poor are these people? Announcement. The system has suddenly appeared. It's time to draw a picture. Li Fan glanced over in surprise, and mused, I have to draw another picture. Li Fan happily helped Tianning up. Please, rise. This is as easy as pie. I just have other matters to attend to now, so I can't keep you here for long. Tianning looked up at Li Fan. Senior, can Tianning come visit you again in the future? Li Fan smiled, glancing at Tianning. Of course you can. Tianning happily stood up, leaning her ample bosom against Li Fan, and said excitedly with a smile, Thank you, senior. A short while later, the three of them left Li Fan's village together. On the way, the two old sect leaders praised Tianning endlessly. Tianning, you did very well. With this senior's help, our Lihuo Sect can rise again. As soon as they stepped out of the village gate, a wave of evil aura enveloped the sky. The three of them looked towards one corner in surprise. The Gongsun elder of the Lihuo Sect suddenly appeared, his entire body filled with murderous intent, and shouted, Yu Kai Shui, Wei Baoshan, you hid well. It took me so much effort to find you. Yu Kai Shui. I've come, let's see where you can run today. Today, I'll give you two choices. One is to surrender and submit to the Lihuo Sect, and the other is to die here. The three of them began to unleash their cultivation, glaring at the Gongsun. HMPH. Do you really think our Lihuo Sect is so easy for you to bully? Our cultivation has been advanced, it's not like before anymore. Gongsun frowned, staring at the three of the Lihuo Sect. That's the aura of a perfected spirit severing stage. How can this be? Just what kind of hidden expert is in this village? The old Gongsun waved his hand, manipulating the evil aura, and a dark atmosphere enveloped the sky. No matter what, today I definitely can't let you return alive. With that, he summoned countless skeletons filled with evil aura, stared at the three of them, and then flicked his fingers, giving the order. Countless shackles rushed out from the void, attacking the three of them. Wei Baoshan stepped forward, staring at Gongsun, and shouted, Gongsun, you've actually cultivated in the evil path. Old Yun glared at Gongsun, then gave the order. Tianning, quickly move aside, or you'll be affected. At this moment, countless shackles rushed in, breaking the two old sect leaders' spell formations, continuously attacking the two Lihuo sect leaders, causing them to scream in pain, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Tianning stood to the side, extremely worried, and exclaimed in panic, Grandmaster! Master! Old Yu, heavily injured and lying on the ground, said, That banner, I'm afraid it's a magic artifact of a great ascension stage expert, but the living dead are at the void refinement stage. Tianning carefully observed the skeletons in the sky. What? He actually has such a strong evil aura? Gongsun glared, smiling eerily. Haha. No matter what's in this village, all living beings will be refined by me. That way, I will also advance to the void refinement realm. Today, I will definitely destroy this place. Tianning knelt down, crying and shouting, No! All the people in the village are innocent. Inside the village, Li Fan saw dark clouds gathering and strong winds blowing, and said, The weather is so strange today. Is a big storm coming? Just don't ruin my crops. Suddenly, a layer of barrier emanated a radiant glow, illuminating the entire village, easily dispelling Gongsun's skeletal remains and shattering his magic formation. Gongsun's eyes widened in shock. What is this? How is this possible? Then, a surge of golden light suddenly rushed forward, striking Gongsun directly, sending him flying into a corner screaming, no! He was heavily injured and crawled into a corner. I can't die here, I must return to report. Then, he took out a jade-green command token and began to burn his essence blood. My essence blood, save me from this place. His body gradually turned into black smoke and disappeared, and the sky returned to its original state. Tianning stared ahead. Was that Senior Li who came to the rescue? Cao Laovu crawled over and looked ahead. No, this is simply the passive defense of this village. Because Senior Li lives here, this place has long become an absolute forbidden zone. No matter how great the power, they cannot invade it. In the village, seeing Laovu heavily injured and constantly coughing up blood, Tianning exclaimed in panic. Grandmaster, you're seriously injured, Laovu said painfully. That shackle has left a wound in my body that I can't seem to get rid of. Tianning suddenly had an idea. How about we ask Senior Lai to help us? Then, Wei Baoshan and Tianning quickly helped Lao Vu back to Li Fan's house. Having just left, they had to return to ask for help, hoping that Senior Li wouldn't find them annoying. At this time, a little girl was chasing a little boy, shouting, "Hey, don't run! Stop and let me see the painting!" The boy, holding the painting, turned around while running and said, "Nope, sis. Lai Nagej gave this to me. Your painting will be done tomorrow." The little girl kept chasing, shouting loudly, "Just let me see it. I'm not going to steal it." Lao Vu was heading towards Li Fan's house when he was suddenly attracted by the painting full of Dao charm. "Hey, you two little friends. Please wait a moment. May I ask where the painting in this little prince's hand came from?" The boy looked at Lao Vu timidly. "Li Fan gave it to me." Then, the boy unrolled the painting and said eagerly to Lao Vu, "Look, isn't Li Fangage's painting beautiful?" Looking closely at the painting, Lao Vu's eyes widened, and then he fell back again. Lao Vu's face showed a satisfied enjoyment. The great Sun Dao, so powerful, standing in front of this painting, all the evil is turned into smoke. I can feel all the wounds in my body have healed. Wei Baoshan looked at Lao Vu in surprise. It's completely healed. So could it be that Senior Li had foreseen that we would be injured by those heretics? That's why he deliberately had that kid carry the painting in front of us. Lao Vu glared, starting to analyze. For a great figure like Senior Lai, no. What can escape his eyes? That Gong Sun could leave peacefully. Maybe Senior Lai deliberately let him go. Tianning looked at Lao Vu with suspicion, a little worried. But what is the ultimate purpose of Senior Li's actions this time? Lao Vu shook his head and was lost in thought. I'm afraid we are not qualified to know, but Senior Lai has given us so many opportunities. We must repay him with all our heart. Tianning bowed her head shyly. Yes, disciple understands. If Senior Lai has any requests, I am willing to dedicate everything to him. Cut to a majestic mountain range near Li Fan's village. Li Fan is at the top of the mountain, painstakingly drawing according to the system's task. This system is way too harsh, making me climb the mountain to catch the breeze and paint in this weather. Even the most beautiful scenery can't stop me from catching a cold. At the same time, in the forest opposite, where Lin Fan is painting, 3 eagles are chasing a little white tiger, shouting, "We must catch her. The white tiger ancestral blood in her can help us cultivate and transform into human form." The little white tiger, while running, shouted loudly, "Don't chase me anymore. If you eat me, my dad will definitely not spare you." The 3 eagles once again shouted, "Then don't run." Nearby, up high, Lihuo Fan was still focused on painting, so he still didn't know what was happening. The little white tiger felt the nearby Dao aura and glanced over there. Why is such a strong Dao aura flowing from there? Whatever, I just hope that person can save my life. With that, the little white tiger jumped straight towards Lihuo Fan, leaving the 3 eagles dumbfounded. At the same time, Li Fan was also racking his brains, because the painting was missing a vivid detail. What should I draw in this spot to make it look good? Suddenly, 3 birds appeared, giving Li Fan an idea. You guys showed up just in time, then I'll draw you guys into my painting. Seeing Li Fan using Dao aura to paint, the 3 eagles stood there, dumbfounded. Then a burst of light instantly surrounded the 3 eagles, causing them to shout, "Whoa, what the hell is happening?" Li Fan also simultaneously finished his masterpiece, completing the system's task. Li Fan turned his face, looking blankly. Where did the 3 birds that were just here fly off to? The little white tiger nearby also saw the whole situation, thinking to herself in surprise, no way. Those 3 transcendent Dongshu realm eaglebird divine beasts were actually drawn into this painting. Am I next? Li Fan seemed to have discovered something, and immediately turned his face. It seems like there's something else here. The little white tiger panicked, and immediately transformed while muttering to herself, "There's no other way. I heard that none of you humans can stop this move. Let me try it." Then, she immediately transformed into a white cat standing in front of Li Fan. On the outside, she was extremely cute and adorable, but inside, she was a deceptive little demon. Li Fan was surprised to see a white cat that could appear in this desolate mountain forest, and glanced at it. In this desolate mountain forest, how can there be such a beautiful cat? Bai Xiaoting thought to herself. HMPH, you haven't seen my most beautiful appearance yet. Li Fan reached out his hand, then caught Bai Xiaoting, causing her to be surprised. If that's the case, then I'll catch you. After that, Li Fan reached out his hand to stroke Bai Xiaoting, satisfying his desire. It's been a long time since I smelled a cat. Will you come home with me? I will definitely raise you to be chubby and white. Bai Xiaoting then felt the pleasure of being stroked by Li Fan. But this way of stroking with your hands is a bit weird, Bai Xiaoting thought to herself in a daze. The great Dao aura on his body is so rich, it's so comfortable. The system once again displayed a new task. Adopt a white cat as a pet. Seeing the task, Li Fan continuously rubbed his head against Bai Xiaoting's body. Right up my alley. This is the task for a strong man. After a while, Bai Xiaoting was also so high that she rolled her eyes back, switching scenes back to Li Fan's garden. Bai Xiaoting continuously looked around through the window, starting to get scared, thinking to herself, just how powerful is he, this expert? Holy crap, there are so many terrifying mythical beasts in this house. Suddenly, the chickens in the yard glared at Bai Xiaoting. Where did this she-cat come from? Why is she in Master's house? Startled by the chickens, Bai Xiaoqing hurriedly jumped back, accidentally slipped and fell to the ground, but luckily Li Fan caught her just in time. Li Fan held Bai Xiaoqing in his arms. Why did you suddenly fall? Are you so hungry that you have no strength left? Bai Xiaoqing clung to Li Fan's shoulder, staring at the chickens, thinking, don't tell me they're relying on Master's spiritual power to nourish themselves. From now on, I'm gonna stick to Master like glue, and one day I'll be as awesome as you guys. Lian Fan then took out a piece of cake, carefully looking at Bai Xiaoqing. I don't know if you'll like it, try a little. Bai Xiaoqing licked the cake with her tongue in a suggestive way, and began to think. The spirituality and Tao rhythm are so strong it really suits my taste. Ling Fan suddenly felt a heat all over his body, muttering, what just happened? Is it because I've been single for too long? After that, Li Fan finished feeding her and left. Bai Xiaoqing watched Li Fan's back, thinking, so, when you're shy, the spiritual power flows even more intensely. It's getting late now. Late that night, Bai Xiaoqing in the form of a cat approached Li Fan's bed. Asleep, Bai Xiaoqing saw that Li Fan was fast asleep and transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, climbed onto the bed and lay beside Li Fan. This is the fragrance of the Grand Dao Qi. It's definitely much stronger than those stinky fire beast clan beasts. Then, Bai Xiaoqing called out, Master, Master! Ling Fan opened his eyes hazily and looked forward, seeing a seductive demoness with a full bosom, confused. Am I dreaming? Li Fan thought it was a dream, his face flushed with embarrassment, and tried to close his eyes and go back to sleep. This dream is too real, Bai Xiaoqing eagerly gloated. Haha, as expected, the spiritual energy is even more concentrated when he's shy. If it's like this every day, just sleeping will be enough to turn me into a pure-blooded divine beast. Bai Xiaoqing directly lay down next to Li Fan and had a good sleep. I'll be really good when I'm with Master. Master must take good care of me. At the same time, at the Lihuo Sect, Lao Yung had also summoned all the elders and the successor sect master to discuss. Tianning Bai Chu looked at Lao Yu and said, Grandmaster, do you really want to do this? Lao Yu glared ahead. Yes, I believe that Senior Li is preparing to play a big game of chess, and he has given us this opportunity because he wants us to be his pawns. That Gongsun elder of the Lian sect must have angered Senior Li because Senior Li wants us to directly crush him, so we must fulfill our role as pawns and start a war against the Lian sect. Elder Jian, Wei Baoshan, and Tian Ning exclaimed in surprise. What? Declare? Declare war? A few days later, the Fire Country Princess's airship also landed at the Lihuo Sect. The third princess of the Fire Country has arrived. The subordinate standing next to the princess opened his mouth. Your Highness, the Lihuo Sect is just a small moon-level power, that's all. Seriously, did you have to come here in person? Besides, they just declared war on the Scarlet Flame Sect not long ago. What if our visit this time offends them? This is Huo Lingaware, the third princess of the Huo Kingdom. She stared intently at the people from the Blazing Fire Sect, thinking to herself, rumor has it that the Holy Maiden of the Blazing Fire Sect returned from a desperate situation, having obtained a supreme treasure, and now she dares to declare war on the Scarlet Flame Sect. She must have a powerful expert backing her. Huo Linger continued, offering a salute. Huo Linger of the Huo Kingdom has come to pay respects to the Blazing Fire Sect. Old Yu then stepped forward and returned the greeting with cupped hands. Greetings, third princess. May I ask what brings the princess here today? Huo Linger gazed intently at Old Yu. The elders must know that a beast tide has recently broken out in Shangli Mountain, causing heavy losses to many commoners, and this is related to the Scarlet Flame Sect, joining the evil god and practicing dark arts. Old Yu frowned as he looked at Huo Linger. Yes, there is such a thing, but I don't know what the princess wants our Blazing Fire Sect to do, Old Yun thought to himself. Thanks to Senior Li, I was fortunate enough to survive that dark magic. Huo Linger clasped her hands and said loudly, the Scarlet Flame Sect has been rampaging for so many days, yet the Blazing Fire Sect dares to declare war. You must have a powerful expert assisting you. Please, sect leader of the Blazing Fire Sect, lead me to meet this expert to save the people of our kingdom. Old Yu looked at Huo Linger with delight. So that's what's going on. It seems that my declaration of war on the Scarlet Flame Sect was also within Senior Li's expectations. That's why he let me bring the Huo Kingdom's princess to pay a visit. Truly a grand scheme. Old Yum immediately extended his hand and loudly agreed. Very well. My Blazing Fire Sect will contribute some manpower for the sake of the common people. I can have Holy Maiden Mu Tianning take you to meet the senior. Huo Lingwei was overjoyed after receiving approval. Grateful. That's wonderful. Thank you very much, sect leader of the Blazing Fire Sect. Not long after, Tian Ning had boarded the Huo Kingdom's princess's airship, heading towards Liafan's small village. The princess stood next to Tian Ning, opening her mouth to speak. That's right, Tian Ning. Do you know what Senior Li likes to eat? It wouldn't be good to go there empty-handed. Should I bring some of the Huo Kingdom specialties? Tian Ning put her hand on Huo Linger's shoulder. No need, Linger Jiji, just relax a little. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Huo Linger, stop! A gold-plated ship, with a golden dragon head attached to the bow, gradually appeared. Huo Linger's subordinates panicked slightly, blurting out, It's the second princess! She won't come to cause trouble for our princess again, will she? This is Huo Xuanfei, the second princess of the Huo kingdom. She glared straight at Lingir, shouting loudly, Huo Lingir, quickly hand over the Xuanhuo ring. Huo Lingir was flustered, staring at Xuanfei. Second sister, why are you here? What do you want the Xuanhuo ring for? Xuanfei stared at Huo Lingir's ear, yelling, HMPH, stop playing dumb. The evil god has launched an attack on Xiangli Mountain, and the Huo kingdom's treasure buried deep in the mountain is about to be born. That's why you came here too. But your cultivation is so low, having the Xuanhuo ring is useless. You might as well give it to me. I might even leave you some leftovers. Huo Lingir tightly held onto the Xuanhuo ring, glaring at Xuanfei. The Xuanhuo ring is my mother's keepsake, left to me by my mother. Don't even think about snatching it away. Long Ziyin, standing beside her, spoke. The Xuanhuo ring is only being borrowed temporarily. After the matter is over, it will definitely be returned to you. I don't want to make a move either. I hope the third princess will obediently hand over the Xuanhuo ring. Huo Lingir stared in surprise. Are you Long Ziyin, the Holy Maiden of the Longshuan Sect? Long Ziyin smirked. That's right, I am from the Longshuan Sect. Tian Ning immediately stood up to defend Huo Lingir, shouting, So what if it's the Longshuan Sect? If Lingirji doesn't want to, you're just going to force her. Long Ziyin glared at Tian Ning. Who the hell do you think you are, to meddle in my business? A guard from the Longshuan Sect stepped forward and attacked Tian Ning without a word. Tian Ning stared blankly ahead, unable to react in time. Immediately after, Huo Lingwei rushed out to block the attack for Tian Ning. Tian Ning, be careful! Huo Lingir's subordinates exclaimed in panic. That's the Dongshu realm. Just a guard beside the Holy Maiden is already this strong. Tian Ning looked at the guard who had just attacked, thinking, if the guard is already at the Dongshu realm, I'm afraid the two sect leaders of the Lihuo Sect combined would find it difficult to stop him. Huo Lingir looked painfully at Xuanfei. Second sister, you're my only older sister. Why do you have to make things difficult for me everywhere? Xuanfei began to crack a cruel smile, shouting, because I am the queen now, and I get to do whatever I want. Hand over the Xuanhuo realm to me, or I'll kill one person on your ship every minute. Huo Lingir painfully struggled up. No, Tian Ning and the others have nothing to do with this, you can't hurt them. Huo Lingir gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll hand over the Xuanhuo realm. I'll give you the Xuanhuo realm. Long Ziyin reached out and grabbed the Xuanhuo realm, staring at Lingro. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? The weak should accept their fate. I heard that the Lihuo Sect has gotten a new backer recently, so they've become so arrogant and bossy. But no matter how strong your backer is, to my Longshuan Sect, you're nothing more than a bunch of insects. Lingir painfully slumped to the ground. It's always been like this. Ever since I was little, after my mother passed away, everything of mine has been snatched away. Just then, Tian Ning spoke up to comfort Huo Lingir. Lingirji, don't worry. A mere Longshuan Sect is not worthy to be Li Qianbei's opponent. Li Qianbei will definitely help us get justice. Scene changes. Back at Li Fan's stone house with his pure-blooded phoenix chickens. Beside them, Li Fan was sitting and admiring his painting excitedly. Damn, it's a painting I drew myself. But I have to say, it's ridiculously beautiful. Suddenly, Tian Ning's voice calling Li Fan's name rang out from outside the gate. Li Fan turned to look towards Tian Ning. Tian Ning. It's you again. Tian Ning walked over, introducing Huo Lingir, Lingirji. This is Li Qianbei. Lingir hurriedly stepped forward, bowing her head in greeting. Huo Lingir pays respects to Li Qianbei. Seeing this bowing style, Li Fan felt a little awkward. No need for such formalities. Li Fan helped Lingir up, then turned to ask Tian Ning, what's wrong with this girl? Did she get dust in her eyes or something? Tian Ning stood beside him, looking intently at Li Fan. Lingirji has been bullied by bad guys, and they even stole the memento left by her mother. Hearing this, Li Fan also reached into his robe and took out a handkerchief, muttering to himself, met bad guys on the road, and had her memento stolen. The world outside is really dangerous. How can such a weak girl cope? Li Fan handed the handkerchief to Lingir, saying, quick, wipe away your tears, beauties shouldn't cry. Lingir reached out with both hands to receive the handkerchief from Li Fan, extremely grateful. Then, holding the handkerchief, she gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, a trace of Taoist charm flashed, and the wound gradually healed completely. How could this be? Just using this handkerchief to rub her eyes, the pain from the injury just now is completely gone, and my eye technique has also advanced from the eyes of fiery flames to the eyes of profound flames. I can clearly see 10,000 strands of spiritual energy moving in the air here. This place where Senior Li lives is truly a celestial realm on earth. Hiding in this Penglai paradise really makes me feel relaxed and comfortable. Tian Ning eagerly asked Lingir. Lingirji, did Senior Li reward you with some kind of opportunity? Lingir rolled her eyes at Tian Ning. Is this just a mere opportunity? It has truly given me a complete transformation. Lingir then bowed to Li Fan once again. Sincerely thank you, Senior Li. Ling Fan looked at Lingir in a daze. It's just a handkerchief, no need to be so polite. Ling Fan thought, this girl's life must be very harsh. Just giving her a handkerchief to wipe her tears and she's already so grateful. Ling Fan continued to extend his hand, inviting Lingye and Tianning inside. "Now that you're here, come in and sit for a while." Both of them eagerly stepped inside, only to be utterly surprised by the paintings before them. Li Fan also spoke up, "I'm currently reorganizing my paintings, so the house is a bit messy right now." Tianning and Lingye stepped forward to observe the paintings before them and exclaimed, "The flow of the great Tao is so strong. This painting is truly a sacred object." As soon as Lingye touched the painting, she felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy entering her body, thinking to herself, "I can feel countless fragments of the great Dafio summoning me. With a faint sense of peace, as if I were in my mother's womb." Lingye suddenly began to break through to the third realm of the sacred eyes of fire. Tianning excitedly widened her eyes, looking at Lingye. "Lingye Garage, how do you feel?" Lingye, at this moment, looked at the painting with great excitement. "An expert. Senior Lai is truly the most powerful expert I have ever met." Seeing them excitedly looking at the paintings, Li Fan thought to himself, "It's just a few paintings. Is there really a need to be so amazed? Or is it that my skills are too outstanding?" System notification. New mission. Give Huo Lingye a gift. What gift? Suddenly asking to give a gift after 3 years in the mountains. Where am I supposed to get the money to buy a gift? Ah, I've got it. Li Fan approached the paintings. "Since you like my paintings so much, then if you don't mind, just take one. Consider it a meeting gift." Huo Lingye was pleasantly surprised. "Are you really giving this to me?" Li Fan looked at Huo Lingye with a domineering face. "Just consider this a meeting gift. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, this painting can be of use," Li Fan thought to himself. "Turning capital into profit, after all, this is a system reward, hehehe." Tianning immediately moved closer to Lingye. "Lingye Gerge, all of Senior Li's actions are planned. He gave you a sacred object. He must have foreseen that you would need to use it someday." Lingye, after hearing this, did not hesitate and reached out to hug the painting tightly. "Then I will not refuse Senior Li's good intentions and accept it immediately." "Thank you, Senior." Li Fan carefully looked at Lingye, thinking, "It seems that they must be very poor. Selling this painting could earn some money to help them have a better life. Helping people, and also completing the mission the system gave me. So smart, Li Fan." Li Fan continued to point at the painting. "Just one thing to keep in mind. It's best to keep it for a while." Lingye also tacitly understood, carefully looking at Li Fan's instructions. "Senior, rest assured, I understand." Lingye was thinking to herself, "This must be Senior Li's test. Only in times of crisis can this painting be taken out. To avoid being too ostentatious," Li Fan simply thought. "When she talks to others, just drag it out for a while. Maybe it can be sold for a higher price." Just like that, two different lines of thought ran parallel to each other. Lingye looked at Li Fan with a question. "Senior Li, you gave me such a precious painting. I don't know if Senior Li has any further instructions." Li Fan was a little surprised. "A sign. Didn't you say the keepsakes your mother left behind were already stolen? If there's a chance, it's better to get them back." Li Fan was a bit worried, thinking to himself, "I wonder if the money from this painting is enough to redeem those 10 keepsakes. Maybe I should give them a few more just to be sure." Huo Lingye turned to look at Tianning. "To take back the stolen keepsakes, does Li Qianbei mean?" Tianning also said, "Does he want us to declare war on the Lihuo Sect?" Lingye and Tianning quickly turned to look at Li Fan and said loudly, "Qianbei? We understand what you mean, Qianbei. Rest assured, we will definitely do as you say." Li Fan was still confused. What do you understand? But it doesn't matter what you understand, just go back." After that, Lingye and Tianning hurriedly bid farewell to Li Fan and left on the airship. Tianning on the boat opened her mouth and said to Lingye, "Could it be that Li Qianbei wants us to directly go find the Lihuo Sect?" Lingye looked a little worried. "But I'm more worried about the common people of the Huo Kingdom." Suddenly, the ship encountered a strong shock and shook violently. The two then discovered countless airships rushing towards Changli Mountain. Tianning was a little puzzled. Why are so many cultivators heading towards Changli Mountain? Lingye followed the airships in front of her. Could it be that the beasts in Changli Mountain have launched an attack again? I have to go and see. I can't let them attack the common people of the Huo Kingdom again. Then, Lingye also sent her airship to Changli Mountain. Xianxiang saw that Changli Mountain was seriously collapsing and widened her eyes. Why are the Changli Mountains collapsing so much? Legend has it that the Huo Kingdom Supreme fell in Changli Mountain, and the mountain range movement is a sign that the supreme treasure is about to be born. Those who seek treasures will bear the consequences if they fall into a killing game, secret realm, or encounter hacking and looting. Suddenly, Tianning glared forward, surprised. In front are the Lihuo Sect, Xianyin Pavilion, and the Feng Kingdom royal family. It turns out that these people are all here for the supreme treasure. At this moment, the ground began to move violently. Countless chains of evil magic began to appear, and a coffin of flames gradually appeared in the sky. Below, everyone shouted, "Good secret realm! The secret realm barrier has appeared. It's too high." Could it be the coffin of the Huo Kingdom Supreme? The place where the Supreme is buried must have the supreme treasure. Today's trip is really good. Getting the treasure can be a step up to the sky. Lingye on this side also used the holy fire eye to observe, and her expression became worried. "No, there's more than just treasure in the coffin." Tianning looked at Lingye in surprise. "Lingye Didi, what did you see?" Linger frowned worriedly, staring at the coffin. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not that simple. Maybe Li Qianbei gave me this painting to stop this thing. At the same time, the airship of the Longshuan sect also broke through a layer of secret realm, and several people below shouted, "The speed of the Longshuan sect is so fast they have broken through a layer of secret realm. Hurry up, don't miss this opportunity." Tianning also wanted to compete for the treasure, and ran to Lingvir and said, "Lingvir Didi, shall we go too?" Linger glared at the sky. But be careful. The treasure there is very attractive, but also very dangerous. Each layer of the secret realm is tightly surrounded by the chaotic fire. And if you are careless, your whole body and boat will be reduced to ashes. Tianning began to raise her hand to awaken her spiritual power. Ling Shi Didi, let me help you protect the airship. My eye technique will be easier to cast too. Alright, Linger is starting to unleash the spirit energy of her eye technique. Don't worry. Luckily, Senior Lai helped me break through to the sacred flame eye, so I can clearly distinguish the safe path. Just go straight through the chaos. On this flat ground, the ships of Longshuan Sect and Xuanfei are also in complete chaos. The subordinates are running around in a panic, shouting, "Good! No! My family's heirloom magic item! This secret realm is more like a soul-devouring evil god." Xuanfei gritted her teeth in anger. "This is bad. My eye technique cultivation is still too low. The secret realm ahead looks more and more chaotic. Even with the Xuan fire realm, it's hard to see clearly." She continues to point to a corner. It seems like the entrance is over here. Just then, she accidentally touched a mechanism, and the secret realm was immediately engulfed in flames. Lian Shu screamed in pain. It's too hot. Save me, Saintess, save me." The Saintess of Longshuan Sect was about to step forward when the sect leader of Longshuan Sect ordered her to retreat. That Xuanfei is so cruel. She was finally burned to ashes by the flames and fell from the ship. Even if I become a ghost, I will curse you." Linger widened her eyes and watched Xuanfei fall from above, extremely worried. "Sister." Tianning saw this and stopped. Linger, be careful of the fire splashing on you. The Xuan fire realm is now floating in mid-air." Tianning also stared at it. That's your Xuan fire realm." Immediately, the Xuan fire realm rushed back to its owner. Linger saw the Xuan fire realm in front of her and reached out to receive it. "I understand now." Senior Lai already knew that the fire realm would recognize its owner. That's why he didn't immediately help me take it back. Moreover, it has been tempered by high-level fire spirit energy. Xuanfei is actually more compatible with me. If Senior Lai has already arranged this for me, then let me try. Tianning looked at Linger with some worry. "Linger, can you still hold on?" Linger was a little tired. "It's okay. For Senior Lai's grand plan, no matter what happens, today, I must break this secret realm." At this time, the ship of Longshuan Sect and Lingjie's ship had reached the final Taoist secret realm. The elder of Longshuan Sect glided across the chaotic flames and landed on the Saintess's ship. "Relying only on the strength of the few of you in the sect, it is absolutely impossible to open the final stage of this formation." Long Ziyin glanced at the elder. "It's good that the elder is alright. As for this final stage, it's hard to force if we can't pass it." Over here, a subordinate of Xianyin Pavilion spoke up. "Even Longshuan Sect just failed, I'm afraid, this secret realm." Suddenly a voice rang out. "It's still a little early to say that." The words immediately surprised Long Ziyin, the elder of Longshuan Sect, and Xianyin Pavilion. They all focused their eyes on Linger. Linger tried her best to unleash all of her divine power, breaking the final great Dado formation of the secret realm. The chains around the flame coffin were also broken. All the sects present rushed forward, shouting, "Hurry up!" Lao Yu, Wei Baoshan, and their subordinates were also present. Lao Yu looked at the coffin and declared, "Jizun's coffin. This is a huge opportunity. If we can get the hidden treasures inside, my Lihuo Sect will surely prosper. Let's go, let's open it." The Longshuan Sect elder yelled, I've been wanting to get close to this Jizun coffin forever." Lao Yu glared at the Longshuan Sect elder. According to the unwritten rules, the first force to break open the coffin gets priority in choosing. What's more, we broke the last seal. The Longshuan Sect elder turned nasty. "If this old man hadn't been holding them off up front, do you thieving bastards think you'd have even made it this far? Now I'm giving you two choices. Die or scram." Lao Yu, Lingye, and Tianxiang glared at the old man in front of them, looking furious. At this moment, Long Ziyin also stepped forward. "If you don't leave, don't blame me for getting rough." Linger stared at Long Ziyin and spoke. "You completely disrespect me." Lao Yu saw the spiritual artifact in Long Ziyin's hand and grew slightly anxious. The Ding Duan Ling can lock a cultivator's spiritual energy, causing it to gradually transform into profound ice until it's completely depleted. What a wicked move. Long Ziyin held the Ding Duan Ling, staring at Linger. "You're indeed much stronger than your trash sister, and I admire you greatly. It's just a shame you showed up here." Linger glared at Long Ziyin. "You dare to steal opportunities like this, messing up Senior Lai's arrangements? Senior Lai won't let you off." Long Ziyin instantly rushed forward, grabbing Linger's neck and lifting her high. "What, Senior Li? Even if he's a Jizun, he can't save you today. The Lihuo Sect elder immediately dashed towards the coffin and started using his spiritual energy to pry open the coffin lid. Suddenly, the coffin exploded with a huge flame engulfing it, and Long Ziyin also suffered backlash. Worried for the elder, she shrieked, "Elder!" At this moment, the elder also managed to hide at the bottom of the coffin just in time, barely saving his life. "Saintess, rest assured, I'm alright." Suddenly, a massive hand rose up and tightly gripped the Lihuo Sect elder, finally crushing the arrogant elder to death. Wei Baoshan's eyes went wide with surprise as he saw it. "That's the Lihuo Jizun," Tianning also exclaimed in shock. "What, didn't he die already? Is the Lihuo Jizun not dead?" "No, this is a Jizun, corrupted into a demon, a chaotic existence second only to an evil god. This isn't some mystic realm treasure, this is fundamentally a demon domain. The Jizun Demon King's advent, the primal spirit of that Lihuo demonic Jizun, is slowly revealing itself." Countless demonic kui swirled around, and Long Ziyin stumbled back in fear, screaming, "No, I can't die here." At the same time, a figure entirely enveloped in blue light appeared high in the sky. "Demon Venerable, don't be so presumptuous. The Taiyan sacred land is manifesting here." Long Ziyin saw her savior and shrieked, "Fellow Taoist, save me. My Lihuo Sect is willing to yield all the mystic realm treasures from this expedition to you all." Ling Xian, upon hearing this, also spoke. "Lihuo Sect, quickly bring your sect's secret treasures to help me," Linger furiously bellowed. "Shameless. The Jizun's treasures have nothing to do with the Lihuo Sect. How can you just say you'll yield them?" Tian Ning also began. "If it weren't for Senior Lai." Before she could finish, Long Ziyin repeatedly slapped Tian Ning and Ling Grier across the face. "Senior Lai, in this situation, why isn't your Senior Lai here to save you, huh? Just because you coincidentally broke into this mystic realm, you think you can control the whole situation? How laughable. You're not the protagonists of this mystic realm after all." At this moment, Ling Xian raised his hand to gather spiritual energy, chanting a spell. He then waved his hand forward. Then the spell slowly expanded, opening a teleportation gate filled with thick, demonic Q. It seems the demon venerable has truly appeared. An old man slowly stepped out from the teleportation gate and spoke. "As expected of the demon venerable, thankfully, I, this venerable one, have descended here." Ling Xian, standing beside him, immediately bowed. "This junior Ling Xian respectfully welcomes Jiyu Tuo Yazun." Long Ziyin looked up in surprise. "So it's a venerable, second only to a Jizun. And that sword, what is that sword?" "This is a quasi-immortal sword. This sword is the last one Taiyan immortal used before ascending. It still has a sliver of immortal energy. You won't be wrong dying by this sword." Old Lihuo Supreme grinned savagely, letting out a roar that created a black dragon full of demonic energy staring straight at Ancient Tasha Supreme. Old Ancient Tasha Supreme waved his hand, controlling his golden dragon to attack forward. A golden dragon and a black dragon clashed against each other. Old Ancient Tasha said, "Don't worry, kid. The quasi-immortal sword is enough to slay a demon supreme." Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy invaded Old Ancient Tasha's hand. Old Ancient Tasha widened his eyes in surprise and roared, "No, Abohai!" Just like that, Old Ancient Tasha was completely swallowed by the demonic energy. The Ling Xian next to him was also affected by the demonic energy and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Long Ziyin looked up at the Lihuo Demon Supreme and kept screaming, "Even the Supreme of the Taiyan Holy Land can't defeat him. I'm so dead. Am I destined to die here? I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. No way. The quasi-immortal sword of the Taiyan Holy Land can't be." Only then did Huolinger begin to act. "You're right. Although I'm not the main character of this world, I know who holds the big picture." Old Lihuo Demon Supreme stared at Huolinger from above. "The Holy Fire Eye, my Dao inheritor. My Dako successor will become my slave." Huoling Ober, controlled by the Demon Supreme's spiritual power, screamed, "Aha! This feeling of despair, I don't have enough strength to resist at all." In a moment of decision, Huolinger tried her best to throw Li Fan's painting into the air. Countless rays of golden divine power shone everywhere, dispersing all the demonic energy. An enormous power began to advance towards old Lihuo Demon Supreme. The old Demon Supreme widened his eyes to observe. "That is energy that does not belong to this world. No, I will not fail. Not knowing my own limitations." The old man continued to raise his hand to cast a dark magic. Suddenly his whole body became immobile and unable to do anything, and then he was sucked into Ling Fan's painting. Old Lihuo Demon Supreme was sucked into the painting, screaming in despair. Huolinger was still standing there, staring blankly at Li Fan's painting, slowly falling in mid-air. "What kind of holy object did I just take out?" Tian Ning rushed excitedly to Huolinger's side. "Linger Gay, you succeeded. Lia's senior will definitely reward you." At this time an old man stepped out and saluted. Old Ji Yu represents the royal family of the Feng Kingdom to pay respects to the goddesses. Then, everywhere, everyone saluted before Huo Lingwer. Qing Luo of the Immortal Sound Pavilion pays respects to the goddess. Ling Xian of the Taiyan Holy Land pays respects to the goddess. Paying respects to the goddess, Long Ziyin's face changed color, with not a drop of blood left. The demon supreme that the Taiyan Holy Land couldn't defeat was killed by her painting. I almost used the soul-severing nail to destroy her cultivation. I even slapped her in the face. A goddess. My Lihuo Sect is screwed for generations. She hurriedly kneeled on the ground. Long Ziyin deserves to die. Please forgive me, goddess, please, your great and benevolent goddess. Spare Ziyin, spare my sect. Ling Ji glanced at Ziyin. You almost ruined Senior Li's grand plan, and even uttered disrespectful words to Senior Li. Having your cultivation crippled is already letting you off easy. Ziyin's face was drained of all color, extremely anxious. Then, in the blink of an eye, she took out the soul-severing nail and crippled her own cultivation. Thank you, goddess, for your mercy and generosity. Ziyin takes her leave. Tian Ning, standing beside, spoke up. Lingur Gage, now we can safely retrieve the treasure. Old Yu happily looked at the treasure. This is the supreme magic item of the Blazing Empyrean, the Blazing Heaven Body Shaker. It's said to be made from 10,000-year-old blazing mystic wood, and it contains the lifelong cultivation of Blazing Empyrean Senior Li. The painting must be for this item. Tian Ning was extremely eager. Luckily, we can complete the task that Senior Li assigned us. Linger held the treasure in her hand. Next, we can report back to Senior Li. Scene cuts to the imperial palace of the Huo Kingdom dynasty. A woman screamed before the old emperor. Your Majesty, that bitch definitely killed Consort Xuan. You must avenge Consort Xuan and kill her. The old emperor slammed the table in anger. Shut up! Do you want to drag us down with you? There's a peerless expert backing her. That woman was a little scared, staring at the old emperor. The old emperor reached out and covered his face. Guards, carry out our decree. Invite Princess Linger back here. We want to make her the next queen of the Huo Kingdom. Scene cuts back to Ling Fan's residence. Li Faran was sitting, hugging his pet cat beside the corner of his house. Linger also returned to meet Li Fan, handing back the painting. Thank you for the painting, Senior. Linger is done with it and is now returning it to you. Along with this item is also brought back for you. Li Fan scratched his head, confused. This painting is a gift from me to you, no need to return it. However, this wooden block can be considered a bit special. Compared to those firewood, it seems much better. Li Fan raised the Blazing Empyrean treasure in his hand to observe. Looking closely, it is also a good carving material. Thinking about it, my carving skills are quite good. If I carve it out and sell it, I should earn some money. Consider it helping them once more. After all, they are quite pitiful. The three of them looked at Li Fan in amazement. Firewood, Senior Li, is so calm. So calm. Anyway, Senior Li uses dragon parts as cat food, uses mystic flame wood as firewood too, OP. Treasures in the eyes of others are just firewood in the eyes of Senior Li. Li Fan swirled the carving knife in his hand and spoke. Since you guys are so understanding, and brought this stuff over to give me, then I'll help you guys out one more time. Li Fan began to carve out pieces of wood, continuing to speak. The system's carving knife is still very strong. Carving wood is still very easy. Wei Baoshan's eyes widened in shock. That knife has an extraordinary origin. It's not even inferior to that immortal painting. Old Yu beside him carefully observed Li Fan. Unbelievable. I can feel that this knife seems to use the great Tao of heaven and earth to carve. Ling Shi and Tian Ning looked at each carving with admiration. This feeling is indeed the Tao realm. Li Fan also finished carving the piece of wood in his hand after a while. The group looked and were extremely awed. That is the feeling of Dao aura. From a piece of wood, Li Fan carved out a house containing the Tao rhythm. Old Yu embraced Wei Baoshan tightly. What do you see? What do you see? That is immortal energy directly carved into a high-grade supreme treasure. Old Wei's eyes cried with joy. To be able to see an immortal product in this life, even death is without regrets. Li Fan carefully looked at his work. Extremely complacent. Haha, my carving skills are pretty good. Ling Fan directly handed his carving to Ling Rare. It must be an invincible, immortal treasure, capable of becoming a holy land-level treasure. Can something that only exists in the heavens be given to others so casually? Ling was extremely surprised that Li Fan actually gave it directly to her. Really giving it to me. What virtue or ability does Ling Shi have that would cause Senior Li to expend so much effort? Li Fan stood opposite Tian Ning and Ling Wei. There's still some wood left. I'll make hairpins for you guys. It's just enough for each of you to have one. Then, Li Fan handed his work to Ling Wei in person. Old Yu clasped his hands in a salute. Senior's great kindness, we truly don't know how to repay. Old Wei glanced at the hairpin, thinking, this time, what Senior Li bestowed might be a lifelong cultivation treasure for the two of them. Li Fan picked up Bai Xiaoqing. It's not that serious, it's just a piece of cake. If you want to thank me, just tell me some interesting stories. From outside the cultivation world, I've only lived in the village and never been out. After Li Fan spoke, everyone fell into deep thought. Interesting things outside the cultivation world? What level of story would interest Senior Li Fan? Perhaps a supreme? No. It might even be the entire profound heaven realm. Senior Li Han has finally given us a major task. Old Yu bowed deeply at this moment. I am willing to jump into a sea of fire and shatter my bones for Senior Li. I would still be willing. Senior Li definitely wants us to be his eyes and ears. Seeing their strange behavior, Li Fan was extremely puzzled. Why are these cultivators so exaggerated? Just wanting to hear stories is making me feel weird. Alright, you guys go. I should go paint. They're so poor. I'm afraid life in the cultivation world isn't very good for them. They should go cultivate some more. Then all four of them asked for permission to leave. After walking a distance, Linger, while observing the sculpture, said, "It seems there are immortal cranes in this Lie Heaven Palace." Suddenly, an immortal crane transformed and flew out. The Lie Heaven Palace also suddenly transformed into a palace. Astonishing and amazing, everyone present. Bigger. It's getting bigger. This must be Senior Lie's instruction. Let's quickly go inside and see. Tian Ning's eyes widened in admiration as she entered. This is the inside of the Lie Heaven Palace, Linger observed carefully for a moment and said, "The great Tao resonates here. The Tao essence is eternal. It's at least a holy ground level." Old Yu also stood beside her and spoke. "That's right. This thing can be compared to a sect's divine treasure, able to enlarge and shrink at will. Cultivating here for one day is equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation outside. I think Senior Lai bestowed this on us so that we can quickly become strong and establish a force to work for him." Linger thought to herself after cultivating inside the Lie Heaven Palace for a few days. Cultivating here is so fast. In just a few short days my cultivation has increased dramatically. At the same time, outside, a golden armor commander stared at the Lie Heaven Palace. Huo Linger's aura is right here, she's probably here. He stood high above and began to shout loudly, "The Fire Emperor's decree has arrived! Third Princess Huo Lingbir, come out and receive the decree!" Inside, Linger heard it and wondered. The Fire Emperor's decree. The golden armor commander continued to shout loudly, "Where is the third princess? Third princess, come out and receive the decree." Linger slowly walked out with the people of the Lihuo Sect and immediately recognized the golden armor commander. The golden armor commander began to read the decree. The Fire Emperor's decree summons Third Princess to immediately return to the capital so that the Fire Emperor can confer upon her the inheritance of the throne. Third Princess, quickly receive the decree and give thanks for the grace. Linger glared at the golden armor commander. Receive the decree and give thanks, haha, just a mere palace golden armor commander dares to be so presumptuous. Are you looking down on me? The golden armor commander laughed arrogantly. Haha, although Third Princess has a noble status, in the Fire Nation we have never relied on family backgrounds. If you didn't have that high-level expert as your backer, how could the throne fall into the hands of a third princess like you, based on your strength alone? Even though I am just a palace golden armor commander, I am still a Dongshu realm expert. Even His Majesty has never used the word lowly to demean me. Linger laughed loudly, expressing disdain. Haha, the Dongshu realm. Tian Ning beside her also said, "It seems the Dongshu realm is something really big, huh?" The commander's eyes widened in shock. What? In an instant, Linger appeared behind the golden armor commander. Is the tiny Dongshu realm that impressive? The golden armor commander was furious and attacked Linger with his spear. Linger gently reached out her hand, channeling fire. A flame engulfed the golden armor commander. The golden armor commander exclaimed in surprise. What? You're also a Dongshu realm expert, Ashia. The imperial decree slowly fell from the golden armor commander's hand. Linger reached out and grabbed it. Today is the day to avenge my mother. Tian Ning cheers from below. Linger Gage, you're so strong now. You defeated a Dongshu realm cultivator with just one move. Linger clutches the imperial decree. The Fire Emperor is a brutal tyrant. This time, he seems to be passing the throne to me, but he's actually plotting something. I plan to use this opportunity to kill him thoroughly and let Li Qianbei take over the entire Fire Nation. Lao Yu stares at Linger. Doing so is just to establish a power for Li Qianbei. Flames of resentment begin to surge in Linger's eyes. Mother, you've waited so long. At the same time, the old emperor's woman receives the news and screams, "What? Are they crazy? She's just from a small live fire sect. Yet she dares to talk so wildly about executing His Majesty." The old dog emperor feigns anger, thinks that having that expert backing her means she doesn't need to be restrained. Then let her try. The old emperor reaches out and asks the eunuch beside him, "Is there still no news from the Longshuan sect or the Xiangyang sect?" The eunuch bows. They all don't want to send cultivators over. In just a few days, the old emperor receives countless reports of battles. At the same time, a palace guard rushes in and yells, "Your Majesty, disaster! The third princess has attacked the palace. We can't stop her." The old emperor stares in shock at the guard. How could she be so fast? Where are my trusted imperial guards? The eunuch beside him kowtows repeatedly. "Your Majesty, it's not too late to escape now." That woman continues to scream, "Your Majesty, please kill her, even if she has some expert backing her. Your Highness is still a great ascension cultivator. Killing her would be as easy as flipping your hand if that bitch enters the palace." Remembering the past, the old emperor is a little sad. The pressure of an immortal is truly unimaginable. It's a pity for all the officials. This grievance is coming to an end. The old emperor pushes open the door and shouts, "My child, today let me bless you to become the king of the Fire Nation." Linger stares at the old dog emperor in front of her. "This is also why I don't like coming to your palace, always being so high and mighty, looking down on others." The old dog emperor looks at Lingjer and continues, "You're about to become the king of the Fire Nation. You can change any rules you don't like. You can change everything in the Fire Nation. You can do it according to your mother's wishes. I remember what she told me back then." Linger's eyes widen, angrily interrupting the old dog emperor. "Shut your mouth. You're not worthy to mention my mother. This isn't like it was 10 years ago. I'm not a kid anymore who can only cry beside my mother's corpse and endure the grievance." The old emperor continues, "Do you still remember that your mother was the true love of my life? She loved me so deeply, otherwise why would she have died for me? Linger, I know you hate me, so today I'll prove it to you." Finishing his words, the old emperor reaches out and tightly grabs the woman standing beside him by the neck, lifting her up. "I thought of this day long ago. She killed your mother back then. I already wanted to depose her, only for the stability of the Fire Nation. Now it's time to avenge your mother. Quick, come here, my child. Father will personally put the dragon robe on you. From today onwards, you will officially become the emperor of the Fire Nation. Father will help you rule this country." Linger glares at him, shouting, "You are truly shameless. No need to do such pointless things. Today you will definitely die to avenge my mother." The old emperor is a little disheartened. Throwing down the dragon robe, "Lingo here. Is there really no room for negotiation?" Linger's eyes widen, coldly rejecting everything. The old emperor's face changes, his eyes blazing with anger. "I originally wanted to persuade you, but you're still so stubborn. In that case, don't blame me." The old man stomps his foot, causing the ground to crack, fire energy erupting. "Do you know why the Fire Nation has been able to stand firm until now?" Linger stands beside him, staring at the old emperor in front of her. The old emperor immediately summons the python dragonfire, standing on top of it, and roars, "Because this place has the great earth fire vein, generation after generation, the ancestors of the Fire Nation imperial family have used their lives to nourish it. 2 skeletons are buried within, nurturing the fire vein and opening its spirituality long ago. This fire vein is enough to incinerate an immortal. I am the true dragon of fire. Even if the Supreme arrives, even if the one behind you comes in person, they wouldn't be strong enough to defeat me. Come and take my head." Huo Linger immediately took out the Heaven Departure divine bow bestowed by Li Fan. The old emperor began to wave his hand, and the serpent dragonfire rushed towards Linger. Just then, Linger used the Heaven Departure bow and threw it forcefully at the serpent dragonfire. In an instant, it enlarged and crushed the serpent dragonfire. The old emperor had one of his arms crippled just like that. Impossible. What kind of magic artifact is this? Ling Fer continued to unfurl Li Fan's painting. "The only calamity that the Fire Nation needs to overcome is a useless old emperor like you." As the immortal willed, the painting easily captured the dog emperor inside. Linger reached out and picked up the dragon hat. "Mother, I'm back." A few days later, Linger officially became the empress of the Fire Nation dynasty. At this time, subordinates echoed from the outside. Hong Xuan, Supreme of the Taiyan Holy Land, and Luo Ming, Supreme of the Xiang Holy Land, have arrived. Linger, standing next to Tian Ning, said, "The Supremes of the Holy Lands." At the same time, 2 elders from the 2 Holy Lands entered and greeted. Hong Xuan, representing the Taiyan Holy Land, congratulated the new Fire Nation Empress on her ascension, remarking that the Empress truly has the demeanor. Luo Ming of the Xiang Holy Land requests an audience. Lingyer also exclaimed, "The 2 Supremes are too kind." The 2 old Supremes of the Holy Lands spoke. "Fire Empress, we won't beat around the bush. This time, we only wish to seek an audience with the senior who gifted the painting. This matter concerns the survival of the profound heaven realm. We have confirmed that something may be hidden within Chengli Mountain, perhaps a demonic fire residing within the mountain. This time, the demon Venerable was resurrected because of it. Moreover, 3 days ago, an emissary of the evil gods descended upon Chengli Mountain. His goal is also that treasure. Once the evil god succeeds and uses Chengli Mountain as the base for all demonic fires, the southern domain, and even the profound heaven realm, will face a catastrophic disaster. Therefore, our 2 Holy Lands wish to join forces with the senior to protect the profound heaven realm." Lingjer pondered upon hearing this, originally thinking that Senior Li only wanted to subdue the demon Venerable, but it turned out to be involved with something existing in Chengli Mountain. Now it seems that the world in Senior Li's eyes is far beyond her imagination. The structure of this game board of Senior Li is really too high level, too vast. A mere ant like her can only see a fingernail of the senior. Linger also stood up and accepted the request. "I can lead the 2 of you to pay respects to the senior, but whether you meet him or not depends on fate." The 2 old men of the 2 Holy Lands immediately bowed. "Thank you, Fire Empress." The 2 great Holy Lands are extremely grateful. 2 days later, near the summit where Li Fan often sat to paint, 2 girls appeared on a flying ship, admiring the scenery. Ziling, standing at the bow of the ship, said, "As expected of the place where the old ancestor attained enlightenment, at first glance, it resembles a hidden dragon in slumber. Sister Nan Feng, I heard that a demon Venerable appeared here and was destroyed by a painting. I really don't know what kind of person could paint such a painting." These are the 2 sisters, Ziling, and Nanfeng. Suddenly, Ziling exclaimed, There is a huge aura, do not go any further, prepare to turn around. No, this aura doesn't pose a danger to us. This is the Holy Brush Dao aura. This is the aura of the Holy Brush Dao. Quickly move forward, I want to see who it is. Nanfeng, standing beside her, continuously observed. How can this be? Even at such a distance, it can still affect a spirit-grade flying ship. Then how terrifying must that Dao talent be? Unless the three absolute old ancestor has been resurrected. Ziling excitedly said, Sister, let's go over there and take a look. Nanfeng was a little vigilant, and cautiously reminded Ziling, I know you have knowledge of painting, but there really is a peerless expert painting. Rushing over there is too dangerous. But then again, whatever. Anyway, this evergreen mountain range is already fraught with danger, so a little more won't hurt. Nanfeng then loudly commanded, Lower the flying ship. Don't be disrespectful to the venerable master ahead. Nanfeng continued, speaking to Ziling, this dazzling light has many unknowns. Are you sure you want to go? Ziling looked ahead with great anticipation, elder sister. As long as we get closer, the secret art of painting in my body will automatically activate. This is a summoning from the Grand Dao. If I could just take a look, just one look, I wouldn't regret dying in this life. Hearing this, Nanfeng regained her spirit. Alright, then let's go take a look together. Over here, Li Fan was sitting, focused on painting, with Bai Xiaoqing beside him. Nanfeng and Ziling, hidden behind nearby bushes, watched in awe. This is truly a saint painter. Man and Dao as one. Every stroke carries the grand Dao of heaven and earth. What kind of character is this? Even looking at the paintings drawn by the old ancestor in the sect couldn't move me like this. After a while, Li Fan finished painting, and was writing the name of the painting. Myriad mountains gathering dragons. Cat Xiaobai Qing standing next to him also raised his hand to stamp it. Li Fan excitedly rubbed his head against Bai Xiaoqing. Our Xiaobai is so smart, she even knows how to stamp, haha. Suddenly, Li Fan noticed Ziling and Nanfeng approaching, and he felt a little embarrassed. Holy crap! Where did these two beauties suddenly come from? I'm screwed, they saw me looking like a high slob. Li Fan raised his hand, pretending to cough. Ahem, who might you two be? Ziling and Nanfeng immediately saluted. Greetings, senior. I am Nanfeng, and this is my junior sister, Ziling. We were passing through this area and were attracted by the senior's painting style. We couldn't help but come and see. It was indeed a bit abrupt. Please forgive us, senior. Li Fan clasped his hands behind his back, thinking, these two young ladies brought drawings to climb the mountain, probably lacking inspiration in art, so they came out to find new inspiration. So, they were attracted by my exquisite painting skills. Well, I guess I deserve to be called senior. So that's how it is. It seems you also understand painting, so we can be considered to have a predestined relationship. Ziling mustered her courage and spoke. Senior, may I come closer to see your painting? Nanfeng exclaimed with some worry. Ziling, how dare you make such a request? My junior sister doesn't understand things. Please don't blame her for any disrespect, senior. My Ziling is so clueless. This is an unfathomable great master. And the painting also contains countless Dafio principles. It can be said to be a treasure. How can it be easily shown? While she was pondering, Li Fan had already brought his painting in front of Nanfeng, surprising her. Huh, what's this? Li Fan spoke, bringing the painting in front of the two beauties. It's just a painting, no need to be so polite. Nanfeng suddenly felt a huge surge of power and screamed, Ah, senior, this power! Nanfeng experienced a feeling of peace, like being in her mother's womb. In an instant, she broke through from the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, breaking through continuously, 6th level, then to the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. In the blink of an eye, Nanfeng broke through to the perfect nascent soul realm, full of excitement. Looking at Li Fan's painting, it's truly a divine blessing. This painting, oh my god, if he hadn't been to Evergreen Mountain, how could he have painted it so clearly? Could it be that the senior in front of us is... It is said that there is a hidden ascension platform in Evergreen Mountain. Since ancient times, people who have entered deep into Evergreen Mountain have either ascended to the immortal realm or died without a trace. There is no turning back from the ascension platform. If it weren't for the reincarnation of the three absolutes immortal, who would have such abilities? This senior, Li Fan, rejoiced in his heart, thinking, it's worth it to receive admiration from two people at the same time. But it's getting so late, it's too dangerous for these two young ladies home to be deep in the mountains. Li Fan spoke. Meeting is due to fate, no need to thank me. Li Fan raised his hand again, pretending to cough. Ahem, it's getting late, and it's probably too dangerous for you two to be here. There's nowhere else around here. If you don't mind, you can come back to the village with me. The two sisters, Ziling and Nanfeng, were very excited. Senior, can we really go back to the village with you? Can we really? Scene changed back to Li Fan's small village. At this time, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, with constant thunder and lightning. In a corner of those dark clouds, two envoys of the evil god appeared, staring at Li Fan's village. One of them smiled eerily and said, Since we are envoys of the evil god, we should eliminate all obstacles for the great evil god. This place feels like a forbidden area, but there is nothing special inside. Let's quickly destroy it. After saying that, the two envoys immediately used the evil god's thunder transportation to get close to Li Fan's village. The two blockheads rushed straight into Li Fan's isolated mountain village, full of glee. After a long while, under the heavy rain, the two envoys stopped abruptly. A powerful magnetic field has appeared here, full of spiritual energy, even making it difficult for us, yakshas, to approach. It's even scarier than where our master cultivates in seclusion. Are we, as sovereigns, unable to enter? The distance is only 10 steps away, just 10 more steps, yet it feels like the ends of the earth. What is this place? Why can't we unleash our full power? We must go and see. This place must be hiding a huge secret, definitely a great threat to our master. The envoy glared and shouted, "Quickly burn our demon souls!" The two envoys burst into flames, burning their demon souls to be able to enter. The two blockheads ran inside, shouting, "Even if we burn our demon souls, we must go inside and take a look. As long as we know what it is and report it to our master, even death is worth it." The two blockheads tried to step inside. Bright, golden light suddenly appeared. A claw appeared, followed by sharp scratching sounds and screams. In the blink of an eye, the two evil god envoys turned into two black, dry skeletons lying outside the mountain village. At the same time, the two envoys from the two Holy Lands, along with Huo Lingwei and Tian Ning, were also on their way to Li Fan's residence. Old Hong Xuan raised the Bagua mirror in his hand, observing, "This mirror can sense demons and evil god envoys within 1,000 miles. I'm afraid they have already arrived at that senior's residence," old Luo Ming, standing next to him, said. "Then let's hurry. Let's quickly inform that senior." Old Hong Xuan stared ahead. "It's too late. I'm afraid the two sides have already fought. From the reaction of the demon-detecting mirror, it can be seen that the evil god envoys are stronger than us. I just hope that senior can hold on a little longer. Let's quickly get there to help senior." The demon-detecting mirror shows that the evil god envoys have passed through this place, and even unleashed a celestial-level amount of demonic energy here. Old Hong Xuan, old Luo Ming, together with Tian Ning and Ling Zhe, have also arrived. Huo Ling Zhe, as soon as her feet touched the ground, worriedly exclaimed, "Let's go quickly. Go see Senior Li. I hope Senior Li is all right." Old Hong Xuan suddenly exclaimed, "That is, Yaksha bones. What? What is this? These two Yaksha skeletons? Could it be that these two demon generals are dead?" Seeing the two supreme experts of the two Holy Lands discussing with each other, Tian Ning wondered, "What are they talking about? Yaksha bones? What are Yakshas?" Huo Lingzhe stared at the two venerable ones. Their expressions just now didn't seem like this, right? Old Hong Xuan raised a bone fragment of the envoy just now, observing, "Yaksha bones are the remnants after a Yaksha demon general dies. This means that those two Yaksha demon generals died while trying to break into Senior Li's house." Tian Ning and Huo Lingwei looked blankly at the two supreme experts of the Holy Land. A celestial-level battle. The evil god envoys couldn't even get through the door. Old Luo Ming looked down, pondering. This senior's strength not only surpasses the supreme, but even immortals can't compare. We are sovereigns in the Holy Land. Immortals are already far beyond our reach. But this one is even more than an immortal. Old Hong Xuan also pondered. With such strength, no wonder he dares to plot against the evil gods. Killing immortals is as easy as flipping his hand. We can't be disrespectful, we can't not be afraid. The two old men immediately put on obsequious expressions, flattering and old-fashioned, looking at Huo Lingwei and Tian Ning. "Two young ladies, quickly introduce us to that senior." From the distance, Liu Fan's voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, Tian Ning, Huo Lingwei, you're here again." From afar, Liu Fan reached out and waved. Behind him were Ziling and Nanfeng. Huo Lingwei and Tian Ning immediately bowed and saluted. "Greetings, senior." Old Hong Xuan glanced over, saying to Luo Ming, "That's not right. This senior seems to have just returned from outside, and there's not even a trace of fighting." Old Luo Ming also glanced at Hong Xuan. Could it be that the Yaksha demon generals never even met this senior? Then why did they die in front of Liao Senior's house like that? Li Fan suddenly got angry, shouting loudly, "Who is it? Who is so unethical? Can't even sort the trash. Why are you throwing garbage in front of my house?" The two old supreme experts fearfully looked at Li Fan sweeping away the skeletons. Trash, garbage. Yaksha demon sovereigns at the supreme level are garbage in Senior Lin's eyes. The two old men hurriedly saluted Li Fan. Tai Yan Holy Land Hong Xuan pays respects to Senior. Zi Yang Holy Land Luo Ming pays respects to Senior. Li Fan was stunned, not knowing who the two old men in front of him were, and opened his mouth. "Who are you two? What do you think you're doing here?" Nan Feng next to him also recognized them. They are the two sovereigns of the two great Holy Lands. Lao Luming stepped forward and bowed. Senior's great Tao painting of the sun has shaken the southern domain with its fame. Everyone knows it. We admire you wholeheartedly, and have come specifically to pay our respects to Senior Lai. Li Fan, praised, grinned from ear to ear. "Ha ha, you flatter me too much, too much. It seems Huo Lingzhe must have built up some fame with that painting in the market or somewhere. Maybe these people are here to buy paintings. If that's the case, then you two, please come inside for a look around. The two elders respectfully invited Li Fan to lead the way. Senior Li, please lead the way. With you here, how dare we go first? Ling Fan suddenly raised his hand, sensing the wind. Looks like there's a big wind today. The two supreme elders were dumbfounded. A big wind. What is this senior implying? The two elders then followed behind Li Fan. As soon as they entered, their eyes widened in surprise. This spiritual energy field is too strong, too terrifying. Luckily, we followed behind Senior Lai. If we had rushed in on our own, I'm afraid we would have died without a burial place. The energy field here gives me a feeling even more terrifying than the guardian formation of the Taiyan Holy Land's immortal grade sect. Lao Luming worried slightly. Why do I feel like those two Yaksha demon generals from before were probably killed by this spiritual energy field? Lao Hongshuan was extremely shocked, pointing at the peach tree in front of him. That is it a peach tree? Lao Luming looked over in a panic. Really? But isn't the peach tree a sacred object that only grows in the immortal realm? The two supreme elders continuously observed the peach tree in detail. Lao Luming was extremely shocked. No, don't look carelessly, we can't touch anything here. Lao Luming then fell into Lao Hongshuan's arms. Dizzy, Li Fan hurriedly ran out, gesturing for the two supreme elders to sit down and rest. How strange. Why does everyone who comes to my house have a stroke and fall over? Please sit down and rest for a while. Lao Luming and Hongshuan then sat down to calm their minds and talk to each other. Just one look almost messed up my cultivation foundation. This peach tree is truly a divine object of the immortal realm. Lao Hongshuan trembled and put his palms together to calm his mind. At this time, Ling Fan had also finished making tea and brought it out for his guests. I just came in, and now my house only has tea to offer guests. Tian Ning and Lingshare saw the tea and were endlessly happy. Thank you, senior. Having tea is a blessing. Li Fan then offered the tea to Lao Luming with both hands. Lao Luming looked at the teacup in his hand, thinking to himself, such a great expert is actually offering us tea with both hands. Truly admirable. Lao Hongshuan saw Tian Ning and Lingye drinking tea so happily, and also tried to take a sip. As soon as the two supreme elders took a sip, their entire bodies broke through, and a feeling of comfort spread throughout their bodies. The two supreme elders were as if they wanted to sprout, returning to their youth, running and jumping around happily. Oh brother, have you felt anything yet? Lao Luming eagerly opened his mouth. Oh brother, I felt it. It's like I just took a hit of weed. A feeling of comfort like I've arrived in the immortal realm. Our supreme realm is also becoming complete. Lao Hongshuan held the teacup tightly. Haha, for 100 years we've been stuck in the supreme realm, but now it's easily taken a step forward. Lao Luming was still in a hallucination, mumbling continuously in a daze. Oh, a boat, oh snow, there are cows too, go get grass for the cows to eat, brother. Nan Feng looked up at the two high supreme elders, wondering, are those two doing drugs or something? So trippy. The two supreme elders brought this feeling of euphoria before Li Fan and bowed. Thank you for your great kindness, senior. Li Fan waved his hands repeatedly, embarrassed. There's no need for that. Meeting is fate. And besides, everyone is in the same stoner association. Li Fan took out a painting from his body, and then said, my work today, please take a look at it since you have come from afar. Li Fan thought as he opened the painting. It must be opened to show the importance of this painting, so that it can be sold for a good price. Then Li Fan spread the painting out in front of everyone. Please take a look. Everyone present exclaimed in amazement. This is the masterpiece of creation. Li Fan, after spreading out his work, shouted, this is my work today. 10,000 mountains gathering dragon auspiciousness, golden dragon roaring and circling. The two supreme elders of the two great holy lands knelt on the ground, extremely shocked. This is the entire Changli Mountain. In an instant, the entire Changli Mountain is vividly drawn, every detail of it is fully expressed, and now, just based on this painting, it deserves to be called a priceless treasure. The two supreme elders stared intently at the painting, thinking to themselves, it seems that Senior knew we were coming soon, so he prepared to draw this painting after infiltrating Changli Mountain. No one can survive and walk out, and this painting must require going to observe the entire mountain range to be drawn. How could Senior Lai come out of the mountain range completely unscathed like that? Li Fan glanced at the expressions on the faces of the two old men before him, thinking to himself, judging from their expressions and reactions, they seem pretty satisfied. I can't just blurt out the price. Otherwise, this painting will seem too ordinary. You guys really like this painting that much? The two supreme elders nodded repeatedly. Yes. This painting will definitely help us stabilize our grand enterprise. Li Fan calculated in his heart. Grand enterprise. Could it be that these two old guys want to open a calligraphy and painting shop? Looks like their business is on the verge of bankruptcy, so they need a real treasure to save the day. Li Fan rolled up the painting and handed it to the two old men. If that's the case, then take it and go. The two supreme elders reached out to receive the painting, pondering a bit. It seems the senior deliberately bestowed this painting upon us with a hidden meaning. Does he want us to do something for him? If the senior has an order, it must be for a reason. Let's quickly accept it. Li Fan looked at the two old men thoughtfully, wondering, what the heck? These two old codgers took my painting and aren't paying for it. What's the deal? After thinking about it, Li Fan pretended to cough a few times and held out his hand. Cough, cough. One hand delivers the goods, the other receives the money. You two haven't paid yet. The two supreme elders turned to each other, exchanging knowing glances. The senior definitely doesn't want to get involved in the cycle of karma. That's right. The more terrifying the figure, the more they value their karma. The blazing fire everlasting ripple mountain is quite complicated. The senior definitely doesn't want to get involved, so he's using the method of accepting money to make it seem like a normal transaction, without affecting his karma. But will these spirit stones be of any use to the senior? After conferring, the two supreme elders presented two small boxes. We also need to show a bit of sincerity to this senior. Senior, these are all the things your junior has on him. Please accept them. Senior, your junior only has these things. I hope senior won't laugh at them. Li Fan accepted the two small boxes and laughed loudly. Haha, you're too humble. Too humble. These boxes aren't light either. I wonder if it's silver or gold. These two are really generous. Li Fan then sat down and placed the two small boxes beside him. The matter of money is settled. Thank you both for coming. If you need anything in the future, you can come anytime. Upon hearing this, the two supreme elders thought to themselves, in the future? It seems the senior has already foreseen the future. The senior is definitely rearranging the grand scheme. The two then said in unison, thank you, senior. We bid farewell here and will come to pay our respects to senior another day. Li Fan raised his teacup and replied, all right, then I won't keep you any longer. Afterwards, the two supreme elders left Li Fan's mountain village. As they walked, the two constantly mentioned Li Fan. This senior is truly too terrifying. My back was so scared that it was dripping with cold sweat. Lihuo Ming kept wiping his sweat with a towel. At first, we underestimated this senior, but now it seems this senior is definitely an immortal. Even his cultivation level is not low. He can even grow peaches of immortality. He can only be a senior from the immortal realm. Throughout history, only a few geniuses have been able to enter the immortal realm. Now that an immortal realm expert has descended to the mortal world, it must be for the grand enterprise of the people's safety. Lao Hongshuan also pondered and opened his mouth. Fellow Taoists, in the senior's eyes, are our two great holy lands just pawns? Lao Luoming replied. It's not just us. Didn't you see the two young women carrying zithers and paintings following behind the senior earlier? They are people from the Three Absolutes Holy Land of Central Continent. Fellow Taoists. The Holy Land is a pawn. And this chessboard isn't just the southern domain. It's hard to imagine how big the other pieces are. Lao Hongshuan pondered. The Holy Land is a pawn. Back at Li Fan's house, Linglisher was currently standing and bowing to Li Fan. Senior, thank you for bestowing the treasure. Now our Huo country is extremely stable. Today I especially came to report to you. Ling Fan thought to himself. Stable? It seems they used my paintings to sell for a good price. Maybe they can even open a shop or something and have a place to stay, Ling Fan said to Lingzher. That's good. Keep trying. As long as you keep striving, your life will get better and better. Linger and Tianning jumped for joy. This is what Senior Li wants to tell us. Work hard for him. Our future could be limitless. Tianning also cupped her hands and bowed to Li Fan. That's right, Senior. Also, the two great figures, Luo Ming and Hong Xuan, obtaining the precious painting will definitely cause a huge wave in the southern domain. At that time do we need to go? Li Fan thought excitedly in his heart. Haha, these people's intentions are really. Those two, Luo Ming and Hong Xuan, have obtained my painting and will definitely spread it everywhere. Maybe they will even organize exhibitions, art fairs, or trade fairs. They definitely want to go there to do big business, so they must also want to get business opportunities from me. After thinking about it, Li Fan put down his teacup. If you want to go, then go. If you need my help with anything, I will always help you. Then, he poured another cup of tea and opened his mouth. Ask Ziling and Nanfeng, what plans do you two have? At this time, Ziling blushed shyly and hesitantly opened her mouth. Senior, I can stay by your side to learn painting, can't I? Nanfeng, who was standing next to her, immediately scolded. Nonsense, Ziling. How dare you be so audacious? It's already our life's honor to be entertained by Senior today. How can you make such a rude request? Li Fan began to ponder again. Her older sister is stopping her. Could it be that she's worried learning to paint will affect her cultivation? Indeed, my family used to worry that reading too many novels would affect my studies. Nanfeng cupped her hands and saluted Li Fan. Senior, please forgive us. Ziling's understanding of the world is not yet profound, so she made such an excessive request. Please forgive her, and don't take it to heart, Ziling. Ziling, haven't you realized it yet? This senior's painting suppressed the existence of the demon lord a few days ago. How could such an immortal being casually accept disciples? Suddenly, the system popped up a new quest. Spread the teachings of painting. Accept 2 disciples. Li Fan was stunned after reading it. Li Fan immediately turned to look at the 2 beauties in front of him. This system? Seriously. It's not like I can't accept them, but what if it really affects their cultivation? I have to test the waters. Li Fan pretended to cough a few times. Ahem, ahem. Indeed, I feel that learning to sing and paint in your free time is quite good. If you two are willing, I'm willing to accept you as disciples. Nanfeng looked at Li Fan in surprise. Senior, did you, just now, say that you would really accept the two of us? Xingling next to her cheered excitedly. That's great, Senior has really accepted me as a disciple. Li Fan raised his teacup and asked Nanfeng. It seems like you don't really want to learn painting. Nanfeng bowed. Senior, this junior studies the zither, while senior is in the field of painting, so how could it be? Li Fan laughed loudly as he looked at Nanfeng. Haha, this young lady is worried about not being in the right major. Why don't you play a piece for me to listen to? At this time, Nanfeng immediately set up the zither she always carried with her, and began to play a section for Li Fan to trot. Li Fan pondered. Listening to the melodious zither music in his ear, he thought, this girl is a natural. At the zither, she indeed has some comprehension, but there are still many shortcomings. After a while, Nanfeng finished the piece from her zither. Xingling, next to her, admired, Senior Sister Nanfeng, your zither playing is so good. Li Fan then gave his assessment. Your zither skills are not bad, but your hands seem to still be very stiff, form is ruined by the spirit, everything is wrong, lend me your zither for a moment. Nanfeng stared blankly at Li Fan. Senior not only knows painting but also has research on the zither. When I was at the Three Absolutes Holy Ground, my master also said that my hands were not skilled enough and needed further practice. How could Senior Li say that my fingers are restricted? Li Fan took a sip of tea and continued. Still waters run deep, a heavy sword has no edge. Listen carefully to my piece. Then, Li Fan waved his hand. The sound of the zither pierced through the blue sky, like the music of an immortal escaping the immortal realm. Nanfeng felt extremely comfortable listening to the music, so profound that it made me realize many things in the world. My heart is broken. Where in the world can I find a soulmate? Nanfeng was now finished, moved to tears. Hearing this piece of music, Nanfeng would have no regrets even if she died. Li Fan smiled and looked at Nanfeng. How do you feel? Do you want to take me as your teacher now? After that, both beauties bowed and acknowledged Li Fan as their master. Li Fan finally completed the system's quest, turned his back, and laughed loudly. Ha ha! Get up quickly, you two stay here for now. Li Fan walked to a corner, looked at the surrounding scenery, and pondered. The distance to becoming a cultivator has taken another step forward. I really don't know how long it will be before I become a cultivator. Guess I was destined to be ordinary. Cut to the Taiyan Holy Land. Old Hongshuan and Luo Ming have returned. Here are the holy lords of the two great holy lands. Holy Lord of Taiyan, Spirit Supremacy. Lord of Xiang Holy Land, Primordial Yang Supremacy. Old Ling Chao speaks up. Looking at this Dao painting, I now understand why Chengli Mountain Range is a forbidden zone. Seems like a true immortal powerhouse has descended to the mortal realm. Old Yuanyang also adds. Indeed, judging from this Dao painting, Chengli Mountain Range is essentially a mountain-forming grand formation, where 10,000 mountains gather to form a dragon, a massive one at that. This immortal is likely undertaking a grand endeavor within the Chengli Mountain Range. I wonder what his intentions are behind bestowing the Dao painting. Luo Ming glances towards the two holy lords. Holy lords and fellow cultivators. From my perspective, even if this senior is embarking on a great undertaking, bestowing the Dao painting suggests he wants us to enter the Chengli Mountain Range. That's the gist of it. Change is coming to the Chengli Mountain Range. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in, urgently reporting. Disaster! Disaster! Holy Lord! Cracks and fissures are appearing all over the Chengli Mountain Range, and strange phenomena are manifesting. Something unfathomable is emerging. Meanwhile, in Chengli Mountain, a giant serpent rises from the earth, thunder roars across the sky, and the deafening thunder rumbles all the way to Li Fan's house, scaring the crap out of Bai Xiaoting. Li Fan, still fast asleep, mutters. What's with all the thunder? Is it gonna rain again? The next morning, at Lim Fan's house, after a good night's sleep, Li Fan stretches and steps out to bask in the morning sunlight. Ah, good morning. Full of energy, Ziling and Nanfeng are already waiting outside. Good morning, Master. Nanfeng steps forward and begins. Master, we wanted to wash our faces, but... Li Fan scratches his head, looking at Nanfeng. I'll take care of it. Nanfeng watches Li Fan's back as he walks away, continuing. It's like there's a holy spring well connected to the earth's core in the yard. Maybe Master uses it for cultivation, can't contaminate it, Ziling adds from the side. Right, holy spring water. The aura is so dense it's practically tangible. It's probably only something a supremacy could use. Li Fan, with a bucket of water in hand, glances at Ziling and Nanfeng. Heat this water up before using it to wash your faces. I've already chopped the firewood over there. Ziling and Nanfeng are stunned. Use the holy spring just for washing our faces. Next, Li Fan fills another bucket and pours it into the trough for the chickens to drink. Seeing this, the two sisters are completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, he really is an immortal. Ziling, in disbelief, tells Nanfeng, Sis, when Master said he chopped the firewood, was he talking about that pile of profound flame wood over there? Afterwards, the two sisters wash their faces with the water, looking utterly content. Just washing my face, and I already feel like my skin and tendons are being reborn. It's too miraculous, sis. I want to drink it too. It'd be great to have just one sip. Nanfeng immediately turns to caution Ziling. Don't embarrass Master, Ziling. We have to forget about our previous poor lives at the Holy Land, and get used to it, get used to everything here. Ling Fern, already sitting at the table, calls out. Once you are done washing up, pour the water into the vegetable patch, don't waste it. Then come over here to eat breakfast. Ziling gazes blankly around the garden, the vegetable patch. Sis, I feel like our previous lives were like beggars. Is this the vegetable garden Master was talking about? Even the worst stuff here must be sacred herbs. With a vegetable garden like this, no wonder it needs holy spring water to irrigate it. After watering the vegetables, the two sisters sit down at the table. Li Fan has already set out the food. Those chickens haven't laid any eggs for the past couple of days, so we can only have vegetable porridge. The tea eggs are all gone too. Let's just make do with this today. Ziling glances at Nanfeng, speechless. Sis, am I dreaming? Nanfeng lifts the bowl of porridge, trembling. This bowl of porridge is clearly a sacred elixir. Even a leaf or a blade of grass at the three absolute Holy Land is incredibly precious, considered a sacred herb that's hard to come by. Li Fan smiles at the two sisters. Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good when it's cold. Nanfeng stares intently at the bowl of porridge. We absolutely have to eat it. Seeing the two beautiful women eating like starving wolves, Li Fan laughs heartily. Ha ha, take it easy, there's still plenty. Xingling finishes a bowl and feels completely satisfied, then turns to look at Li Fan. Master, I want another bowl. Nanfeng then holds up her bowl. Master, one wants another bowl too. Bai Xiaoting watches in disbelief, her jaw dropping. Where did these two beggar sisters come from? So shameless. After stuffing their faces, Ziling spoke up. Where did Shifu go? Nanfeng stretched and glanced at Ziling. Looks like he went to feed the chickens. Ziling looked at the chickens in the distance. Gej, why do I feel like these chickens are a bit strange? Nanfeng rolled her eyes at the chickens. Anything Shifu raises is definitely not ordinary. They might be some kind of divine beast. Didn't you notice? Shifu's using holy medicine to feed them. A moment later, Li Fan, holding a chicken egg, handed it to Ziling. Now that you're full, time to practice, Ziling. Your task for today is to paint on this chicken egg. Ziling looked at the egg in her hand. Why do I feel like I'm holding a supreme treasure? Nanfeng looked at the egg in front of her in amazement. This egg seems to contain the aura of Zihi fire spiritual power, like a dormant volcano, and the shell. It even has the profound aura of a fire phoenix. What kind of egg is this anyway? And I just heard Shifu uses these things for breakfast every day. Li Fan stood with his hands on his hips, staring at Ziling. What's wrong? Don't want to paint? Think painting on an egg is too simple. The most important thing in painting is basic skill. And basic skill, the real reason, is to help you see through the essence of painting. By imagining through such a simple egg, it can let you practice drawing tens of thousands of times. So you will understand the object you want to draw even better. Ziling hurriedly bowed. Ziling knows her mistake. Li Fan was lecturing Ziling when suddenly there was a frantic knock at the door, and Auntie Zhang's voice kept ringing out. Zhao Li, open the door quickly. I brought you some meat as a gift. Li Fan immediately ran to open the door. Auntie Zhang, where did you get so much meat? Auntie Zhang eagerly told Li Fan. Zhao Li, let me tell you. There was a big earthquake last night that caused many mountains to collapse, but our village was very lucky and nothing happened. It's a miracle. So many birds and beasts in the mountains all ran to the front of our village and died, and they're all delicious, high-quality meat. It's just that their meat is too thick, and everyone's knives in the village couldn't cut through it. Luckily, the cleaver you made for me before is super sharp. One light chop and their meat easily falls apart, so I came to give you some wild beast meat to enjoy. Li Fan became worried when he heard this. There was an earthquake. The two sisters were extremely worried. An earthquake? Could it be that something happened to the Changli mountain range? At the same time, in the sky not far from Li Fan's village, two crafty old men were talking to each other. The white-haired old man looked at the old man next to him. Shixong Timing, the Changli mountain range has truly opened. The holy relic left behind by our ancestor might also appear. Timing looked ahead pensively. I was wondering why old Devil Mo sent his two female disciples here first. Turns out he wants to monopolize the holy relic. The white-haired old man laughed loudly. Haha, Shixong is overthinking it. What kind of waves can two little separation realm cultivators make? Ao Ming, Zhu Xin. You two take people to find that Nanfeng and Ziling, and bring them back to the sect, dead or alive. Back to the scene of devastation after last night's earthquake in front of Li Fan's mountain village. Ziling looked up at the sky. Oh my god, what exactly happened? Did a god descend and inflict thunder tribulation? It can only be thunder tribulation punishing someone, otherwise how could it have such power? But Girj, I still wonder, why didn't we feel anything last night when those lightning bolts were striking so hard? Nanfeng also looked a little worried. It's really too scary. Luckily we're in the small mountain village with Shifu here. Even thunder tribulation wouldn't dare approach his place. Haven't you noticed? Within 1,000 miles, only the small mountain village is still safe and sound, as if nothing happened. The villagers can sleep soundly all night. and basically don't know what happened in the outside world. One can imagine that these strange beasts must have also felt that this place was the only safe place last night, so they wanted to come in to take refuge. But maybe Shifu, in order to protect everyone, prevented the strange beasts from intruding into the village, so he didn't open the barrier. Otherwise, Xianling looked at the villagers in a panic. This is really too brutal. Mammoths, depengs, 3 yuan turtles. These are all quasi-supreme level strange beasts. Now ordinary people can use them as food. Under Shifu's protection, all living beings are blessed, and everyone is equal. I finally realized. All of this is because Shifu took action. Li Faron was extremely puzzled in his heart at this time. How could there be an earthquake? And there are turtles in the forest. That's illogical. But it's still lucky that my village is fine. It's worthy of being the place chosen by the system. It must be the safest place. At this time, an old man called out, Li Fan, you are knowledgeable. Can you explain what exactly is going on? Will something happen to us here? Li Fan happily smiled and replied to the old man, everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Our village is very safe. The two sisters happily muttered to themselves. As expected, Shifu had already arranged everything. Suddenly, from the sky came a loud voice. Nan Feng, Ziling, where are you? Come out now. The villagers looked up at the sky in surprise and clamored, look, what is that, a flying boat? Ah, it seems to be a cultivator. OMG, no way. The two dudes on the ship kept shouting, Nan Feng, Ziling, come out here and accept your death. Nan Feng looked up. Turns out it's Ao Ming and his crew. Master, we were originally disciples of the 3 Absolutes Sacred Ground, but not long ago we were framed by Old Man Yuan Ben. That's why we came to Mount Chengli, to seek our fortune. I'm afraid we've been targeted by them. Li Faron asked, dumbfounded. 3 Absolutes Sacred Ground, what's that even? Nan Feng explained. The 3 Absolutes Sacred Ground is famous throughout the Xuantian realm. Our sacred ground has an ancestor in the sect who excels in the 3 paths of yin, music and painting, and calligraphy. People in the 3 Absolutes Sacred Ground cultivate these 3 paths. Li Fan pondered after listening. So that's how it is? Isn't this just a school formed by some young people who are good at literature and art? Shouting and yelling, acting all angry, like I'm some black squid corrupting their students? My level is also that of a famous tutor. At most we'll have a competition to broaden their horizons. At this moment, the 2 dudes on the ship also rushed down, constantly shouting, Nan Feng, Ziling. There are also divine beast corpses here, like the 3 yuan turtle and the great azure peng. If senior brother catches Nan Feng and Ziling, we'll get a big haul. Suddenly, they saw Granny Dian Chuxiang slicing the 3 yuan turtle in half with one knife and stopped in extreme fear. Then tucked their tails between their legs and ran away. Quick, quick, run, run! There are too many terrifying experts here. That old woman sliced the 3 yuan turtle in half with one knife. That's too scary. After he returned to the ship, his legs trembled so much that he couldn't stand still. Start the spaceship! Leave here quickly! What the hell is going on? That knife couldn't even break the so-called supreme turtle shell. But under that knife, it was like tofu, easily cut into hundreds of pieces. This place is terrifying, scary. It's definitely not something we can deal with. Li Fan watched in a daze. Huh? They charged over aggressively, then tucked their tails and ran away. What's up with that? Ziling also asked Nan Feng in confusion. Why did these Ao Ming guys suddenly run away like that? Li Fan then turned to look at the 2 sisters and smiled. Since they've left, then we'll wait until they come back, and I'll continue to lecture them on reason. Let's go home. It's better for us not to go out during this time. The 2 sisters, Nan Feng and Ziling, stared at Li Fan eagerly, thinking, with Master around, we don't need to be afraid of them at all. With Master here, even a supreme wouldn't be a problem. Lecture on reason, huh? I'm afraid that even a supreme in the mortal world isn't qualified to receive it. Lao Tai-Ming stared ahead, seeing Ao Ming and his crew, and said, Ao Ming, they're back. The white-haired old man glanced over, thinking about the hidden danger that had been resolved. Only we can obtain these items left by our ancestors. Lao Tai-Ming said, that's good too. I hope they can clean it up more thoroughly, and don't let anyone in the sect find out. Ao Ming started shouting to report, Master, something big has happened. Nan Feng and Ziling, the 2 of them, have entered the forbidden area. That forbidden area is really too terrifying. There's an old woman in it who can slice the 3 yuan turtle into hundreds of pieces with one knife. That knife is like a kitchen knife, but it contains a huge amount of energy. Just looking at it from a distance gave me a feeling of mortal danger. If I got closer, I'm afraid I would be crushed into ashes. Moreover, that forbidden area is near Mount Chengli. But it doesn't seem to be affected by the abnormal phenomenon last night at all. It's really too terrifying. Too scary? The white-haired old man frowned, a little angry. What nonsense. Perhaps we have to go there ourselves. After a while, Lao Xintai and Lao Timing arrived at Li Fan's mountain village. Lao Xintai looked down from above, constantly observing Mount Chengli. The abnormal phenomenon has already collapsed. Why is this place still safe and sound? It's too strange. Lao Timing also looked down attentively. I can't feel any abnormalities. Let's try to sneak in to investigate, Lao Xintai said. I want to see what kind of person dares to take in those two rebellious disciples and oppose our three absolute sacred ground. Nanfeng Ziling, you two rebellious disciples, come out here and accept your death.
Nanfeng was extremely surprised when she heard Lao Shitai's voice. It's over. This is the voice of Elder Shitai. Ziling looked around worriedly. Sister, even the Supreme has personally taken action.
Ling Fan looked at Ziling in confusion. Supreme? Sounds like a pretty high level. Is he the homeroom teacher or something? Ziling's face was a little worried. Master, they've come to capture us. Li Fan stared at the spaceship. This homeroom teacher is too fierce. Looks like there might be severe punishment for his students. That won't do. I'll reason with them, Namfeng spoke up to explain. Elder Xiantai is proficient in calligraphy, and accompanying him is probably Elder Taiming. He is proficient in music. His musical instrument is a long flute. Li Fan smiled triumphantly, looking at the spaceship. Music and calligraphy, huh? Those just happen to be the subjects I'm best at. Then, Li Fan took out a brush and ink, and said, I understand. You guys wait a moment. Xingling stared wide-eyed, watching attentively. Why do I feel like what's in Maester's hand isn't just a brush, but also a unique divine weapon? Nanfeng also widened her eyes in shock. Maester's expression when he starts writing, the great Tao is harmonious. What kind of realm is this? Li Fan wrote the three characters, reflect and learn, then said to Ziling, Ziling, take this calligraphy and hang it in front of the courtyard of my residence. We must first name the courtyard of my residence, to contribute to a more study-friendly atmosphere so that they don't misunderstand. Lao Shitai saw Ziling stepping out and shouted loudly, You dare to come out, rebellious disciple, you're really here, haha, Ziling, you're really here. And Nanfeng, you two hurry up and come back to the sacred ground to be punished. Ziling turned around and shouted, Nanfeng Shiji and I have already taken Li Qian as our Shizun. You can't just mess around. Old Xiantai rushed over gleefully. Ziling, how laughable. You dare to betray your sect. Today I will personally clean up the sect. Suddenly, Ziling unrolled Li Fan's calligraphy, causing old Shitai to panic. Old Shitai knelt on the ground, blood continuously streaming from his eyes. Ponder and learn. Ponder and learn. This ideology is as boundless as the sea, and cultivators are like small boats, always seeking the laws. Beyond the world, beyond seeking heaven and earth, seek within your heart. So what is my heart? What am I, after all? I am not me. Haha. Old Taiming stepped forward and placed his hand on old Shitai's shoulder. Close your eyes quickly. This is sacred calligraphy. You can't look at it anymore. If you keep looking, you'll go berserk. Old Shitai turned to look at old Taiming, speaking incoherently. I'm already at the end of my life. Hearing the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening is worth it. Shixiang, I have reached the limits of calligraphy. Haha, I have reached the limit. Haha, the limit. There's no such thing as this kind of calligraphy in the world. Haha, old Taiming stared at Xiantai. Is this dude crazy? Did he overdose or something? Old Taiming continued to point at Ziling, but he didn't dare to look forward. Ziling, what kind of power is behind you? Ziling looked at old Taiming and shouted, You are not qualified to know Shizun's identity. Suddenly, old Taiming heard a melodious tune in his ears. This sound is... At this moment, old Taiming suddenly realized, my body feels like I'm floating on the four seas. Shidi, you said that you're at the end of your life. Hearing the Davio in the morning and dying in the evening is worth it. I have also achieved enlightenment. The divine weapon of Taiming also gradually released. At the same time, on the flying ship, two subordinates of the two elders panicked. How could this be? This is Hua Dao, Taiming Jizun, one of the Jizuns with the most hope of becoming an immortal in the Three Absolutes Holy Land, has now also Hua Dao. He has transformed into the Dao and vanished. Li Fan stepped out and looked around. They've probably left, right? Ziling picked up the flute. A divine weapon. Her expression extremely panicked. This is Taiming's Jizun divine weapon. Normally, if the person is still alive, so is the flute. Li Fan walked away indifferently. Throw it away! This flute has already been blown by someone else. It's full of saliva. And besides, this flute is made of iron. It doesn't sound like a flute when you blow it. With teachers like that. No wonder students run away. Now Ming, in a panic, took out the jade talisman of the Bamboo Heart Holy Land and shouted, Shixiang, this is the jade talisman of the Holy Land. It can alarm the sect master and all the Jizun elders. Now Ming shouted angrily. 2 Jizuns, 1 dead and 1 gone. Isn't that serious enough? After Now Ming finished speaking, he crushed the jade talisman, summoned the elders, and then reported respectfully, Supreme Elder, these 2 traitors, Nanfeng and Ziling, have betrayed the sect, colluded with outsiders to kill Taiming Jizun, and Shitai Jizun is also half crazy and his whereabouts are unknown. Please, Supreme Elder, immediately send reinforcements to kill the rebellious disciples and avenge the 2 Jizuns. The old Supreme Elder understood and then said, I understand. Scene change back to the Three Absolutes Holy Land. Several elders and the sect master are discussing countermeasures. One of the elders suggested, Sect master, given the existence of such a powerful being, do we really have to avenge the Jizun?
before clarifying the cause of the matter, isn't directly launching a holy war too early. One of them, with a stern expression, expressed his opinion. Those two good-for-nothings both died at the foot of Changli Mountain. I remember that Changli Mountain's ascension platform is about to open. Under the ascension platform, there are countless treasures left by the immortals before they became immortals. Back to before Li Fan's courtyard gate, Lin Shi, Tian Ning, and Old Yu were also standing in front of the gate, gazing at Li Fan's calligraphy. Ponder and learn. This calligraphy is full of domineering aura and Dao principles. Just looking at it makes you feel an unimaginable aura. If a literary cultivator came here, they might be able to comprehend the supreme Dao from this calligraphy. Tian Ning and Huo Linger bowed and saluted. Li Qianbei, Tian Ning, and the others have come today to pay our respects to you. Li Farren heard this inside and said, "Come in quickly. Come here and sit with me. Is everyone well?" Old Yun continued to enter and saluted.
Thank you for your concern, Li Qianbei. This junior is still healthy. Li Fan looked at Old Yu. This time you've come probably because of those guys from Luo Ming, right? Huo Ling Fear looked attentively at Li Fan. Li Qianbei, do you have any suggestions this time?
Li Fan stroked his chin and looked at them. Nothing. Just maintain a normal state of mind. Don't be too nervous. These things are nothing. However, since you've come, I will continue to give you 2 gifts. Last time, I gave those guys from Luo Ming the Myriad Mountains Gathering Dragon Auspice. I guess they will hold a calligraphy and painting exhibition, auction, or something like that. Now it seems that the calligraphy and painting exhibition is about to begin. If so, I will conveniently help them once more. After finishing speaking, Li Fan raised his hand and shouted, "Ink, bring it here quickly." In an instant, Li Fan presented a calligraphy and a painting, causing Tianning and Huo Linguer to be extremely surprised. One sword suppresses Tianan, and azure billows become heavenly palace.
Li Fan continued to instruct, now you guys take this letter and painting with you. If they want to show off in front of the world, then let the world see what true calligraphy is, what true painting is.
Huo Lingyer and Tian Ning held tightly to Li Fan's calligraphy and painting. With these 2 treasures from Senior, no matter how dangerous Changli Mountain is, we don't need to worry anymore. Great, let's go support the 2 great holy lands, Taiyan and Xinyang.
Scene changed to the battle at Changli Mountain. Lao Luming gasped for breath and stuck his sword firmly into the ground. Dao brother, how is it? Lao Hongshuan vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. With the Holy Land's quasi-immortal artifact, the situation has finally stabilized. In the past few days, our 2 Holy Lands allied forces have suffered countless casualties entering Changli Mountain, Lao Luming said to Hongshuan with some fatigue. Indeed, after the collapse of Changli Mountain, many great dangers emerged, and the remaining remnants are also terrifying, Lao Luming suddenly exclaimed in panic. The quasi-immortal sword is moving. Lao Hongshuan, Luming, and countless subordinates stared ahead, astonished. Suddenly, an immortal scene appeared before them. The eternal ascension platform. The ascension platform.
This old man has finally arrived, Lao Hongshuan then shouted. Absurd, this can't be. Suddenly, the ascension platform shot out countless rays of light, piercing straight through Lao Luming, causing him to scream in agony.
Holy Lord, save me. The ascension platform also gradually revealed its true nature. The light, just now, was the immortal Dao tribulation light. This place is the graveyard of the former supreme beings. Lao Yuanyang of the Ziyang Holy Land spoke up. All the supreme beings died here, including even quasi-immortals. The allied forces cannot advance further. This place can only be entered by supreme beings, and what lies ahead is just the Dao Light Tribulation, a first test. Even the slightest imperfection will cause one to be turned into a clay statue by the immortal Dao Tribulation Light, returning to dust. Lao Lingxiao also added, having arrived here, there is no way to easily give up halfway. Only by enduring the Tribulation Light can one ascend the Ascension platform and enter the immortal realm. Otherwise, it will all be for naught. Suddenly, a surge of evil energy rushed past the 2 Holy Lands' holy lords. Dark clouds immediately gathered, filled with evil energy. Lao Yuanyang immediately recognized it. That is the evil god. Ling Xiao stared ahead in disbelief. The evil Dao saint? You, as an evil god, also plot to become an immortal? The old evil god glared at the 2 old holy lords of the Holy Land. A bunch of brats also want to compete for the immortal opportunity. Today, this seat will fulfill you. Borrow the Dacho of supreme beings to attract the Dacho Light Tribulation, paving the way for this seat. Finishing his words, he cast an evil spell, and the entire sky immediately darkened, evil energy filling Changli Mountain. He also unleashed his power, his body beginning to transform into a Rakshasa, sprouting countless hands, equipped with countless magical artifacts. The 2 old holy lords of the Holy Land looked at the powerful evil energy before them and shouted, "You want to defeat us? Dream on." Lao Lingxiao began to unleash the Holy Land's ultimate technique, Taiyan Holy Disc. Below, all the supreme beings present also contributed their strength to support. Lingxiao began to transmit his power. Lao Lingxiao stared at the evil god and shouted, "Today, all the supreme beings of the southern domain have gathered here. We cannot let you run wild." At this moment, Countless rays of Dao light tribulation were continuously shot out. The two old holy lords were a little panicked. It's bad. We are being used by the evil god. He is forcing us to attack, to bear the brunt of the Dapio light tribulation, destroying us, so that he can have a chance to step onto the ascension platform. Achieving his goal, the evil god laughed triumphantly. Thousands of rays of Dapio light tribulation were continuously shot down, accompanied by the evil god's attack. The two old holy lords of the Holy Land helplessly looked at the Dao light tribulation. Dao brother, what should we do now? Perhaps this tribulation cannot be avoided. Suddenly, Huo Lingjuber appeared, using the magical artifact given by Li Fan, and shouted, "All supreme beings, please enter the palace to take refuge." Then, all the supreme beings and the two holy lords quickly ran into the Tianli palace. Yuanyang's jaw dropped in amazement as he entered. What kind of palace is this? Why do I feel so small? Ling Xiao blankly observed meticulously around him. It contains Dao rhythm, and there is spiritual power of the fire attribute everywhere. Could this be a true immortal artifact? Outside, the rays of Dao light tribulation were also continuously shattered by the Tianli palace. Yuan Yang looked out excitedly. What kind of treasure can block the tribulation of divine light? This is really immortal energy, truly immortal energy. Huo Linger clasped her hands and bowed. The tribulation light has been broken. Now we can go out and kill the evil god. Old Yuan Yang stared intently at Huo Linger. He had long heard that the Huo kingdom had the backing of an unparalleled expert, but now seeing it, his eyes were truly opened. Ling Xiao looked at Huo Lingzher and smiled excitedly. May I be so bold as to ask, has that expert become an immortal yet? The two supreme elders of Chengdi secretly muttered, become an immortal. That person can kill even immortal level figures without even lifting a finger. A girl named Jiang Shui suddenly stepped forward and said, Miss, where did you get this divine palace from? Could you let me take a look? The two holy lords, upon seeing Jiang Shui, immediately sensed a terrifying energy, an aura so terrifying, perhaps above the supreme realm. This feeling is no less than that of the evil god. This must be someone in the quasi-immortal realm. Old Luo Ming immediately stepped forward and bowed. That won't do. This is immortal energy. You can't just lend it to anyone. Huo Ling Rare also said, this item was bestowed upon me by a senior. Jiang Shui bowed sincerely. Don't worry, I wouldn't dare offend the owner of this immortal energy. Jiang Shu then had the immortal energy brought out by Huo Lingzher and observed it carefully. After a while, Jiang Shu stepped onto the ascension stairway. Such miraculous immortal energy is truly admirable. The ascension platform holds great opportunities, but it's also extremely dangerous. I originally wanted to advise everyone to retreat, but with such an expert backing you, thinking about it, there shouldn't be any mistakes. If I have the opportunity after becoming an immortal, I will definitely come and pay my respects to the owner of this divine palace. With that said, Jiang Shu slowly stepped onto the stairs, advancing towards the ascension platform. Countless supremes below shouted together, the immortal Dadio tribulation light has dissipated. Now we can approach. We too can obtain the opportunities of the immortal Dao. Evil God. Today we follow the wishes of Senior Lot to eliminate the scourge that you are for the Xuantian realm. The evil god turned his face and shouted loudly, I am only one step away from becoming an immortal. Who can stop me now? Jiang Shui also said, then you know nothing of the power of that senior. The evil god's body began to be cleansed by the divine light. I don't care. I have ascended the ascension platform. I am an immortal. You can't possibly kill an immortal, can you? Ha ha ha. The spiritual energy within my body is also being transformed into immortal energy. Yuan Yang looked at the evil god with some surprise and shouted loudly, the immortal Dao can eliminate everything. He's becoming an immortal. Jiang Shui, also being cleansed by the divine light, looked intently at Huo Ling Shui. Miss, my name is Jiang Shui. Please convey my words to that senior. I am willing to be a pioneer to help the senior. At the same time, all the supremes present also wanted to become immortals and immediately flew to the ascension platform. The evil god can also become an immortal. Is the path to the immortal realm truly this wide? This is the greatest opportunity in thousands of years. Heaven has finally not let us cultivators down. Tian Ning looked worriedly at the evil god. Sister, what should we do now? That evil god is about to become an immortal. Huo Lingger also stared at the evil god. I believe that Senior Li has already made arrangements. Even if he becomes an immortal, he is nothing compared to the senior. The evil god is ecstatic. I'm about to become an immortal. Immortal energy is coursing through my veins. At the same time, a figure appears on a nearby cloud, shouting, Gotcha! Time to reel him in. The figure above yanks the fishing rod, and a stream of spiritual energy is absorbed along with it. The evil god screams in agony. Why is my spiritual energy plummeting so fast? No, who the hell are you? Why are you trying to screw me over? Jiang Shui frowns, looking up. This isn't a lucky encounter at all. It's a trap. The immortal ascension platform was set up by the immortal realm. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution for acting like this? The old geezer above makes a bizarre face as he looks at Jiang Shu. When all the insects in this world become my puppets, and the real world turns into an ignorant object,
They will be easier for me to manipulate. Haha, this army will completely conquer the southern border of the immortal realm.
The old geezer continues to yank and laughs maniacally. Coming back! It's coming back!
Jiang Shu then unleashes her full power, casting Immortal Blood Sky Reach,
followed by the appearance of an immortal primordial spirit who says, "Who dares to disturb the immortal ascension platform in the lower realm?" Jiang Shu begins speaking to the immortal. "This old man is setting traps under the immortal ascension platform, plotting to harm us. Please, immortal, deliver justice." The immortal's primordial spirit continues. "Who are you? Why are you plotting a trap under this immortal ascension platform? Are you trying to challenge our immortal realm?"
The vicious old man starts roaring. Just some nameless, faceless, small-time immortal who dares to represent the immortal realm. Just a shadow of a small-time immortal who dares to be so arrogant. The old geezer then uses his true body to blast away the entire primordial spirit with one punch. "My true body is here. No matter how many primordial spirits you have, you're no match for me. If you brats have any other tricks, bring them on."
Jiang Shu says, extremely frustrated, "Oh my god, how can these villains become immortals? Is the fate of the southern domain doomed? The immortal realm and the mastermind have already appeared. Why hasn't that person made a move yet?"
Ling Shi starts waving the magical treasure given to her by Li Fan.
"Senior Lai has already prepared for this.
I thought Senior wanted to assassinate the evil god, but now I understand that Senior's target is that immortal."
Countless paintings by Li Fan begin to stretch across the sky, surrounding the immortal.
That old black immortal's eyes widen in shock as a massive divine sword suddenly appears before him from the sky, emitting countless rays of light, surrounded by immortal energy. What is this?" Huo Linger slowly steps forward and shouts. "Quickly kneel and receive the Tao of Senior Lai."
The old black immortal turns around and roars, "I am a true immortal. Who can make me kneel?"
Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure crushes him down, forcing him to his knees, followed by a sword beam piercing his face into the ground, shaking the entire immortal ascension platform. One sword suppresses the southern sky, appears from Li Fan's painting. One strike that turns the black immortal into ashes and smoke.
The evil god can't withstand it either,
and gradually vanishes.
Jiang Shu says,
overjoyed, the Tao has appeared. All evil spirits and demons are annihilated. At the same time, right now, in the southern frontier of the immortal realm, a young immortal is single-handedly fighting against an army of demons,
standing in the middle of the enemy formation.
The immortal pants, covered in injuries. Is there no immortal willing to reinforce the southern frontier? The people of the southern frontier of the immortal realm are about to be massacred by demons. But those high and mighty immortal lords turn a blind eye, because in those years, the sword Tao immortal king of our southern frontier defeated all of them. The young immortal continuously scans his surroundings. Immortal king, why haven't you arrived yet? He has no choice but to roar, kill. Suddenly, a sword kui flashes past, wiping out the demons with one strike. Tears well up in his eyes in happiness. We're saved, immortal king. Is that you? You still haven't abandoned your people. Back at the ascension platform on Changli Mountain, Lingser retracted her magical artifact. Immortal Dxu, the quasi-immortal, kneeled and paid respect. This is Senior Li's painting. Everyone present immediately bowed. We pay respects to the goddess. Lingser looked at everyone and said, please rise, this is Senior Li's painting, and I am only working for Senior Li.
Jiang Shu stepped forward and continued. Executing a true immortal, breaking the southern domain with a sword, illustrious fame, courage. Jiang Shu stepped forward and bowed. Goddesses, may I have the honor of meeting Senior Li? The people around also spoke up. Goddesses, if possible we would also like to meet Senior Li once. These Holy Land masters, and the female disciples who are top-notch quasi-immortals. Linger glanced at Tian Ning. What do you think about this, Tian Ning? Tian Ning pondered and said, Senior only likes peace and quiet. Likes to live the life of a mortal. I don't think he wants to be disturbed. But we can go back and ask for Senior Li's opinion first. The two old Holy Land masters of the two great Holy Lands were overjoyed. Of course, Senior is a big shot. An unparalleled expert, we can wait. Old Yuan Yang, holding the container, said, Two ambassadors. This land is full of true immortal blood. It is an unparalleled treasure. Can we collect some? Ling Shi immediately agreed, not refusing. Yuan Yang turned to look at old Ling Xiao. Fellow Taoist, aren't you taking some to use? Old Ling Xiao chuckled. Right, Senior Quasi-Immortal. If you use true immortal blood to refine, you might even have the chance to become an immortal directly. Jiang Shu pondered to herself. I have seen the real supreme heavenly Tao. All other Taos are just dust. Suddenly, two streams of energy flashed across the sky. The two old Holy Land masters shouted loudly. What is that? Protect the ambassadors. After observing carefully for a while, the two elders suddenly realized, isn't that the brush and zither of the three absolutes immortal? It is said that after the three absolutes immortal became an immortal, he did not bring the immortal artifacts to the immortal realm, but left them in the Xuan Tian realm for later generations. Jiang Shui stared at the two immortal artifacts. No wonder the three absolutes Holy Land, a central continent, launched a military campaign to the southern domain, so this is the reason. Scene changes to another place. On a banner, A scouting bird keeps chirping. A man sitting on the back of his mount said, "The Three Absolutes Holy Land has come for revenge. Is the person who harmed the two supreme elders Tai Ming and Xin Tai ahead?" A guard said. Sect leader, the two supreme elders Tai Ming and Xin Tai have both Daoizified in the mountain village ahead. At the same time, Tian Ning and Ling Sher also led several supreme elders from the ascension platform back to the courtyard. The two old supreme elders standing behind carefully looked at the calligraphy placed in front of the courtyard gate, contemplating and learning. How can these three words contain different Daos? Jiang Shu was also the same, looking at the calligraphy and contemplating, and learning. Contemplating without learning is difficult to understand. Learning without thinking is dangerous. Like one sword suppresses the southern sky, unparalleled and unpredictable, domineering and imposing, it contains the wisdom of entering the Dago, mysterious and incomprehensible. Tian Ning stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Senior Lai, are you home?" Li Fan, who was enjoying life inside, said, "Yes, come in." Li Fan looked at Ling Huir and Tian Ning and asked, "Is everything going smoothly? It wouldn't be bad to bring my calligraphy and paintings to a large place to participate in exhibitions and auctions, right?" Linger and Tian Ning hurriedly saluted. "Thank you for your calligraphy and paintings, senior. Everything is going smoothly. In addition, we also obtained these two things, and specially brought them back for you, senior." Nanfeng panicked as soon as he saw it, and accidentally broke the zither string. "This is..." Li Fan saw this, and turned to ask, "What's wrong? Does it look familiar?" Nanfeng and Ziling stepped forward to look at Li Fan. "This is the zither and brush of our ancestor from 1,000 years ago. After the ancestor left, we have been searching for this zither and brush. We have searched in the Holy Land for countless years but still couldn't find them." Li Fan pondered, looking at the zither in front of him. "So it's an antique from 1,000 years ago, chisk. It's probably worth quite a bit. It seems that Huo Lingzhi's business has begun to develop, and she even brought antiques to give me." "If so, then thank you, Linger, Nanfeng, Ziling. If these two things have a connection with you, then just take them." Although it is an antique that is thousands of years old, its shape and structure are actually very ordinary. Nanfeng and Ziling were extremely surprised. Give it to the disciples. This is an immortal artifact. Our master is too generous." Both of them were extremely happy and excited. Thank you, master." Tian Ning also stepped forward and said, "All right, senior. There are a few others outside who are also involved in this matter. They want to pay you a visit. Would you be willing to meet them?" Li Fan stroked his chin, musing. "Even though I just gave Huo Lingzhi and the others some calligraphy and paintings, the exhibition must have attracted some attention. I guess I'm kind of a big deal now." "Then invite them in." Tian Ning hurriedly ran to the gate. "The three of you, Senior Lai, has agreed to see you." Jiang Shui entered the courtyard, gazing intently at Li Fan. This is the supreme immortal path." The two old holy lords, upon entering, were immediately captivated by everything in the courtyard. Such terrifying aura. It's as if countless terrifying things exist everywhere. Here, I am but an ant within this immortal realm. So much mystery hidden here. Li Fan was startled when he suddenly saw Jiang Shui bowing. "This young lady is, oh what the hell, what's with this? Kneeling the moment we meet. Are all these art enthusiasts this dramatic?" Then the two old men also knelt before Li Fan. Ling Fan was embarrassed and flustered. "The three of you are too kind. I'm just proficient in a few minor skills. You don't need to be so polite and exaggerated. Please, rise." Tian Ning and Linger were extremely surprised, thinking to themselves, "These three are all top figures in the Swantian realm. One is a quasi-immortal, and the other two are old holy lords." Yuan Yang spoke up. "Senior has the power of creation. A single piece of calligraphy made us kneel in reverence. To meet you today, I could die without regrets." Jiang Shui continued to bow before Li Fan. "Senior, may I stay by your side and listen to your teachings?" Li Fan stood there, stunned, thinking, "Another one wants to become a disciple? I really don't have any interest in that. My courtyard is already dirt poor." Tian Ning came to stand beside Li Fan and said, "Senior, this time, it was thanks to her tireless help. In order to seek guidance from you, she even passed up a great opportunity." Li Fan was utterly perplexed, staring at Jiang Shu. "Looks like this one's also a bit of an airhead." "All right, I'm not taking any disciples for now, but considering your unwavering resolve, I can answer a few of your questions. Is there anything you want to ask me?" Jiang Shu was stunned. Great, she thought. To receive guidance from someone like him, this is an invaluable opportunity. What should I ask? I must think carefully. Li Fan then placed his hand on Jiang Shui's shoulder. "No need to be so tense. Meeting is fate. Just ask whatever you want, haha. I used to have the same feeling when I was studying, like when I wanted to ask my teachers something, I had to think it over carefully, afraid they'd think I was an idiot." Jiang Shui, a little apprehensive, stared at Li Fan. "This junior dares to ask senior what is an immortal?" Li Fan, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. "An immortal? I'm not a cultivator myself?" What she wants to ask is clearly about the realm beyond calligraphy and painting. Everyone was silent for a long while. Li Fan then spoke. "Immortals are all living beings. A blade of grass, a grain of sand, a cicada. All are immortals. To the naked eye, nature is ordinary everywhere. But the true transcendence, the true immortal, lies hidden within that ordinariness. To understand what white is, you must first understand what black is. To understand what's right, you must first understand what's wrong. If you want to understand what an immortal is, you must understand what's ordinary. Jiang Shui thoughtfully gazed at Li Fan. Is this the reason Senior conceals himself in the mundane world? After I became a quasi-immortal, I always hid myself in mystic ice, waiting for the opportunity to become an immortal, believing that only in this way could I nurture a pure and flawless immortal heart. Have I been on the wrong path all along? Jiang Shui gradually awakened, her entire being feeling lighter. Li Fan intently gazed at Jiang Shui. This is also why I always have Xiaoling paint, whether it's eggs, calligraphy, or paintings. Only by seeing through the laws of all things can one enter the Tao. Jiang Shui, after her enlightenment, repeatedly bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Li Fan waved his hand, embarrassed. It's no biggie, everyone, don't just stand there. It just so happens that some peaches in the garden have ripened these past few days. Let's pick some and treat everyone. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. That peach tree, you're really treating us. A flat peach tree, this is really a flat peach tree. Such a treasure could only exist in an immortal realm, and we now have the opportunity to try it. Old Ling Zhao excitedly pointed in one direction. They've already taken their seats at the table. Quick, let's hurry and find a seat. Go. A moment later, Li Fan brought out a plate of flat peaches overflowing with spiritual energy. These are peaches I grew myself. This is the first time they've borne fruit this year. I don't know how they taste, but please, everyone, have a try. Everyone chorused. Thank you, Senior Li. Thank you, Senior. Which left Li Fan utterly bewildered. It's just a plate of peaches. What's the big deal? A peach tree grown by someone like him. Even a peach pit, a discarded peel that falls into the outside world, will cause earth-shattering consequences. The group eagerly ate the peaches in joy. After a while, old Yuan Yang turned to Ling Xiao and said, Brother, I have now also ascended to become a quasi-immortal, Ling Xiao happily said. Me too. From supreme to quasi-immortal we've finally crossed it. This is truly thanks to Senior Li for bestowing blessings and opportunities upon us. Taoist energy circulated, and immortal spiritual energy transformed into Taoist magic. Suddenly, Jiang Shui's entire body radiated protective energy, enveloped in light, and she broke through to become an immortal in an instant. The two old holy lords of the Holy Land exclaimed, She's become an immortal. The Swantian realm hasn't seen an immortal in 1,000 years. Just casually giving her a peach made her become an immortal. Senior Li is truly too generous. Li Fan, standing in a corner in a daze, was approached by Jiang Shui, who then prostrated herself on the ground. This old-timer's great kindness and virtue, Jiang Shu will never forget. Li Fan hurriedly helped Jiang Shu up in a fluster. It's just a few peaches. It's nothing. Quickly get up. The two old sacred lords spoke up. Senior, this matter is now over. We don't know if you have any further instructions, even if it's boiling water and raging flames. As long as you give the order, we will never refuse. Li Fan scratched his head awkwardly. You guys are too kind. In the future, things like this will happen a lot. This is just the beginning. Everyone only needs to care about Tianning and the others for now, Li Fan mused. Mu Tianning and the others are too miserable. They're almost beggars. Huo Ling Ser also has a tragic background. I really can't bear to see them like this. I'll help as much as I can. Old Ling Chao furrowed his brow after hearing this. There are many more things like this. Could he be talking about how the Supreme and Quasi-Immortals planning against the Southern Domain will happen again? Looks like it. It's possible that Senior Li's chessboard isn't over yet. He said that we will encounter these things again in the future, and that we can seek out Tianning at that time. Suddenly, the voices of the people from the Three Absolutes Holy Land rang out from outside. The Three Absolutes Holy Land of Central Province has arrived. Old Ling Chao turned his head to look, a little worried. Those people from the Three Absolutes Holy Land have arrived, Li Fan frowned. That artsy-fartsy association is here again. They still haven't given up. This Three Absolutes Holy Land is too noisy. Such a pain in the ass. Stealing resources like Nanfeng and Ziling. It's understandable that they're angry, but this is already the second time. I don't know when it will end. Nanfeng, who was standing next to him, was extremely surprised when he heard this. Noisy? A pain in the ass? If Senior Li can say words like these, then the Three Absolutes Holy Land is in deep SHT. Jiang Shu beside him immediately spoke up. Senior, these gnats and worms, this junior will take care of them for you right away. Li Fan thought to himself, no matter what, Jiang Shui and Ling Chao have family businesses outside, and their connections are definitely extensive. Maybe they can handle it more easily. If that's the case, then I'll trouble you. I really don't want to meet those people again. Ziling beside him stared intently at Nanfeng. Sis, why is the Three Absolutes Holy Land so confused? Nanfeng was extremely shocked when he heard Li Fan speak. The Three Absolutes Holy Land is basically about to be wiped off the map. The sacred lord of the Three Absolutes Holy Land stood out and shouted. You guys, come out and face your deaths. In the sky, old Ling Chao and Yuan Yang had also launched and shouted loudly. Shut up! The sacred lord of the Three Absolutes Holy Land spoke, so it's the two fellow Taoists, Ling Chao and Yuan Yang. Long time no see. Yuan Yang glared at the Three Absolutes Holy Land. You're even worthy of talking to the two of us? Considering that we used to know each other. Now you order all the sovereigns to cripple their cultivation and kneel down to admit their crimes. Maybe you can still keep some seeds for the Three Absolutes Holy Land. Old Ling Chao fiercely shouted. Who's your fellow Taoist? The sacred lord of the Three Absolutes Holy Land still smugly stared at the two sacred lords opposite him. Two fellow Taoists. Those nasty little SHTs in that tiny courtyard deliberately framed my holy land. I wonder if it has anything to do with the two of you. Or did the two of you come here for my Three Absolutes ancestors' immortal artifact? Old Ling Chao laughed loudly. Haha. What the hell is an immortal artifact? You've committed a capital crime. You're really hopeless, Changsun Liancheng. It's fine if you plot to seize the immortal artifact, or want to ascend to the immortal platform or whatever, but you did something you shouldn't have done, and even used Senior Lai as an excuse, and now you're still insulting Senior Lai here. Then don't blame us for destroying your holy land. Liancheng was a little surprised, thinking to himself, Senior. To be able to make the two great sacred lords call him Senior, could there be some unparalleled expert in the southern domain? What? Old Liancheng burst forth with spiritual power and flew into the air, laughing loudly. Ha! You open your mouths and say you want to destroy my Three Absolutes Holy Land. What are you going to use to destroy it? I'm already a quasi-immortal, who in the profound heaven realm can be my opponent. Old Ling Chao stared at Liancheng. No wonder you swaggered out from Central Province, so you've already approached the quasi-immortal level, so you really need those two immortal artifacts, the brush and the zither. You're truly arrogant and conceited. Finishing his words, the two old sacred lords also soared into the sky. But sorry to say, the two of us just broke through a few minor realms. Old Liancheng was suddenly startled. Quasi-immortals? You two? How can you two be quasi-immortals? Clearly I'm the strongest existence among the sacred lords of the profound heaven realm. Ling Chao glared at old Liancheng. With the support of that senior, the two of us easily stepped into the quasi-immortal level. Yuan Yang also spoke. You probably also know that the two young ladies Nan Feng and Zi Ling have also been accepted as disciples by the senior. It's truly the mandate of heaven, to the point that even I have to be jealous. But in the end, you came here to cause trouble, becoming a thorn in Senior Lai's side, alarming his two disciples, and even falsely accusing those two young girls of being traitors. This is a great insult to Senior Lai. So today, the Three Absolutes Holy Land will definitely be destroyed. Old Liancheng gritted his teeth, furious. No, I've been planning with my whole life. How can I accept failure? The old man continued to raise his hand and condense his spiritual power, shouting loudly, I don't believe it, I will fail. Today, if gods block me, I'll kill gods. If Buddhas block me, I'll kill Buddhas too. Even if you two are quasi-immortals, you can't stop me. The two old sacred lords below observed. Is that immortal chi? Old Ling Chao spoke. It's only a little short of immortal chi. Old Liancheng at this time held a divine weapon and rushed to attack the two sacred lords. Jiang Shui also launched at the same time, flicking Liancheng on the face, shouting loudly, Shut your noisy trap. With just a flick of her finger, she sent Liancheng flying straight to the ground. Jiang Shui continued to speak. For these kinds of people, just kill them directly. Why waste words with them? The senior has already said it. This Three Absolutes Holy Land must not exist in this world. The heavily injured Liancheng painfully lay collapsed on the ground. An immortal. Why are even immortals acting on orders according to that senior? Just what kind of extraordinary figure is that? Old Liancheng then struggled to use his pen to write a few strokes. No. The Three Absolutes Holy Land cannot be destroyed in my hands. I cannot become a sinner of the Three Absolutes Holy Land. Changsun Liancheng, the 9th generation sacred lord of the Three Absolutes Holy Land, begs our ancestor to descend and protect our holy land. A gust of wind immediately appeared after old Liancheng's request, and the primordial spirit of the Three Absolutes Immortal also descended. Speaking. After 1,000 years since I ascended to become an immortal, leaving behind my legacy, it will finally be destroyed by people. Old Liancheng, seeing his savior, burst into laughter. Ha! My ancestral master is here. Who can destroy the Three Absolutes Holy Land? Who can destroy the Three Absolutes Holy Land? Ha! Ancestral master. With the ancestral master here, the Three Absolutes Holy Land will exist forever. Jiang Shui stepped forward and declared, Even if your true form and primordial spirit came, it would be useless today, let alone just a clone. Three Absolutes Immortal stood opposite Jiang Shu. I never thought that after I ascended to the immortal realm, thousands of years later, someone from the righteous path would also become an immortal. I suppose I'm not entirely alone, but why must you pursue and exterminate my Three Absolutes Holy Land? Jiang Shu replied. He brought disaster upon the Three Absolutes Holy Land himself. Old Liancheng was terrified and kept shouting, Ancestral Master. Three Absolutes Immortal mused to Jiang Shu. So that's how it is. Then there's no need to say more. Originally, I wanted to leave 2 immortal artifacts in the profound heaven realm to pass on to future generations.
but I didn't expect it to cause such a huge uproar. Besides, I'm also very curious about the person behind you. What is their background?"
Jiang Shui absent-mindedly said.
"I'm afraid even you and I are not qualified to ask for their name."
Three Absolutes Immortal laughed loudly. "Ha ha! My true body has broken through to the immortal realm. Even if a powerhouse from the immortal realm descended, they might not be qualified to speak like that."
He frowned and shouted, "I still want to see what his background is."
Ling Chao was furious and shouted, "You're bold, daring to offend Senior Jiang Shui. You, stop him." Jiang Shu pondered and stood still.
If Senior Li had any intention to kill, he would have died with just a glance.
Don't forget, both disciples of Senior Li, in some ways, are closely related to the Three Absolutes Holy Land. Yuan Yang, standing beside him, hesitated. "That's right, is this the perspective of an immortal? It's truly beyond my grasp."
Back at Li Fan's small courtyard in the mountain village, just as they approached the gate,
Three Absolutes Immortal was attracted by the calligraphy in front of the gate.
How could this be? Learning through comprehension. With one stroke of the brush, a world unfolds. The great Tao within is clearly the key to entering the Tao. Inside, Li Fan was serenading his tune, continually enjoying the music.
Three Absolutes Immortal could also sense this supreme music.
This is my transcendent zither music. How can there be such celestial sounds? This is Dao rhythm, this is Dao rhythm.
Three Absolutes Immortal screamed in despair.
Outside, old Lian Cheng kept yelling, "Ancestral Master, avenge us, please avenge us." The Three Absolutes Holy Land has never suffered such great humiliation before, and they have shown such disrespect to you. You absolutely must not stand by and watch. Please take action, Ancestral Master.
Three Absolutes Immortal turned and left the mountain village. Take action. Ask the world. Who is qualified to take action against Senior? Only now do I know what the true great Dalio is. It's a pity that my thousands of years of cultivation are no different from mud.
Old Ling Chao was a little curious. What exactly did he see? Jiang Shui leisurely watched the back of Three Absolutes Immortal. Being able to kneel and pay respects to Senior Lai is his honor. If he had come directly, having the opportunity to see him, his cultivation would have directly reached a higher level.
Old Lian Cheng collapsed to the ground in despair. It's over, it's over. What kind of peerless expert have I provoked with the Three Absolutes Holy Land? Three Absolutes Immortal stood in front of Jiang Shu and bowed. This time, the Three Absolutes Holy Land has offended Senior. Are there any instructions? Jiang Shu intently looked at Three Absolutes Immortal. He said that he doesn't want to see the Three Absolutes Holy Land exist anymore. Three Absolutes Immortal then turned to look at the Lian Cheng group.
You cannot escape this disaster today. Let me take action, so you still have a chance to reincarnate. This is the last favor I can do for you. Then, Three Absolutes Immortal waved his hand, creating a firestorm that turned everything to ashes.
Everything started because of your greed. That zither was originally for the younger generation, but you didn't know what was good for you, and dragged the entire sect into this path. I will make you die 10,000 deaths, with no reincarnation.
Following that, a punch from Three Absolutes Immortal shattered old Lian Cheng's soul and body, turning him into dust.
Three Absolutes Immortal then turned back and bowed to Jiang Shu. Please tell Xianling and Nanfeng that from now on, as long as they agree, they will be the masters of the Three Absolutes Holy Land.
It's a pity I was born in the wrong era, and didn't have the opportunity to follow such a peerless powerhouse to learn. My life is full of regrets. Old Ling Chao and Yuan Yang looked at the back of Three Absolutes Immortal with solemn expressions.
Has the most prominent Holy Land in Central Province been completely destroyed like this? Senior has never appeared in front of saints, and the whole world has changed because of it.
Jiang Shu absent-mindedly said. Remember Senior's words. The story of the Ascension platform is just the beginning. The fate that Senior bestows is not for us to eat without repaying. Pawns are just pawns.
Scene change to the World Tree realm. Under the canopy of the tree, a group of cultivators are discussing, and one of them said, "The world tree of this era is rooted in the southern domain."
Zheng Xuan must have gone that way. He's going to use Mount Chengli and the immortal ascension platforms of those immortal domain sects to get out Taide, the world tree's reach, and then off all the powerhouses. This way, the world tree's roots are bound to get shaken up. We should make our move during that time, eradicating the roots in each area, and the world tree will show itself. That's our chance to snag it.
Meanwhile, in the faraway western desert,
a Sifu is trekking through the vast wilderness. Sifu, the northern Chen Holy Land, the divine domain, and the Xuan Yuan family of the eastern wilderness have all been wiped out.
Is the apocalyptic calamity of the Xuan Tian realm almost upon us?
The old Sifu gazed ahead, saying, "Let's go, we're almost at Thunderclap Monastery, and the great monk of Thunderclap Monastery will tell us everything." "No way! According to the route, we should have arrived at Thunderclap Monastery already."
The junior cultivator suddenly noticed something and pointed ahead. "Sifu, look! That's the Buddha Beast peak of Thunderclap Monastery."
The old Sifu fell silent.
Thunderclap Buddha Beast. There's only one statue like this in the entire western desert, placed on top of Thunderclap Monastery's main hall to receive offerings from the world. Could it be that?
The old Sifu collapsed to the ground, staring at the Buddha Beast. Thunderclap Monastery has been cut down and buried beneath our feet. Both of them collapsed in the vast desert. Despairing, this is actually the main hall of Thunderclap Monastery.
At the same time, Ling Chao and Yuan Yang's group kept receiving transmissions. Northern region, the northern Chen Holy Land has been annihilated. Western desert. Thunderclap Monastery is buried in the desert, no longer existing in this world. The Xuan Yuan family in the eastern wilderness has been completely wiped out, their dragon energy extinguished, with not a single survivor. The Taihua Holy Land in the central province has also completely vanished from the Xuan Tian realm, leaving behind only a desolate wasteland. Fellow Taoists, this is terrifying. I didn't expect Senior Li's words to come true so quickly. Has our Holy Maiden Mu Tianning arrived yet? After a while, Ling Xier and Tianning also came to pay respects to Ling Chao and Yuan Yang. Ling Xier stared intently at old Yuan Yang. We've also heard some news in the Huo kingdom. They say that more than 4 holy lands have been destroyed, Tianning said worriedly. To be more precise, 12 holy lands have been destroyed. The entire Xuan Tian realm only has no more than 20 holy land level forces, and nearly half of them have already been wiped out. Jiang Shui was extremely worried. As things stand, I never thought that one day the Xuan Tian realm would face such a catastrophe. Our southern region might be the only safe haven in the entire Xuan Tian realm. Old Yuan Yang quickly spoke up. The reason I invited the 2 holy maidens here is just to ask if Senior Li has any instructions. Old Chao also worriedly chimed in. That's right, the southern region is so stable precisely because Senior Li is holding the fort. At this moment perhaps only Senior Li can save the Xuan Tian realm. Tianning looked at the 2 holy lords and said, although Senior Li has no instructions, perhaps we should invite cultivators from other walks of life to take refuge. Otherwise, they will all die. Linger also agreed with Tianning's suggestion and said, I support Tianning's suggestion. Expanding the territory of the southern region and providing refuge for those cultivators might not be wise, but it is a righteous act. Moreover, I believe that the reason we are favored by Senior Li might be because of Tianning's kindness and goodness. The 2 old holy lords also strongly supported. The 2 holy maidens are right. We really shouldn't close off the southern region. Our 2 holy lands will immediately announce the news to the outside world, telling them that the southern region is the only pure land, and they are always welcome to come to the southern region to take refuge. After sending out the message, countless airships from the various holy lands quickly set off for the southern region to take refuge. Switching the scene back to the world tree, one of them spoke, what the hell is going on? Why can't we still get inside? We've killed more than half of the top cultivators of the Xuantian realm, and the roots of the world tree are already stained with human blood. In this case, the world tree can't be as peaceful as this. It seems that this world tree is tougher than we thought. We should just destroy it directly. One of them nodded repeatedly and spoke up. That's not right. The people in this world are only at the immortal level. Something must have happened. Why hasn't Tang Xuan returned yet? Is something wrong with the southern region? A subordinate ran over and shouted. Something big has happened. Tang Xuan is dead. The leader turned his face to look, completely surprised. In this Xuantian realm, immortals are invincible, let alone our true immortal Tang Xuan. What on earth happened? The subordinate who had just reported took out some soil with Tang Xuan's blood on it. I found Tang Xuan's blood on the soil at the Immortal Ascension platform in the southern region. Based on this, it is speculated that Tang Xuan was drained of his life force, and his soul was also shattered into clouds. The leader then spoke. Killing someone at the Immortal Ascension platform, the only potential danger is being discovered by the Immortal Domain. According to the Immortal Lord's intention, we have destroyed over a dozen Holy Lands, so it's inevitable that we will attract the attention of the Immortal Realm. We have to stop for a while to investigate this matter clearly. The bugs of the Xuantian realm seem to have gathered and fled to the southern region to take refuge. Haha, it will be easier for us to deal with them when they gather together. Luo Ming, you take 2 people to deal with those bugs. Find the Immortal Lord and ask him to investigate the movements of the Immortal Domain to see if anything has happened. He continued to look around this world. It seems to be a bit interesting. Back at Li Fan's small courtyard, Ling Xier and Tianning once again came to pay respects to Li Fan. Ling Fan looked at Linger and smiled happily. How have you been recently? Linger clasped her hands and bowed. Reporting to Senior, in the past month, disasters have occurred in the western desert, northern region and eastern wilderness, and many people have died. Li Fan turned his head to look around, assessing the scenery. A catastrophe? The Chengli mountain range just had an earthquake, and other places in the Xuantian realm are also experiencing issues. Is the Xuantian realm really in trouble? After a moment of thought, Li Fan spoke. Are the catastrophes all the same as here? Huo Linger was a little excited. As expected, Senior Li foresaw this long ago. Tian Ning intently gazed at Li Fan. Senior Li, Tian Ning suggests that the 2 seniors, Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang, take in refugees from other areas to seek refuge in the southern domain. Was Tian Ning wrong to suggest that? Li Fan smiled, looking at Tian Ning. Of course not. Maintaining a kind heart and doing good deeds will never be wrong. You have a kind heart. Just help within your ability, and don't do anything that's beyond you. At this moment, the system suddenly chimed in with a new quest. Accept 10 disciples at the same time and teach them different skills to help them make a living during difficult times. The chaotic era. Li Fan looked at the system interface, lost in thought. The system is at it again. Recruiting disciples? Perhaps this disaster is too severe? So the system is asking me to help more people? However, the disciples I've got, their various skills are all trash, their music and art skills are passable at best. What about those heretical side hustles? Taking care of sows after they give birth? Techniques for breeding new vegetable varieties? Methods for forging the 14 hammers? Ain't nobody gonna want to learn that shit. Accepting 10 disciples? This is harder than leaving the mountain. Li Fan turned to look at Lingre. That's right, isn't it? My resources are limited in this small village, but Huo Ling'er and the others are in contact with a lot of people outside. They have a wide network of contacts. I can ask them to help. But that won't do. In their minds, my skills are as amazing as a grandmaster's. I need to restrain myself a bit and act like a grandmaster. Ling'er stared intently at Li Fan. Senior, why are you staring at me like that? Ling Fan laughed loudly. Heh haha, I want to. Ling'er looked at Ling Fan shyly. If Senior has any requests, I will fulfill them all. Li Fan continued. Well, it's like this. Now is a chaotic era. I have some minor skills that I want to pass on to a few people. But I've been in the mountain village for a long time, and don't know much about the outside world. Tian Ning exclaimed in surprise. Senior, do you want to accept disciples? Li Fan stared at Tian Ning. That's right. With the disaster of the chaotic era, I can't just sit idly by. Tian Ning looked at Li Fan eagerly and said, Senior, rest assured, we will definitely spread the news that you want to accept disciples throughout the entire Xuantian realm. I believe that all the outstanding talents of the Xuantian realm will compete to come here. Tian Ning thought to herself, how could it really just be minor skills? The minor skills that Senior Lai speaks of must be the supreme immortal path that everyone dreams of. Ling'er shook her head repeatedly, thinking, Senior doesn't care about the outside world, but he's still worried about the world, and takes saving the people as his primary concern. Ling'er Fan looked ahead and thought, it's all the fault of this disaster, otherwise how could this dog system force me to accept disciples? Li Fan pretended to cough. Cough cough, be humble, let it be fate, let it be fate. How ridiculous. This is the Xuantian realm, a place where cultivation is the main focus. How dare a mortal like me brag? Besides, the skills that I can teach, they would be embarrassed to learn about. Better to complete the task in secret. Tian Ning and Ling'er shouted in unison. We understand what you mean, Senior. Please rest assured, Senior. We will definitely do our best to complete it. Scene changes to the Taiyan Holy Land. At this moment, the two old men, having just learned the news that Li Fan was accepting disciples, wanted to spit out blood. What? Senior Li wants to accept disciples. Once this news is spread, it will cause a great shock. Does Senior Li have any requirements? Ling'er and Tian Ning also said Li Fan's request. Senior Li said it depends on fate. Senior Li needs to be humble and not make too much noise. Yuan Yang stared at the two holy maidens. Then we can't publicly tell the sex. That would make them curious and bother Senior Li. Jingzhu. It seems we can only use private methods to release a little information. If there is really fate, I believe we can obtain this opportunity. Old Yuan Yang and Ling Xiao chimed in. That, sir. Do you think I still have a chance? Me too. At the same time, in the distance, a fat young man was flying on a sword. Fucking unlucky. What kind of bullshit opportunity is this? It's obviously a stupid legend. Trying to trick me into getting scammed. Then, Lu Rang landed on the ground. Being forced to be an outer disciple in the Divine Sword Sect all these years, I really can't take it anymore. With my skill in planting spirit herbs, can't I find a place to stay? Lu Rang continued to look up at the sky. Whose flying ship is that? A true dragon roars. Is it someone from the Holy Dragon royal family? I didn't expect such a force to come to the southern domain. What are they doing here? On the ship above, a subordinate said loudly. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager told us to escort you to Chengli Mountain. We've brought you here. Suddenly there was a loud shout. What are you trying to do? Chengli Mountain is dangerous everywhere. You haven't even escorted me inside. Then the people from the flying ship threw him to the ground. You know it's dangerous here too. The Empress Dowager told us to bring you here, not to sacrifice our lives. Lu Rang stood behind, staring at Long Zixuan in front of him, thinking, This is the abandoned son with a damaged dragon soul of the Holy Dragon royal family. Long Zixuan hurriedly turned around and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Long Zixuan of the Holy Dragon dynasty. May I ask, does this sword-wielding brother belong to the Dugu family? The Dugu family is powerful, everyone in the Xuantian realm knows. If I can befriend a sword cultivator from the Dugu family and travel together, it would be very safe. Lu Rang clasped his hands in response, and said to Zixuan, I am not from the Dugu family. I am Lu Rang, an outer disciple of the Northern Domain Divine Sword Sect. Long Zixuan began to invite Lu Rang to go with him. Brother Lu, we don't know what will happen ahead. Can we go together? This Chengli Mountain is full of dangers. More people means more strength. Lu Rang happily agreed. That's what I was thinking too. Long Zixuan then strained to pull Lu Rang up a tall tree. Brother Lu Rang, did you also come here after hearing the news that the peerless expert of this place is accepting disciples? That's right, but where is there an expert here? Only the unwelcome ones are sent to be cannon fodder. Brother Long, don't misunderstand, I'm talking about myself being cannon fodder. Long Zixuan gasped for breath. Brother Lu speaks frankly, those words are also about me. You see, even though I am a prince, my innate dragon soul is insufficient. It's difficult to cultivate in the dynasty. I'm called trash, and countless people are waiting for me to die. Suddenly, Lu Rang saw something and shouted, Brother Long, look! What's that over there? This place must be extraordinary. To be able to exist amidst such a disaster, there must be an expert inside. Seeing Long Zixuan bravely step inside, Lu Rang reached out to dissuade him. We don't know how profound this mountain village is. How can we rush in? Many forbidden areas in Changli Mountain have been destroyed, but this place is still intact. This must be a forbidden area, within a forbidden area. Long Zixuan stepped forward with a carefree attitude. Brother Lu, although I am a prince of the dynasty, I am no different from a cripple. I have suffered enough indifference, ridicule, and oppression in this life. I would rather risk it all. Bro makes a point, but it's a forbidden zone in there, I can't just waltz in. Lu Rang stares blankly at Long Zixuan. Risk our lives, you say? True enough, might as well die trying. Long bro, wait for me. After walking for a bit, Lu Rang sees Zixuan staring intently at a puddle. Just a puddle? Why aren't we moving on? Lu Rang approaches to observe. Why halt before this puddle, Zixuan? Staring at the puddle, Zixuan speaks. Lu bro, take a sniff. Lu Rang is utterly surprised, takes a deep breath. This puddle has spiritual energy. The two dive headfirst into the puddle, gulping down mouthfuls. So refreshing. Glug, glug. This water would be amazing for concocting spirit elixirs. An old man runs over, exclaiming loudly. Oh heavens, what are you doing? Why are you drinking water there? You're outsiders, aren't you? Must be tired from the journey, huh? But you can't drink this water, it's not clean here. People upstream grow vegetables and fertilize them. Long Zixuan's face turns green as he looks at the old man. Fertilize? The old man gestures as he walks away. Young lads, you're too careless. Come with me to my house. Lu Rang stares blankly at the old man. Long bro, what do we do now? Zixuan stares intently at the old man. We must obey the elder's command. Zixuan's eyes widen, looking at the walking stick in the old man's hand. Lu bro, this senior is unbelievable. The walking stick in his hand seems to be of a higher grade than even the standard immortal artifacts in our Holy Land. This senior might just be the legendary master recruiting disciples. The old man then scoops up water with a ladle, saying, The water over there isn't clean. Each of you drink a gourd to quench your thirst, and pick some fruit along the way before you leave. The two look at the ladle in astonishment. What kind of ladle is this? It's clearly a top-tier dragonbone treasure, surpassing even standard immortal artifacts, yet he's using it to drink water. A superb spiritual elixir. No, a transcendent spiritual elixir. Transcendent, and even beyond transcendent. The old man looks at the two strapping young men in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Suddenly, Zixuan and Lu Rang hastily kneel down. Senior, please accept us as disciples. The old man waves his hand, laughing loudly. Haha, I was wondering why you came to our little mountain village, so you came to seek a master. You've come to the right place, but you've asked the wrong person. I'm not the one recruiting disciples. Zixuan looks intently at the old man before him. Senior, aren't you the one? The old man puts his hands behind his back, continuing. I don't have the ability to take on disciples. The one recruiting disciples is Little I. There's nothing Little I can't do. He's proficient in 18 types of martial arts, and he's the one who's helped this old man with my walking stick, this ladle, and many other tools these past few years. Little I also helped me plant the trees in the yard. If you can learn something from Little I, you'll be set for life. Go find Little I. Zixuan and Lu Rang immediately run to Li Nifan's house. Such an unparalleled expert as someone else. Just how terrifying must that person be? It's hard to imagine. This is truly a great opportunity. A great opportunity. The senior from before has at least immortal level cultivation, an immortal pointing out our future path. Lu Rang and Zixuan stare intently at the small courtyard gate of Li Fan's house. The Li senior that the immortal mentioned is ahead of us. Hurry, before others arrive, quickly become disciples. Those 3 words on the calligraphy. These 3 words give me an unclear feeling, making one want to stare at them, Lu Rang says. Zixuan also speaks up. I also have a very strange feeling, but these 3 words are even more terrifying than the words left behind by my dynasty's immortal ancestor. Ziling also glances out. Curious. Who are they? The two then step forward to introduce themselves. This humble one is Lu Rang of the Divine Sword Sect, and this is Long Zixuan of the Holy Dragon Imperial Dynasty. We've come to find Senior Lini, to become disciples. Xingling looks eagerly at Lu Rang, and Zixuan. I didn't expect people to arrive so quickly. Please wait a moment, I'll go report to Master right away. Lu Rang and Zixuan stare blankly at Ziling's retreating back. This young lady is the disciple of that senior. This senior is truly a master. This young lady is a few years younger than us, but she already has the strength of a venerable. Lu Rang is extremely astonished. What? This young lady is already a venerable? In my impression, venerables are existences akin to immortals. We must be respectful.
After a moment, Ziling comes out eagerly. Master has allowed you to enter the courtyard. As soon as Zixuan enters, he feels the surrounding Dao energy. My dragon soul is trembling and reviving. There seems to be something here attracting my dragon soul. Lu Rang's eyes widen in shock. What kind of treasure tree is this? Compared to this tree, the superb spiritual elixirs in our sect can be used to feed pigs. The apple tree in that immortal's courtyard can never compare to this tree. Just how terrifying of an unparalleled expert is the owner of this place. Li Fan looks at Lu Rang and Zixuan, happily speaking. Why are you two standing there blankly? Seems like the disasters in the outside world are very serious, otherwise who would want to come here and learn useless things from me? The two immediately rush forward, kneeling before Li Fan. Please, senior, accept us as disciples. Li Fan hurriedly waves his hand. Don't do that. Please stand up. Why do you two want to become my disciples? Are you really here to become disciples? But the matter of accepting disciples can't be too casual. Better to have fewer but higher quality. Must understand you thoroughly. Suddenly the two stand up abruptly, sensing an extremely large surge of energy. This surge of power is forcing me to stand up. Is this the legendary words become law? Zixuan says to Li Fan with teary eyes. Senior, although this junior was born into a family that can be said to have some strength, I didn't receive recognition within the family. This time, I was forced to come to Changli Mountain, and this junior originally thought he was destined to die here. But I never expected to stumble into the hidden residence of a senior. Li Fan nods, pondering. Another pitiful child. Changli Mountain has long been plagued by disaster, and he was even forced here by his family. He really is pitiful. Lu Rang waves his hands repeatedly, looking intently at Li Fan. Senior, this junior wants to stay by your side to learn the art of planting and tending. I've always loved planting, and if one day I could grow a tree like that, this junior would die content. Li Fan looks happily at Zixuan and Lu Rang. You two can eat and drink what you want. If you've come here, then just stay here. Lu Rang and Zixuan are overjoyed, exclaiming eagerly, Heavens, did I hear that right? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? We've really succeeded in becoming disciples. We've succeeded in becoming disciples. Is heaven finally taking pity on us? Li Fan picked up the teapot, poured a few cups, and said, All right, come sit down. The journey here must have been tiring. Have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Zixuan immediately raised the teacup, took a big gulp, and instantly awakened his dragon soul. The ravaged dragon soul within me is being completely replenished with spiritual energy. This is the lake. The lake in the small courtyard is where I need to be. Li Fan held up his teacup, happily looking at Lu Rang. Just now I heard you two talking, Lu Rang. You want to learn how to farm, right? Lu Rang jumped up and down, excitedly shouting, Yes, yes, yes! Senior, no, master! I want to learn how to farm. This is my lifelong dream, Li Fan chuckled. All right, since that's the case, I, your teacher, will teach you. A lifelong dream to be a farmer. Thankfully, it's easy to learn. If you wanted to learn something more advanced, I really wouldn't be able to teach it. Zixuan then clasped his hands together, bowing. Master, this disciple wishes to go to that lake for a while. Li Fan rolled his eyes, laughing loudly. Ha ha! Looks like you want to learn how to raise fish, right? All right, I, your teacher, will also teach you. One person helping me farm, one person helping me raise fish. Not bad. Li Fan continued to stand up, walking away. All right, you two follow me. I'll teach you how to farm and raise fish in turn. Nanfeng, bring out my hoe. Li Fan held the hoe tightly in his hand. Let's go to the vegetable garden. I'll teach Lu Rang how to farm first. Lu Rang and Zixuan had just arrived at the vegetable garden when they were shocked. Master, you call this a vegetable garden? Oh my god, where exactly is this? What kind of character is Master really? Li Fan raised the hoe high. Lu Rang, you want to learn how to farm? This is the first step. You must learn how to till the soil. Don't think tilling soil is simple. Watch carefully. Tilling the soil may be the most basic step, but only when you can grasp the way to till the soil can you understand how to grow all kinds of plants. It looks simple, but it also contains a principle. Lu Rang hurriedly bowed. This one hoe strike from Master has opened up the supreme great path for this disciple, I understand. This disciple will definitely study hard and quickly step into the cultivation of great principles, Li Fan continued. Here, from now on this hoe is yours. Lu Rang held the hoe tightly in his hand, extremely happy. Li Fan then led Zixuan to the lake. Let's go, I'll take you to the lake. I've raised a few kinds of fish in this lake. Raising fish is also a delicate job. It can cultivate the mind and character. If you learn how to observe the fish, you will also have different kinds of joy. The most important thing in raising fish is knowing how to feed them. Zixuan looked at Li Fan's expression, thinking to himself. No wonder the moment I entered the small courtyard, I felt the dragon's soul in my body begin to awaken. I understand now. What's being raised in this fish pond is actually a true dragon. The Holy Dragon Dynasty can become a holy land-level force is because an old ancestor saw the vision of a giant dragon and attained enlightenment. But now I can face, and it is a pond of true dragons. Nanfeng and Ziling standing beside him were also extremely stunned. What Maester is raising in this lake is indeed a divine object. If it weren't for Maester being here in person, I'm afraid a few of us would have been killed already.
Zixuan hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Li Fan saw this and said, No need for formalities. Stand up. From now on, you will be in charge of feeding the fish. It seems his life in the outside world is really miserable. He worked so hard to have the opportunity to live in my small courtyard.
Zixuan was a little troubled at this time. I'm too weak, and still can't observe the movement trajectory of this true dragon. Lu Rang beside him was also equally troubled. This treasure must have the strength of 10,000 jun to lift it. I myself can only barely lift it, consuming all the spiritual power in my body, let alone control it. Lift it. Li Fan looked blankly at his two new disciples. Feeding fish can also put you to sleep?
This guy can't even lift a hoe a few times. Perhaps it's because living in the outside world is too bitter. Over time, not enough nutrition leads to a weak body. Must adjust carefully.
Scene changes to the dark cultivators.
One person spoke to the other. Still can't sense Tang Xuan's aura. He has been completely killed by someone. This person must still be hiding in the southern domain. I already have a plan in my heart. Let's go. Let's find a new force. Scene changes to the Luofu Holy Land. Fellow Taoist relies on the sword to enter the Tao. If you want to take another step, this humble brother believes it is only to nurture the sword complete. Suddenly a barbaric laugh rang out, interrupting the conversation between the two of them. Ha ha! A bunch of little brats dare to say such arrogant words.
These two old men are the Holy Lord of Luofu and Cao Yijian.
Suddenly a figure full of evil aura brushed past the back of the old Holy Lord of Luofu. This seat is here.
Then two black-robed figures appeared.
One punch knocking away old Cao Yijian. One black-robed man stared at old Kakaleo. Brat, this seat asks you, what is the strongest force in the southern domain? Old Kao, heavily injured, lay on the ground, thinking to himself. No power to resist, such terrifying strength. Could the opponent be a quasi-immortal? The old man was in pain, lowering his voice.
Senior, this is also our first time to the southern domain. We don't know much about this place. Perhaps the Taiyan Holy Land and the Ziyang Holy Land know the most.
The two men in black robes whispered to each other. Now is not the time to make a move. We'll have to use these two small fries as pawns. It seems that the Taiyan Holy Land and the Ziyang Holy Land, along with the force that killed Tang Xuan, are definitely related. That black-clothed man then spoke. Do you two want to become the masters of the southern domain and rule over everything? As long as you help this seat with a small matter, this seat can grant you everything. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity.
The two old geezers in front of him were stunned as they looked at the black-clothed man before them.
And then they worshipped the black-clothed men and laughed loudly. Greetings, master.
Ha ha. Cut to the Taiyan Holy Land. Suspended amidst the clouds, the people of the Lafu Holy Lord and the Divine Sword Sect also arrived at the main hall of the Taiyan Holy Land on airships.
The two greedy old men, after serving the black-clothed man, said triumphantly in a loud voice,
Fellow Taoists, all the major sects have arrived. This time, we're relying on you two. Old Kakario laughed loudly. Ha ha. Fellow Taoists. Rest assured, based on our current strength, the southern domain really can't refuse to submit.
Old Yuan Yang stepped forward and laughed loudly. Ha ha. What do the two holy lords intend to do by summoning all the sects in the Xuantian realm into such a massive formation?
Old Cao Yijian glared and grinned. Ha 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 ha. I've come specifically to visit the two holy lords of the two great holy lands of Taiyan and Xiyang, and by the way, to discuss the division of the southern domain's resources. Old Ling Chao and Yuan Yang burst forth with spiritual energy, expressing their anger. You're a bunch of ungrateful wretches. Repaying kindness with evil. We were kind enough to let you take refuge, and now you're plotting rebellion. Yuan Yang chimed in. Do you really think our southern domain holy land is so easy to bully?
The old holy lord Lafu stared triumphantly at the two old holy lords of the southern domain. Hey, everyone gets a share. Everyone can come here to reside. If you don't want to die, then scram.
Tian Ning stared at old Lafu.
A quasi-immortal, haha, no wonder holy lord Lafu dares to run his mouth. But relying on the strength of a quasi-immortal like you, wanting to divide our southern domain, I'm afraid that's still not enough.
Old Cao Yijian and Holy Lord Lafu began to release immortal energy. Me, a quasi-immortal alone, is not enough. Then how about the two of us?
Cao Yijian cracked a weird smile, staring at the two holy lords below. What's wrong, cat? Got your tongue? I'm giving you a little face, hoping you can be self-aware and leave. If you insist on forcing my hand, I'm afraid you'll face a clan extermination. Old Yuan Yang couldn't bear this any longer. His blood rushed to his brain, and he turned to Tianning Holy Maiden and Huo Linger. Tianning Holy Maiden, Linger, we can't take it anymore. Now, as long as you two give the order, I'll wreck them.
Tianning was a bit angry and gave the order. No need to hold back anymore. They've broken our tolerance.
Those old geezers? Kill them immediately. No mercy.
Immediately receiving the order, the two old holy lords of Taiyan and Xinjiang took to the field.
Do you really think the southern domain is a place where you can run wild? Old holy lord Lafu looked at the two old holy lords of the southern domain with surprise, thinking to himself, what? They're also quasi-immortals?
Could it be that there's a true immortal protecting them from behind? The old man sneered slyly. But, even if you are quasi-immortals, you will still lose today. Our combined strength far exceeds yours. Huo Lingguer stepped forward and glared, shouting loudly. You're bullying people too much. The southern domain opened its doors for you to avoid disaster, but you repaid kindness with malice, eating shit and piss. Then, Huo Lingguer took out the divine artifact that Li Fan had given her. Do you really want to seek death? Suddenly, the black-clothed man gave the order, withdraw, causing the old holy lord Lihuo to be a little surprised. We've already fired our shot. Why does Master want to withdraw? The black-clothed man suddenly shouted loudly again, ignorant. The opponent has immortal treasures. You two losers are simply no match. Old Lihuo then reached out and said loudly, wait! Two holy lords. We are all righteous cultivators who have become immortals. Once a war starts, I'm afraid the entire southern domain will be affected. Now let the younger generation compete, and divide the southern domain's resources based on victory or defeat. What do you think? Old Yuan Yang glanced at Lingguer, seeking her opinion. Holy Maiden Lingguer, what do you think? Lingguer glared, extremely angry. Holy Lord, just make your own decisions. No matter what you do, I will support you. Old Yuan Yang, after receiving Lingguer's opinion, said loudly, all right. If that's the case, our two Holy Lands, on behalf of the Southern Domain, agree to your challenge. 3 days later, the younger generation of the Southern Domain will face off against the geniuses of the 4 great domains. Afterwards, the group from Lihuo Holy Land and Divine Sword Sect also left. Old Ling Chao turned to look at Ling Ye. Lihuo Holy Land and Divine Sword Sect rushed forward with great momentum, clearly ready to start a war, but when the two Holy Maidens got angry, their attitude changed immediately. This is extremely strange. Old Yuan Yang was very curious. That's right. I think they saw something from the two Holy Maidens that made them feel scared. Old Ling Chao looked towards the two Holy Maidens, expressing his opinion. Holy Maiden Tianning, I suspect there are others behind them, instructing them. Old Yuan Yang stood beside him and said, that's right. Moreover, in a short period of 1 month, Holy Lord Lihuo and Cao Yiqian reached the quasi-immortal realm. How could they improve so fast? Someone must be backing them. Huo Lingguer glanced at Tianning with caution. Tianning, we should probably report this to Senior Lai. Tianning glanced back at Huo Lingguer and quickly agreed. Then I'll go talk to Senior Lai about this right away. Cut to Li Fan's small courtyard. Li Fan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers to the music, lost in thought while sipping tea. Listening to music. This is what it means to live a carefree life. It's just that I'm still 8 disciples short of completing the task of accepting 10 disciples. Who knows when I'll be able to finish it? Right then, Nanfeng, who was next to him, entered a Tao enlightenment while passionately playing the zither. Nanfeng comprehended the Tao, seeing countless divine towers in the immortal realm, thinking to herself, where am I? Where is this? Long Ziyin and Ziling stared blankly at Nanfeng. Senior sister has touched the immortal Tao. Is senior sister Nanfeng about to break through? Li Fan, hearing the somewhat chaotic music of Nanfeng, reached out and set the rhythm to stabilize her. Nanfeng subconsciously began to stabilize the sound, thinking to herself, what is this sound, Master? Is Master helping me guide my mind? Nanfeng suddenly woke up. I saw the Tao gate. Did I break through to quasi-immortal? Then, Nanfeng hurriedly turned to bow. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. This disciple was a bit lost. Li Fan turned to look at Nanfeng and praised. You played well. It's normal to encounter various heart demons on this path. Long Ziyin stared at Nanfeng in astonishment. Senior sister is only about 25 years old and she's already a quasi-immortal. Ziling intently looked at her sister. It's all because of Master. With Master here, what's the Xuan Tian world's thirst for immortality? Suddenly, Tian Ning's voice rang out from outside. Is Senior Ling there? Ling Fan recognized Tian Ning's voice and invited her in. Ling Fan looked at Huo Lingguer and Tian Ning and asked, what's wrong now? Tian Ning and Huo Lingguer entered and immediately bowed. Senior, I previously suggested that the two seniors, Yuan Yang and Ling Zhao, allow people from other domains to take refuge in the Southern Domain, but now they have a conspiracy to seize the Southern Domain's resources. To decide who the Southern Domain's resources belong to, they have proposed a martial arts competition between the young people. Li Fan frowned, looking at Huo Lingguer and Tian Ning. You are not wrong. The only wrong thing is the greed in human nature. Don't blame yourselves. Kindness is the most precious light in life. Li Fan also thought to himself. But, a martial arts competition? Frankly, the two sides are setting a date to fight. I don't know how to fight. Where am I supposed to find a gang now? Long Ziyin and Lu Rang angrily expressed their contempt. They are really too much. How can these people be so ungrateful? They're shitting in the pot after eating, so shameless. Li Fan, while thinking, looked at his two disciples. Gang up. Don't I just happen to have two disciples? Li Fan began to stare at Xin Xuan and Lu Rang. Ahem, do you two have any experience in fighting? Tian Ning, hearing this, thought to herself. Senior Lai is planning to send his disciples. Huo Lingguer also perked up. If Senior Li's disciples are taking action, then there's nothing to worry about. Xin Xuan and Lu Rang clasped their hands and said, Master, we can definitely win. We are ready to fight. Li Fan stroked his chin, a little excited. Good, in that case, you go with Tian Ning. If it's a martial arts competition, it's not good to have no weapons. You two see if there are any weapons in the courtyard that you can use. Lu Rang and Zixuan, after hearing this, pondered. There are countless treasures in the small courtyard, but very few things that we can control with our current cultivation. Master wants us to choose a weapon that we can handle. Zixuan then remembered something he could use, and hurried into the courtyard to find it. After a while, he took out a fire poker. Look at this, I'll get you something similar. Lu Rang eagerly looked at the magic weapon in Zixuan's hand. That's right, why didn't I think of this? Zixuan then handed a pair of chopsticks to Lu Rang. Lu Rang happily accepted them. Okay, I'll use this treasure. Then, the two stood in front of Li Fan. Master, we have chosen our weapons. Li Fan stared blankly at Zixuan and Lu Rang, thinking to himself, aren't these two idiots? One chose a fire poker, and the other is holding a chopstick? Are you guys Chinese mages? Are you trying to die or what? Li Fan then helplessly instructed. Fine, I don't want to say anything more. When you fight, remember to stay away a bit, don't get hurt. The two eagerly held the treasures in their hands, nodding repeatedly. Tian Ning next to him also thanked him. Senior, in that case we will go back and tell Senior Yuan Yang and the others. They will be very happy to know that Senior is sending disciples. Nanfang looked at Li Fan with some worry. Master, in fact, if the two junior brothers don't win, let me go next time. Li Fan looked at Nanfang blankly, pondering. What does it mean for a girl who plays the zither to suddenly say that she wants to send her drawing sister out to fight? This is too weird. Does she want to smash the zither or draw satirical cartoons? Over here, at a high waterfall in the southern domain, a young man laughed heartily. Ha, I finally broke through to Supreme. The old Luo Fu Holy Landmaster stepped forward and said, you too have been blessed by the Master. This time you must win the entire southern domain for my Luo Fu Holy Land. The youth who had just broken through knelt down and paid respects to the Luo Fu Holy Landmaster. Holy Master, rest assured, none of the youths from my profound heaven realm can reach the Supreme Realm. I am sure to win this match. The man in black appeared, floating in the middle of the waterfall, burning all potential in life in exchange for 3 days of ultimate peak, unable to even enter the immortal path, truly useless. I only hope you two wastes can give me some clues about the expert behind the Southern Domain. True to the agreement, 3 days later, at the Southern Domain's martial arts arena, countless holy lands and sects had arrived at the competition venue on airships. Kong Ming from the Western Desert, Zihang Holy Land of the Central Province, the Holy Dragon Dynasty of the Central Province, the Dugu family, the Divine Sword Sect, all were present. Old Ling Xiao spoke to Zixuan and Lu Rang. This time, the holy lands and sects of the profound heaven realm have all come. It all depends on you two young masters. Lu Rang was extremely excited, raising his hand and clenching it. Don't worry, Senior, we will definitely do as Master instructed. The people of the Luo Fu Holy Land also stepped forward. The Holy Land Master began to gloat. I hope the useless disciples of your sect can live a little longer. Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang were extremely angry at the arrogance, he retorted. Who wins and who loses is not yet known. Old Luo Fu laughed loudly. No matter who wins, it can't be you from the Southern Domain. Then, the match began. A high-ranking monk stepped onto the stage and bowed. This humble monk, Qing Chen, is willing to represent the Western Desert to learn from fellow cultivators of the world. The powerhouses below were in an uproar. This is the eldest son of the 9 sons of the Holy Buddha of the Western Desert. It is said that this person has immortal Dao aptitude. Tuo Gao of the Luo Fu Holy Land also bowed. Luo Fu Holy Land, Tuo Gao seeks guidance. Then, in the blink of an eye, he flashed in front of Qing Chen, leaving behind countless afterimages, making Qing Chen extremely surprised. Then, a punch directly hit the Dantian, crippling Qing Chen's cultivation. Haha, is this the legendary immortal Dao aptitude? Qing Chen was easily defeated, flying off the arena. Below, the powerhouses began to clamor. Is he in the Great Vehicle Realm? Can that be? So young and already reached the Great Vehicle Realm. Tuo Gao stepped forward and began to mock the people of Kongming Temple. Haha, the old monk sparing his life is already merciful enough. He stood triumphantly on the arena, laughing loudly. Haha, who else is not convinced? Who else? Step up here. Old Luo Fu continued to look triumphantly at Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang. Haha, Yuan Yang. Ling Xiao. The wastes under your command are simply no match for my sect's disciples. Kneel down and admit defeat, and I might let you linger in the Southern Domain. Ling Xiao glanced at Yuan Yang. It seems that there is really someone protecting the Luo Fu Holy Land behind the scenes. I am starting to suspect the purpose of the other party. I am afraid it is not that simple. Yuan Yang also looked at old Ling Xiao and said, Fortunately, all of this is within Li Qianbei's expectations. That's why he sent his disciples here. At the same time, Lu Rang had also stepped onto the arena, shouting loudly, Tuo Gao, I, Lu Rang, will fight you. The people of the Divine Sword Sect, seeing Lu Rang, began to show contempt and laughed loudly. Haha, how ridiculous. Do you two great holy lands have no one else? This is just a discarded dog from our sect? Isn't this Lu Rang kid an outer disciple of our sect? I sent him to Chengli Mountain, he should have died there." Ling Xiao stepped forward, glaring at old Cao Yijian. "Cao Yijian, I hope you don't regret what you just said." The Tuo Gao on the arena once again used the same technique as before, flashing towards Lu Rang. But at this time, Lu Rang remembered the method that Li Fan had taught him, then glared at Tuo Gao and punched straight at Tuo Gao. After that punch, Tuo Gao spat out blood, painfully flying off the arena. The old Luo Fu Holy Landmaster and Cao Yijian were both surprised and angry. That kid Tuo Gao also reached the Great Vehicle Realm. Among the crowd of powerful cultivators, the man in black also appeared, hiding in the masses. How did that kid's last move have the feeling of a rudimentary form of the Great Davio? Could it be that behind this kid is the hidden expert we've been searching for? Lu Rang pointed directly at Cao Yijian and the Luo Fu Holy Lord, Luo Fu Holy Land, Divine Sword Sect. "Come at me together." The man in black then sent a voice transmission to the two old dogs. "I have given them a treasure so they can attack together." Below the arena, opposite Lu Rang, a brilliant light suddenly shone directly on him. A man and a woman appeared opposite him, shouting, "Trash, you got a death wish." The crowd of extras below started buzzing again. Heavens! Is that the aura of a venerable? This person became a venerable before the age of 30. The first ever from the righteous path. Lu Rang stared at the pair before him. "Ignorance is bliss, huh? Is that why your mouths are so big? Daring to spout such arrogant words based on just that? Are you tired of living?" Lu Rang thought to himself. "My two senior sisters are a supreme and a quasi-immortal, and my master is invincible under the heavens. Breaking through to the venerable realm is a piece of cake." At that moment, the pair brandished their swords and charged. "Twin sword style, senior brother, let's kill him together." On the viewing platform, the two old holy lords were a bit worried. They're overwhelming him with numbers and their cultivation realm, and they even have a quasi-immortal sword. The Divine Sword Sect is determined to kill Lu Rang. "What?" Old man Ling Chao suddenly shouted. "Damn it, give our sect's quasi-immortal artifact to Lu Rang." Young Master Long Zixuan raised his hand and said, "The two holy lords need not worry." Ling Chao and Yuan Yang finally calmed down. "That's right. Lu Rang is Senior Li's disciple. There's no way he'd lack a quasi-immortal artifact." Below the arena, Lu Rang took out a chopstick and yelled, "Harry Potter's magic wand." Then, with a light flick, the two quasi-immortal swords shattered, and the woman disintegrated, while the man screamed in terror. Old man Luo Fu slumped into his chair, stunned. What the hell? Harry Potter's magic wand? How could it just be a chopstick? Could the one backing him be an immortal? The two men in black in the crowd were slightly panicked. A mere chopstick is already a true immortal-grade treasure. We must obtain this transcendent immortal artifact. As long as we capture him, the expert behind him will be forced to show himself. The man in black turned to his side, ordering two powerful cultivators to get on the arena. Having seen the last fight, the two cultivators were terrified, their hearts pounding as they pleaded, "Master, spare us!" A venerable level senior brother with a quasi-immortal sword was just slain. The man in black took out two immortal pills and gave them to them. "Don't be afraid. Swallow these pills, and they will take you to a higher level. I will also give you a true immortal-grade artifact. You two have nothing to fear. The artifact in Lu Rang's hand has been drained of its power. He's nothing but a spent force now." The two wastes immediately kowtowed in gratitude to the man in black. Lu Rang noticed the two approaching and turned to look. The two wastes, now incredibly arrogant, yelled, "Drop the chopstick, kneel and surrender." Lu Rang gritted his teeth, looking at the two wastes before him, and roared, "Surrender my ass, you two pieces of trash, you aren't even qualified to lick my boots." Long Zixuan, eager to transform into his true dragon form and join the fight, shouted, "Hold on, I'll take this fight for my junior brother." The two wastes continued to shout arrogantly, "Ha ha, a venerable. Too bad there's only one of you. You're definitely going to die today." Zixuan glared angrily. "Shut your traps. Put that thing down before I rearrange your face." One of the wastes immediately took out a piece of phone in the village brand chewing gum, which radiated a dazzling purple aura. He then slammed it hard onto the ground, and under the immense pressure, the earth shattered into 100 pieces. A powerful shockwave instantly rushed towards Zixuan. Zixuan's eyes widened as he began to use the ultimate technique, True Dragon. Then, an explosion erupted, shaking the Holy Land. The two good-for-nothings spewed blood like rain after just one move, completely wrecked. The two black-clad men were even more surprised. True Dragon Arcane Art. This is the True Dragon's arcane art. The True Dragon race was wiped out. Could it be that a small mysterious heaven realm actually has one hiding? Taking him down means we might get the True Dragon race's arcane art. This is an unparalleled stroke of good fortune. The two black-clad men immediately jumped into the fray, shouting, we must get it, it's mine." Then, the black-clad man unleashed a palm strike, creating a blue energy blast straight towards Zixuan. Haha. This trip to the mysterious heaven realm might actually net us a dragon treasure. Zixuan calmly took out Li Fan's fire-starting stick, and with a light wave, two streaks of black energy appeared, enveloping the two black-clad men. Then, it tightened around the black-clad men, causing them immense pain. In an instant, they were crushed to dust, vanishing into thin air. Lu Rang stared blankly at Xing Xuan, thinking to himself, "Holy crap, this fire-starting stick is scary as hell. I thought the chopstick in my hand was already OP." Ling Ji glanced at Tian Ning. Senior Lai is making big moves. He even wiped out 2 true immortals. Tian Ning excitedly clenched her fists. I knew it. With Senior Lai backing us, all plots will be foiled." Old Luo Fu froze in fear, hanging his head low. What the heck is going on here? Why are even invincible true immortals dying so easily? Cao Yijian next to him couldn't handle the shock either and collapsed to the ground. What kind of peerless master is hidden in the southern region? Am I dreaming? Old Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang stepped forward to question. "You two? Give us an explanation, speak. Who is behind you guys?" The 2 old guys looked at Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang with fearful expressions. "This has nothing to do with me. I don't know." "That's right, we don't know anything at all." Ling Xiao glanced at Tian Ning and spoke. "Holy Maiden Tian Ning, Divine Maiden Linger. How should the Divine Sword Sect and Luo Fu Holy Land be dealt with? Does Senior Lai have any instructions?" Tian Ning put her hand to her chin, pondering. "Senior Lai didn't say anything, but they have colluded in rebellion. I don't think Senior Lai will spare them either. Please, 2 holy masters, make your own decisions." Ling Xiao then raised his hand high and shouted. "From today onwards, the mysterious heaven realm will no longer have the Luo Fu Holy Land and the Divine Sword Sect." Old Luo Fu was not convinced, staring at Tian Ning. "No. How can my Luo Fu Holy Land be destroyed like this? It's all because of this woman. As long as I kill her, I'll have the right to negotiate." Then he reached out and lunged at Tian Ning, intending to choke her. Tian Ning calmly took out her hairpin, then pointed it straight at the 2 old dogs. A stream of golden immortal energy instantly shot forward, piercing through the 2 old dogs. Luo Fu looked at the hairpin in pain, his whole body trembling in fear. How is this possible? Immortal energy can be everywhere like this. The great divine domains all knelt down, shouting, "Greetings, Divine Maiden! Greetings, Divine Maiden!" Tian Ning waved her hand shyly. "You're all too kind. Everyone is a cultivator of the mysterious heaven realm. We share the same origin, as long as everyone can live in harmony." An old man in the crowd bowed and said to the 2 holy masters, "Wait, may I ask you 2 holy masters?" There was a rumor spread earlier, saying that outside the Chengli mountain range, there is a peerless master, accepting disciples. Did you guys spread this news? Old Ling Xiao glanced at him and replied, "That's right. Young Master Lu Rang and young Master Long Zixuan are both disciples of that senior. But even I don't have the qualifications to meet him." At the same time, in Li Fan's small courtyard, Ziling was trembling as she painted, each stroke carefully. Nanfeng stood beside her, looking at Ziling, thinking to himself, Ziling hasn't stopped painting all morning. Has Ziling reached a bottleneck? It seems like she's facing a similar predicament to me. Li Fan stepped forward and said, "You can drink tea, hoe the earth, feed the fish, play the zither, whatever you like. Painting should also be done with a free mind like that. What you see doesn't matter. What matters is how you think of it." Ziling was also enlightened, looking excitedly at Li Fan. "With a free mind, what you see doesn't matter. What matters is what I perceive it to be." "Master, I understand." Nanfeng happily looked at Li Fan. Ziling has finally become an immortal? From supreme to quasi-immortal, directly stepping into the immortal path. Li Fan looked at Ziling and smiled. "From tomorrow you can paint something else?" Suddenly, hearing Tian Ning's voice, Li Fan turned to look. "Is that Tian Ning's voice? Looks like they're finally back." Li Fan's 2 disciples were excited and gleeful. "Many thanks to the artifacts bestowed by Shifu, they're all back." Ling Shi stepped forward, bowing. "Senior, thank you for sending Long Ziyin and Lu Rang to help. Everything has been resolved smoothly." Li Fan looked at Ling Nhi blankly. It was just a small matter. No need for such formalities. These 2 dumb disciples, one with chopsticks, one with a fire poker. What help could they possibly provide? Are they trying to save face for me? Li Fan reached out his hand and continued. "Just consider the 2 of you resourceful. Put the fire poker in the kitchen, and throw the chopsticks into the fire to burn." Both were dumbfounded after hearing Li Fan's words. "Oh heavens! Such treasures!" Ling Nhi continued. "This battle was quite the spectacle. The outside world now knows you're here, and also knows you're recruiting the next batch of disciples. I fear countless people will come to seek apprenticeship, including many geniuses from different fields, which might affect your secluded cultivation. Please punish me, senior." Tian Ning stepped out to apologize, embarrassed. "It's all Tian Ning's fault. I didn't think things through. Causing trouble for you, senior." Ling Fan froze, thinking Lu Rang and Zixuan must have been blowing hot air outside, thinking I'm super powerful, which made them excited. Li Fan opened his mouth, saying to Tian Ning, "Ahem, they probably heard about me because they met Long Ziyin and Lu Rang, and want to seek apprenticeship, right?" Tian Ning nodded. "That's right, senior." Li Fan mused. As expected, those 2 idiots are blabbering nonsense again. Li Fan hurriedly ran to a corner, fiddling with something, writing, "Although I lack disciples, I still need to choose carefully.
I can't let everyone be as foolish as Xinchuan and Lu Rang. After a while, Liu Fan handed out a piece of paper. Nanfeng, paste this outside the door. It might make those who shouldn't come find it hard to retreat. Nanfeng looked at the drawings and numbers. Is this the exam Shifu has set? Anyone who can solve this can enter and become a disciple. Everyone in the courtyard peered at it, pondering. Only true experts can solve this. This is probably a profound daddio of supreme wisdom. As expected of Senior Lai, we've never seen such a question before. It's probably a difficult hurdle for cultivators of the entire Xuantian realm. At the same time, amidst the clouds, countless flying ships were rushing towards Liufan's mountain village. The cultivators who wanted to seek apprenticeship all gathered in front of Liufan's small courtyard. This place is extraordinary, truly worthy of being the residence of a true immortal. The daddio aura is incredibly mysterious and hidden. That's right, I feel an indescribable peace in my heart. Just looking at this small mountain village is better than a year of hard cultivation at the Zihang Pure Abode. A young man reached out, pointing towards Lingfan's courtyard. Is that the residence of that senior? Just getting close allows you to feel the Tao intent. Suddenly, he was struck by a burst of power, crying out in pain. What is this? A cat wearing a sage's robe appeared, reading Li Fan's exam question. Given that one angle is 45 degrees, one angle is 30 degrees, and 10 is the remaining side, how much is 10 equal to? Everyone present was in an uproar. Is this the divine decree of a supreme expert? It is said that only supreme experts of the immortal realm can display the power of a divine decree. This is the exam question of that senior. Only those who can solve it can obtain the qualifications to become a disciple. I fear that it has reached the level of the supreme immortal Tao. A cultivator covered in black spoke up. That's right, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. The diagram created by Senior Li's 3 golden threads clearly contains the myriad mysteries of the heavens. Who under the sky can solve it? Each golden thread is like an unparalleled sword mark severing eternity. If one can comprehend it, they might instantly become an immortal. The crowd clamored loudly. We are here to study Senior's great Tao. After waiting for a while, an old man spoke up. Alas, in the vast Xuantian realm no one has the good fortune, but I can also see a corner of the great Dabio from this divine decree. This trip is not in vain. Then the old man turned to his son, saying, It's too difficult for you to study this supreme Dabio. Let's go. You are injured, I will take you away. The young man still maintained his determination, persevering to the end. No, I can't leave. Even if I die, I must pursue the way of supreme strength of the senior. The old man stood up, crossing his arms, looking at his son. Although you are a crippled sword cultivator, having such a persevering heart is not a bad thing. It seems that this time I have no fate to meet Senior Lai. That Xingjihe Grandmaster even has disciples with immortal Tao aptitude, the old high monk said. If he doesn't want to leave, just let him be. Descendants have their own blessings. Isn't the direct descendant of the solitary Saint Lord also in there? Inside, Nanfeng looked at Li Fan with some concern. Shifu, this question is indeed very difficult. Thousands of people have come, but no one can solve it. Now almost all of them have left. Li Fan sat in a corner, drinking tea and pondering. Luckily I put out a question. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too indiscriminate to accept as disciples those who can't even imagine the angles of a triangle and know nothing about second-grade math? And they still call themselves geniuses of the various realms. This isn't scientific at all. Not scientific at all. Li Fan spat out the water in his mouth, his eyes wide with panic. Wait a minute. Li Fan looked at Nanfeng blankly. Ahem, Nanfeng. Does this Xuantian realm have anything like math? Nanfeng scratched his head, puzzled. Math. What is that? The Xuantian realm has never heard or seen such terrifying magic. Li Fan, in a state of confusion, thought to himself. What the hell is going on here? Li Fan hurriedly looked at Nanfeng. Nanfeng, quickly go and retrieve the exam papers, then burn them. Li Fan fell into thought. It's not that the people from the heavens are too stupid, but that the Xuantian realm is full of cultivators, and no one studies math. My bad. Nanfeng, not understanding, asked. Why throw away the exam papers? Li Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Because no one can solve those questions. Nanfeng still stared blankly at Li Fan. After a while, Nanfeng stepped out and collected the exam papers in front of everyone. The little monk nearby hurriedly asked, May I ask, is this goddess a disciple of that senior? Nanfeng turned to look at the little monk. That's right. The green-haired youth next to him clasped his hands in salute. Goddess, why did you take down that exam problem? Did that senior give any instructions? Nanfeng turned to look and replied. No one in the entire Xuantian realm can solve this problem because it involves 2 supreme great Taos, algebra and geometry. The green-haired youth continued to ask. If you have taken down the problem, does that mean we can go in and pay our respects to that senior? Nanfeng shook her head repeatedly. My master didn't say. The green-haired youth turned to speak to the little monk. Shall we go in together? The little monk next to him replied. I have become a cripple. Whether I live or die doesn't matter to me anymore. I must go in. The green-haired youth rubbed his head, thinking to himself, That's right. Am I any different from a cripple? Qing Chen is already like that. What do I have to fear?
After that, they both went in to ask for an audience with Liu Fan. Nanfeng entered and bowed to Liu Fan. Master, these two insisted until the end. No matter what I said, they wouldn't leave. Liu Fan turned to look. Well, if they have such perseverance, then lead them in. Both of them immediately knelt before Liu Fan. This junior, Duji Yuqing, comes from the Duji family, hoping to follow senior and study the great Tao. This junior, Qing Chen, wholeheartedly seeks the Tao, sincerely begging senior to accept me. Li Fan glanced at Yuqing. You are Duji Yuqing, right? So you came here to become a disciple to learn calligraphy, or... Yuqing clasped his hands and said loudly, this junior has loved this Datanyo all my life. Li Fan continued to look at Qing Chen. What about you? You were originally a monk, but I've never worshipped Buddha or entered a temple. I've never believed in Amitabha Buddha. Qing Chen looked at Li Fan, thinking to himself, this terrifying existence says he doesn't worship Buddha, which means that Buddha is nothing to him. Rampaging in the immortal realm, people don't dare to directly say the Buddha's name, Amitabha Buddha. Could this senior in front of him casually discuss the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas? At this moment, Lu Rang brought out a bowl of fish food. Qing Chen's eyes almost popped out. Qing Chen exclaimed in panic. This is the bowl of Buddha's great sons. It must be the bowl of Buddha's great son. It looks exactly like the holy object of the Buddhist sect in the classics. Shouldn't it be hidden in the immortal realm's spirit mountain, the supreme and sacred? How could it be? Could it be that his true identity is the Buddha Tao, where 10,000 Buddhas can transform into 1,000 myriad people? Li Fan pondered, looking at Qing Chen. This kid wants to learn Buddhism from me, but I can't teach those monastic rules, so how should I refuse? Suddenly, Qing Chen rushed forward and knelt before Liu Fan, shouting, Senior, Qing Chen is willing to give up everything and pursue Senior's Tao. Li Fan froze. Give up everything? That means to return to secular life, right? That's acceptable, as long as you don't keep chanting sutras and knocking on wooden fish in my ear every day. Ling Fan happily reached out his hand and said to Qing Chen, all right, then from now on you will be responsible for sweeping and cleaning in this courtyard. Qing Chen happily shouted, thank you, master. Greetings, master. Li Fan pointed, excited. Okay, no need for so much ceremony. Stand up, it's getting late. After dinner, I will teach you tomorrow. Nanfeng, Ziling, serve the dishes. The two immediately gaped. This is food. It's clearly a holy medicine. Oh my God, Zihuan smiled gleefully. Eat up, junior brothers. When we first arrived, we were also very surprised, but gradually we adapted. And you will understand too, these are all everyday dishes. Both of them began to eat large mouthfuls, talking excitedly. Now I understand why Long Shixiang and Lu Shixiang are so outstanding. Two junior brothers. Tomorrow I'll take you to see our vegetable garden. These vegetables are all from the garden. Suddenly, everyone looked at Nanfeng. While eating, Shiji Nanfeng radiated light all over her body, breaking through her cultivation realm. Sorry everyone. I couldn't control it, so I became an immortal. Both of them stared blankly at Nanfeng. That works too. Just eating a meal can make you an immortal. Is that freaking thing a demon? Scene changed to Tian Duan Yun Hai. 3 men in black are standing amidst the clouds. One of them stepped forward to report regarding one of the 21 lower realms connected to the holy cloud domain of the Swantian realm. This subordinate has gone to the Immortal Envoy Hall to investigate the records of the lower realm cultivators of the Holy Cloud domain, and discovered this. These are the records from the past 2,000 years, with only one lower realm having never returned. 300 years ago, a devil cultivator named Ming Tianbei sneaked into the Tianhun sect, stole the treasure, the Tianhun Pearl, of the Tianhun sect, and rebuilt a new Tianhun sect. To escape, he went to the lower realm, but the specific direction is unknown. This guy's a total psycho, a Tian Xian level cultivator with nasty tricks, and he's killed countless Zhen Xian and Xuan Xian. Plus, everyone he offs gets their life force drained and their soul scattered. This Ming Tianbei demon cultivator is seriously messed up. His methods are brutally thorough. That alone makes him a prime suspect for the deaths of Tang Xuan and the Luo Ming trio. It costs a fortune to force your way down from the immortal realm, and even a Tian Xian might drop below the Xian Dren level coming down here. After 3 centuries of R&R, this demon cultivator's probably back to at least the Zhen Xian level. If he's a Tian Xian, Xian Ren, Zhen Xian, Xuan Xian, you only get to Tian Xian after Xuan Xian. The Xuan Tian realm's too weak. A Tian Xian popping up would be instantly sensed by the immortal realm. So yeah, even if his power's back, he wouldn't dare go past the Xuan Xian level. If Ming Tianbei really is behind the Southern Domain's shenanigans, maybe we don't even need to get involved. Holy Cloud City will hunt him down. We just need to figure out if the big shot in the Southern Domain is actually that demon cultivator, Ming Tianbei. Scene change to the ruins of the Ascension platform on Changli Mountain beneath the rubble. Chains are clanking non-stop. A guy walks up to a coffin. 300 years of feeding with the heavenly soul pearl, the soul demon king should be waking up any minute now. Some time ago, a terrifying sword intent pierced through thousands of feet of earth. Luckily, it wasn't aimed here, or else I and the demon king's primordial spirit would have been toast. He suddenly cackles. This intense demonic energy. Is the Demon King's primordial spirit about to emerge? Right on cue, a surge of demonic energy sweeps through, blasting away the surrounding rocks and chains. A deafening explosion rocks the ascension platform. The youth laughs excitedly. Haha, finally, you're reborn. The immortal realm, the myriad realms. Tremble once more before your might. Inside the coffin, a little girl suddenly sits up and stares down at the guy in black. Are you Ming Tianbei? Ming Tianbei bows. Your subordinate, Demon Commander Gong Ya. Ming Tianbei greets the 9 sacred Demon King. With the Demon King's return, we are sure to. Suddenly the little girl waved and yelled loudly. Shut your trap. I can sense another primordial spirit here. A demon god with a grotesque face pops up, yelling, Remnants of the Demon Guard Legion, welcome the Demon King's primordial spirit to assemble. Please, Demon King primordial spirit, come with me to replenish the Demon King's true body. Ming Tianbei jumps in front of the 9 sacred, trying to protect her. Are you one of Kin's diet of the demon wolves? 9 sacred, you gotta run. The remnant demon guard waves his hand, shouting, The primordial spirit I guard is the true Demon King. You dare try to stop me, you little nobody. Please, Demon King primordial spirit, return to your rightful place. The 9 sacred glances around. Just my luck, getting into trouble right after being reborn. Then the 9 sacred teleports both of them to the surface. The newly reborn 9 sacred speaks weakly. Carry me and run. My power isn't fully restored yet. The remnant demon guard grins, baring his fangs. Then a demonic fog comes from his mouth, transforming into a ghostly, mask-wearing specter, chasing after the 9 sacred and Ming Tianbei. The 9 sacred clings to Ming Tianbei, saying, I can sense an incredibly powerful presence down below. Ming Tianbei chimes in. That village, Chengli Mountain's been destroyed. I hope that village is still safe. The 9 sacred shouts, Get down there, we need to hide in that village. Below Chengli Mountain, 2 black-robed men are wandering around, investigating. That big shot in the southern domain, the one on Chengli Mountain, seems to be hiding in that village. Getting too close might be dangerous. We just need to confirm if the one hiding here is a demon cultivator. Suddenly, a burst of energy flies over their heads, surprising them. What was that? Demonic aura? That confirms it. The demon cultivator Ming Tianbei is definitely hiding here. The black-robed men start whispering to each other. Let's head back, Chief. That demon cultivator's power is even above the Xuan Xian level. The black-robed leader smirks. HMPH. Even a great Luo golden immortal has to kneel before the immortal realm's punishment. A moment later, Ma Tianbei, now approaching Li Fan's mountain village, realized. What is this place? My demonic power is completely suppressed. I can't even fly. The 9 sacred orders Ming Tianbei to stop. Both look towards the mountain village, thinking, what is this? The spiritual qi is so abundant, the rhythm of the great Tao flows quietly around. Getting closer could be dangerous. Ming Tianbei looks ahead, slightly shivering. Demon King, this place might be where some old, powerful person live. If we go in case he is really a great senior, the immortal demon fight each other and might be. The 9 sacred jumps down. Approaching Li Faren's courtyard gate, she thinks, this tiny Xuan Tian realm? No way. Maybe he's been expecting me. Zhu Sheng reaches out, borrowing demonic power and clothes from Ming Tianbei, and says, but for safety, we need to disguise ourselves. Your clothes are too flashy. Lend me some demonic power. My own hasn't recovered yet. Ming Tianbei, standing beside her, thinks helplessly, oh, I bet your clothes are top-notch, huh? It's like having a shirt with no pants. Zhu Sheng reaches out, starting to absorb Ming Tianbei's demonic power. Ming Tianbei stares at Zhu Sheng. Why do I look like some punk next to you? Zhu Sheng then uses her demonic power to conceal her strength, and knocks on the courtyard gate. Hello? Is anyone home? Nanfeng comes out and asks, little miss, who are you? What brings you here, big sis? Bad guys are after us. My uncle and I are running away. Can you help us? Nanfeng glances at Ming Tianbei. Her uncle is a cultivator too, and his aura is extraordinary. Nanfeng grabs Zhu Sheng's hand and leads her into the courtyard. Come inside with me first, little sis. Zhu Sheng, having achieved her goal, thinks to herself, heh, this demon lord is still in spirit form. Even if you're a great immortal realm cultivator, you can't see through my disguise. Just a few steps in, Zhu Sheng's eyes widen in horror. Inside the small courtyard, images of true dragons, phoenixes, and immortal realm spiritual energy gradually appear before her eyes, terrifying Zhu Sheng. She rushes over, burying her face in Nanfeng's boobs, and cries, wah, it wasn't me. I didn't mean to barge in. I'm not a bad guy. Please, I'm scared. Li Fan looks at Zhu Sheng thoughtfully, a bit suspicious. Although she's dressed simply, her skin is soft and delicate. Looks like she's intentionally dressing like this as a disguise. Her pale skin makes her look sick. Could it be that something happened in her family? Is she dressing like this to avoid pursuit? This girl isn't ordinary, but now that she's here, she can stay for now. Zhu Sheng, still looking frightened, turns to look at Li Fan. What kind of ancient big shot is this? Has he seen through my identity? Li Fan reaches out and pats Zhu Sheng's head. You don't need to call me senior. Just call me big brother. Li Fan turns to look at Nanfeng. Where's this girl's uncle? Nanfeng replies to Li Fan. Her uncle isn't ordinary. He's outside and doesn't dare to come in. Li Fan thinks for a moment and orders Nanfeng to inform him. Tell him to leave for now. If pursuers come, this place will have a way to defeat them. Zhu Sheng grabs Nanfeng's hand and says,
Big sis, I'll go with you. I have something to say to my uncle too. Nanfeng steps out of the courtyard gate and stares at Ming Tianbei. My master orders you to leave for now. Ming Tianbei begins to ponder. How can I leave? The demon lord's nascent spirit still needs protection. Zhu Sheng glares at Ming Tianbei. Uncle, find a place to hide. This senior will protect me. Ming Tianbei bows respectfully, thinking, the one the demon lord calls senior. Does the demon lord want me to go first? Cut back to the remnant demon guard. He's continuously using demonic power to track down Zhu Sheng, his whole body filled with demonic energy. Why did the nascent spirit's aura disappear here? He stares up at the calligraphy in front of the courtyard gate, pondering its meaning. Why is the aura of the great Tao so strong? Could this be the residence of an immortal realm powerhouse? So Demon Marshal Gong Ye Yimo has colluded with the immortal realm. Shameless. I want to see which immortal realm powerhouse dares to snatch someone from the Demon Marshal. Inside the courtyard, Lin Fan is still fishing leisurely. There's some commotion near the courtyard gate. It's the Lu Rang gang playing with Qing Chen. Why are the fish all scared away? Then a burst of light, powerful and mighty, shoots out, accompanied by a scream. Ming Tianbei turns back in shock. Is that the demon lord? I have to go back and see. He arrives to find the remnant demon guard lying there, writhing in pain. Who is the high-level immortal realm expert you prayed to? Seeing this power, Ming Tianbei was also extremely horrified. It seems that the demon lord is indeed having an affair with some terrifying expert, and is probably being protected by them. Now, I should escape now and inform the demon marshal at the same time. Gong Ya is at the heavenly clouds sea. The group of black-clad people just now returned to report. The group of black-clad people kept talking to each other. How is it? Is the identity of the expert in the southern domain a demon cultivator? This matter cannot be delayed. I don't care who he is. Immediately inform the altar lord. The leader just now then spoke. That person is the demon cultivator Ming Tianbei. And the altar lord is taking action. As long as the holy cloud city of the northern immortal city knows that the demon cultivator who stole the heavenly soul pearl back then is hiding in the southern domain, we can borrow a hand to kill someone. Inside the courtyard, it's time for Li Fan to serve the meal. At the dining table, Li Fan reached out and picked up a piece of fried tofu for Zhu Sheng. Eat up. You're still growing. Zhu Sheng was stunned by the table full of holy medicines. Seriously, even in the demon palace, holy medicines are rarely eaten even once. Could it be that he has recognized my true identity? How does he know that I have been asleep for more than 1,000 years, and even specially prepared holy medicines to help me replenish? Zhu Sheng asked curiously. Li Fan Gej, why are you so kind to me? Lin Farron thought for a while and smiled as he spoke. This little girl has been running away for so long she must not be eating well or sleeping well. I'm helping you replenish because you're still a little girl. I know you've been through a lot, some things are better forgotten. If you want, you can treat this place as your home. Li Fan also took the opportunity to ask Zhu Sheng's name. That's right, what's your name? Zhu Sheng thought to herself. Remembering the past, it seems that my identity and past have been seen through by this senior. It seems that this senior wants me to give up all my inner demons. Zhu Sheng almost blurted out her real name and panicked. Dai Gerge, I've forgotten my previous name, can you give me a name? Li Fan reached out and gave Zhu Sheng a new name. Xin Jing, what do you think? Xin in consciousness, heart. Jing in peace. Xin Jing is too young to miss out on studying. You can't learn anything in the village. I'll teach you how to read, what do you think? After the meal, Li Fan took out a brush and ink to teach Xin Jing the first stroke. Before my bed, there is bright moonlight. A poem by Li Ba. Qing Chen saw the brushstroke full of great Tao, thinking to himself. Just by looking at it, I feel as if there is an immortal existence of sitting and watching the years-long stream. While chanting, Yu King also widened her eyes in surprise. Such a strong sword intent. In this Tao rhythm there is a feeling of loneliness and sadness. Isn't Maester telling us that the other side of the Tao is the true feeling that penetrates into the bone marrow? Xin Jing looked towards Li Fan. This is the supreme immortal path. If the demon lord had such a calligraphy during his peak, there might be a great opportunity to reach the immortal king realm. Li Fan continued to look at Xin Jing. Do you know the characters? Li Fan then pointed to the lines of the characters to teach Xin Jing. At the same time, in Holy Cloud City, located among the mountains filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a subordinate ran in to inform the person with 500 meters long hair. Sect leader. Just now a branch altar in the city received news that the demon cultivator Ming Tianbei, who stole the heavenly soul pearl, is currently hiding in the southern domain's profound heaven realm. The white-haired person, upon hearing this, immediately ordered, send people down to retrieve the heavenly soul pearl. If you encounter resistance, use everything. The highest realm of the profound heaven realm can only accommodate profound immortals. I will send a true disciple down to go with you. His cultivation is still at the immortal realm, and the backlash from going to a lower realm is not great. After a while, the sect leader's disciple was present and ready to go to the lower realm to hunt down Ming Tianbei. A rift to the immortal realm gradually opened in the vast space. He quickly glided through the rift to the immortal realm and frowned. As expected, the price of crossing realms is very high. If using the primal stone, the cultivation will decrease a bit. He rolled his eyes and smiled triumphantly.
Southern Domain. Ming Tianbei. I'm coming. Back to the Grand Evolution Holy Land. Under the main hall of the Holy Land, Ling Xiao had a conversation with Tianxing. Since the two true immortals were resolved by young Master Long last time, the profound heaven world seems to have returned to peace. Now all the major sects are thinking about returning to the ancestral court. I wonder if Senior Li has any instructions. Tianxing stared intently at old Ling Xiao. In this case, I will ask Senior Li for instructions again. If the profound heaven realm is safe, outside, a subordinate ran in panicking and yelled, There are enemies attacking? Old Ling Xiao was extremely surprised. Who is it? What exactly is going on? At the same time, outside the Grand Evolution Holy Land, the Immortal Realm's disciple stood arrogantly and spoke loudly. A broken formation, daring to stop me even though it hasn't even reached the immortal level. Where is the demon cultivator Ming Tianbei? If you tell me, you can keep your lives. Old Ling Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. An immortal. Could he be with those two true immortals? I don't know any Ming Tianbei. In the blink of an eye, the Immortal Realm disciple teleported in front of Ling Xiao and punched him. Ling Xiao, you old pill furnace, your time is up. If you say one irrelevant word, I'll kill one of you. Huo Linger was furious, took out an immortal artifact, and shouted, Just because you're an immortal doesn't mean you can be so arrogant. Do you think you own the Xuantian realm? The Immortal Realm disciple still acted arrogantly, looking at Ling Zhi. That hairpin is actually an immortal treasure. A tiny Xuantian realm has this kind of treasure. This good stuff is delivered right to my door. Tian Ning cried out in alarm. Linger gauge. The disciple grinned mockingly. Come here, little girl. Then, a stream of immortal energy flashed by, and the arrogant disciple lost an arm. He stared at Linger in pain. How is this possible? Linger glared at the arrogant dog immortal in front of her. You think you're stronger than us? Keep being arrogant. Linger stood in the air, glaring and shouting. Dare to come here and hit my people? This is the price you have to pay? The Immortal Realm disciple stared at Ling Dwyer. How did you easily get a Zhuan immortal grade defensive item? I'm from the Immortal Realm. You brats dare to humiliate me, I'll crush you into dust. He took out a token and shouted, This is the immortal spiritual power of the Tianhun Sect's elders. Let me go. Even if you are a Xuan immortal, you can't handle it. Linger stared at the Immortal Realm disciple and asked about his parents. Damn, what a complete moron. Linger then used the hairpin that Li Fan gave her, rushing to attack the dog immortal in front of her, unleashing a strike full of killing intent, scattering the dog immortal into smoke with great Dao's spiritual energy. After he died, a stream of blue energy suddenly flew back to the Immortal Realm, confusing Linger. What is this? Old Ling Xiao painfully opened his mouth. That's the signal that a powerful figure left on him. There are others backing him. Tian Ning helped old Ling Xiao stand up. What did he mean by saying he was from the Immortal Realm? Ling Xiao, covered in injuries, continued. If he's really from the Immortal Realm, if the Immortal Realm comes for revenge, I'm afraid the entire Xuantian realm will be destroyed. Back at the Tianhun Sect, inside the Sect Master's hall, the Sect Master with 500 meters long hair spoke. Any news of the Tianhun Pearl yet? The subordinate hurriedly saluted. Sect Master, please forgive me. My inferior disciple, who was carrying the Xuan immortal treasure, died in the lower realm before the news could be sent back. However, I left him with a wisp of lifelight, and I already know he died here. This must be the work of the demonic cultivator Ming Tianbei. I heard that the demonic cultivator was a celestial immortal before descending to the lower realm. The Sect Master issued another order. Use the primordial realm stone and send more people to retrieve the Tianhun Pearl. And eliminate the demonic cultivator while you're at it. After a while, the subordinate stepped out. How's the infinite sect doing, Elder Lihuo? Has the sect master made a decision? Elder Lihuo silently looked at the disciples and said, The sect master has ordered the retrieval of the Tianhun Pearl and the elimination of the demonic cultivator. Ordering the dispatch of the strongest Xuan immortal level experts. Use the original world stones to break the lower realm's barrier and destroy the demons. At the small courtyard, Liu Fan was teaching Xinjing how to read when he saw Tian Ning and Ling Sher walk in. Spill the tea. What happened that got you two so worried? Tian Ning stepped forward to explain everything. Senior, people from above were sent to find someone named Ming Tianbei, but they clashed with us and even attacked Senior Ling Zhao. Yifan was surprised and thought to himself, from above? Could it be the fuzz? Tian Ning's business is booming, so it must have attracted a lot of attention. Xinjing, who was next to him, also heard this and pondered. People from the immortal realm are chasing Ming Tianbei. Could it be that someone in the immortal realm knows about my existence? Tian Ning carefully recounted every detail of the conflict just now to Lin Fan. In a moment of desperation, we killed him. After speaking, Tian Ning hurriedly knelt down to apologize. It's all our fault for being too reckless. We've caused trouble for you, Senior. If you want to punish us, then please do so. Li Fan turned around and said, You guys didn't do anything wrong. Killing those insects made me extremely happy. If those people want revenge, then let them come here, Li Fan thought to himself. In a world of cultivators like the Xuantian realm, death isn't a normal thing, not to mention they were insects deserving of death. Moreover, how strong can the government of the Xuantian realm be? Tian Ning exclaimed happily. Thank you, Senior, I knew it. With Ling Senior here, all evildoers can't cause chaos. Ling Ji looked at Li Fan with an excited expression. Even existences above the immortal realm are nothing to Li Senior. Suddenly, the sky exploded with continuous thunder and lightning. Ling Ge looked up at the sky and pondered. Did we really mess with some big shot from the immortal realm? Nanfeng immediately sensed it. This feeling is of crossing realms. Someone is forcibly crossing the realm. Li Fan saw Xinjing crying and reached out to pat her head to comfort her. Don't worry, it's just thunder and lightning. Xinjing is still a child. Then he said to Nanfeng, Nanfeng, everyone is disturbed and confused by the celestial phenomenon. Play a tune for everyone to calm down. Nanfeng happily complied, thinking to himself, does Master mean to have me stop those powerhouses from crossing the realm? From another perspective, the group of black-clad people had gathered in a corner of the Tianduan Cloud Sea. The leader excitedly spoke up, haha, the Tianhun sect is considered to have some strength. They've used a lot of original world stones. Not even the world tree can stop it anymore. He cracked an insidious smile and continued. The world tree in each realm originates from spiritual energy. After the Tianhun sect's battle in the lower realm, the Swantian realm will surely lose its vitality. When the world tree is exhausted, it will be easy for us to seize it. The world tree in this world seems to have recovered its vitality. Where is the music coming from? Who is stopping us from descending? It definitely can't be a demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivators are outsiders and don't have the recognition of the world tree. Is it the natives of the Swantian realm who are stopping us? Input. All of the original world stones. After descending, slaughter this world and destroy the world tree. A wave of energy powerfully struck Changli Mountain, causing countless anomalies. The people of the Tianhun sect had also descended, because that true immortal disciple had indeed died in the southern region. One of them meditated, using spiritual power to lift large boulders into the air, and shouted, sheltering the demonic race and preventing our sect from descending is an unforgivable crime. From today onwards, this world will be completely destroyed. A towering mountain gradually rose. Ming Tianbei, standing to the side, saw someone standing on top of Changli Mountain, an executor of the Tianhun sect. Ming Tianbei clenched his fists and quietly stepped forward. A mere mysterious immortal dares to speak such words. No matter what, I will protect the demon lord. Suddenly, countless mysterious immortals flew into the air, causing Ming Tianbei to be extremely surprised. What? 10 of them? An old man with a bald head cupped his hands and slammed them down on the ground, shouting, Swantian realm. A shockwave shook the entire Swantian realm. Ming Tianbei roared, No way, I'm not giving up. The demon lord has just been born. An old man beside him was also blasted away. Above true immortal. Why didn't Senior Li stop him? Did he fail? Originally wanted to go to heaven for a fight, but unexpectedly, the one who came was above true immortal. The old high monk standing beside him sighed. All living beings suffer. Nanfeng, while playing, thought. Just now I clearly felt that we were fighting each other with the power of the world's origin. The person who came is, indeed, too strong. Beside her, Xinjing was filled with fear, but Li Fan continued to reassure her. Don't be afraid, you're Xinjing, someone who wouldn't even bat an eye if the sky fell. Li Fan looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, strange. I've never seen such bad weather before. It's really strange. But even if it's stranger, isn't it just the weather? Why are they so scared? Li Fan presented a piece of music, saying to Nanfeng, Nanfeng, perform this piece to give your junior brothers and sisters more confidence. Nanfeng was surprised when she saw Li Fan's score. What kind of music is this? Every note is filled with terrifying killing intent. Could it be that Shizun wants me to use this piece to kill all those Xuan immortals? Li Fan turned his head and said, I know your musical style always tends to be gentle, but you must know that the sound of the zither doesn't only include warm spring breezes, trickling streams, but also the sounds of metal horses and iron spears, and the 50 mysterious banners. Nanfeng then understood Li Fan's teaching, and began to play according to Li Fan's music. Yu Qing suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Nanfeng. Shiji Nanfeng only needs to play the zither to create a peak shockwave, with dazzling light everywhere. The old Xuan immortal above from afar was also violently suppressed. The sound waves are too strong. That demonic cultivator is not simple. He began to unleash all his spiritual power, using the heavenly soul sacrifice. A powerful burst of energy erupted in the middle of the avenue, shining brightly across the sky. Nanfeng's zither suddenly broke a string, so she was very worried. Li Fan also raised his hand, regaining his rhythm. Let him be strong, who cares? Gentle breeze wipes the mountain peak. Nanfeng rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, just like last time, Shizun is enlightening me in an instant. Nanfeng regained her spirits, and a piece of music created earth-shattering power. The people of the Tianhun sect felt the terrifying pressure. What's going on? The attack is stronger. Fellow disciples, don't hold back anymore. This person is not simple. The people of the Tianhun sect then began to pour all their spiritual power into a desperate state, roaring, fight to the death, don't hold back, suppress him together. Another string on Nanfeng's zither broke. Li Fan stroked the zither string in front of him. Great sound is silent. Can't one string convey the full meaning of the music? Nanfeng once again realized. Disciple understands. Great sound is silent, the great Dabio is simple, disciple understands everything Shizun wants to say. The people of the Tianhun sect thought they had suppressed the demonic cultivator, and said, "Everyone, continue to use." He didn't see anyone answer, so he turned around and shouted to his fellow disciples. After turning around, he saw a horrifying scene. He stood there silently, enduring the attack. Is the Tianhun sect facing a great disaster? As Tianning reached out to welcome the golden rain, she exclaimed, "This is immortal rain. This rain will usher in a golden era throughout the Swantian realm. I'm afraid we'll never reach the immortal realm now." Tianning looked up at the sky, adding, "Senior Lai is terrifying, even more so than a true immortal, casually slaughtering like this." Ling Chao gazed into the distance pensively. That war tune is played by Senior Li's disciple, Nan Feng. Zi Ling, from another angle, noted, "Senior apprentice Sister Nan Feng has broken through to mysterious immortal." She directly skipped true immortal from the immortal realm. Nan Feng then curiously asked, "Li Fan, Shifu, does this tune have a name?" Li Fan sat up straight, replying, "Of course it does. This tune is called the Sovereign's Formation-Breaking Melody." Xin Jing, standing aside in shock, thought, "He's making a move. It must be the primordial stone game. I'm afraid it will affect the grand game of the heavens and realms." At the same time, in the heavenly cloud sea, amidst the layers of clouds, the group of black-clad figures gnashed their teeth in anger, casually killing 10 great mysterious immortals. Just what kind of character is hiding in the Swantian realm? The subordinate next to him spoke. "Leader, the verdant Miss Sea is about to recover. With the essence replenishment of the 10 great mysterious immortal powerhouses, the world tree will also recover quickly, even stronger." The leader angrily shouted, "Don't care about so much. We can't delay Master Tuo's grand plan of myriad realms fusion. Quickly seize the world tree with me." Following that, they used magical artifacts in an attempt to devour the world tree. A huge magical artifact appeared in the sky, swallowing the world tree whole. The leader suddenly shouted, "Not good, it wants to escape towards the southern domain. We absolutely can't let it descend, full speed ahead." The group of black-clad figures hurriedly chased after the world tree. The world tree shouted, "Damn it, it's almost at that forbidden place." A streak of spiritual energy rushed over, seeing the world tree, and said, "Little tree, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you." He charged straight toward the world tree. In the blink of an eye, a streak of spiritual energy pierced through his body, causing him to cry out in pain. Akea. In the moment of death, he quickly used the body double dharma, only his evil soul, and then returned to the immortal realm. An immortal gatekeeper saw him and shouted, "What remnant soul dares to cause trouble here? Get lost." He then spoke to the immortal gatekeeper, "Quick, take me to see Master Tuo." The immortal gatekeeper recognized the voice. "Yu Chenbing, weren't you in the Swantian realm? How did you become like this?" Old Master Tuo inside spoke. "The devouring immortal shattered. Even I couldn't break the devouring immortal, that creation. Could the Swantian of heaven, earth, profound and yellow, be related to the first heavenly realm before?" After contemplation, the elder said, "You have the spatial rules, not limited by the lower realm. Please make a trip there and see what's happening." Tang Te excitedly took Master Tugyo's order, then directly descended to the lower realm. He took out a magic treasure, then looked up. "Here, I can capture the coordinates of the Swantian realm." As he set foot in Li Fan's mountain village, he continuously observed amidst the misty fog the cultivation base of a heavenly immortal, and I can easily enter the Swantian world. So it seems that the lowest level of the Swantian realm is mysterious immortal. This land has such abundant spiritual energy, and there are omens of immortal spiritual energy being born, and this small mountain village can make my heart feel uneasy. Moreover, there's an earth-shattering aura of terror. Could it be the Dao field of some immortal lord, a forbidden place of bones? Suddenly, Li Fan's old neighbor came out and shouted, "Who are you? What are you gawking at here?" Tang Te stared in horror at Li Fan's old neighbor. This old geezer is surrounded by such thick miasma, it's like he's non-existent. And that staff of his, the energy is terrifying. "Let's bounce." Li Fan's old neighbor was bewildered. Cough, cough, who is this? Why are they running away? Must be a thief I scared off. Tang Tam booked it back to the immortal realm at the speed of light. "This place is terrifying. Good thing I ran." As he sped back to the immortal realm, he yelled, "Yu Chenbing, just you wait." Yu Chenbing had just been healed by the sect master and was back in his original form. Suddenly, Tang Te burst in, yelling, "Get out here, Yu Chenbing!" Still clueless, Yu Chenbing turned to Tang Te and said, "Elder Tang Te, you're back so early. Was the trip successful?" Before he could finish, Tang Te socked him right in the face. "Successful my ass, you mutt." The sect master, confused, asked Tang Te, "Tang Te, what are you doing?" Tang Te angrily pointed at Yu Chenbing and shouted, "This good-for-nothing almost got me killed in the profound heaven realm. The profound heaven realm hides a forbidden zone. I personally saw that so-called small mountain village in the southern domain is the forbidden ground, and there is a terrifying old man." The sect master pondered and asked, "You're saying that the expert let you live and return? Since forever, no one who has trespassed into a forbidden zone, except for heaven-defying big shots, has ever survived to return. Did that expert discover you? You were able to survive? In my opinion, that place isn't some forbidden zone, but is hiding a forbidden object, at most relying on that object to create illusions and fear. But you couldn't act rashly, so you came back. Tang Te was confused. A forbidden object. With this power, could it be an immortal artifact of immortal lord level? The old sectmaster stared at Tang Te. Exactly. From the moment the 100 realms fuse until the profound heaven realm turns to ashes in a short time, this time we can not only eliminate that existence, but also have the chance to obtain an immortal artifact of immortal lord level. Yu Chenbing sat in a corner, in pain. Huh, what's going on? Why did you hit me? Scene change. At Holy Cloud City, in the quiet night, the sect master of the Celestial Soul Sect sat in a corner and said, "That song actually killed 10 celestial immortals of my Celestial Soul Sect, on the spot." A subordinate spoke to the sect master, "What should we do now? The strength of the sect has been greatly damaged. Once other forces find out." The sect master stared at the subordinate, transmitting a message. "Say that in the profound heaven realm, there is news of the holy sound immortals, immortal lord array breaking melody." The subordinate asked in confusion. Does the sect master mean that the person in the lower realm is actually the successor of the holy sound immortal? If it really is the holy sound immortals, immortal lord array breaking melody, I'm afraid the entire northern immortal territory will fall into madness. The sect master pondered. Only a song with such power can divert the attention of other forces from us. Go spread the news. The subordinate cupped his hands in salute. This subordinate understands, sect master. Afterwards, the news spread to the 4 domains. Already in position, directly break the boundary. From here on, our 4 major sects will definitely win if we join forces for the immortal lord array breaking melody. Prepare to cross the border. An old man widened his eyes and shouted, "Don't get in this old man's way." A guy covered in muscles. "What are you exaggerating about, old man?" A high monk was touched and glared angrily. A young lady stepped out and glanced, "Cut out their tongues." A moment later, she landed on Chungli Mountain, standing on the mountaintop. "These busybodies are too noisy. I better come here and protect the demon lord's retreat first." She continuously observed her surroundings. Perhaps that Tian Mingbei guy is about to arrive. A moment later, Tian Mingbei arrived before her. "Your subordinate, Gong Ya," greets Demon General Gong Ya. Gong Ya turned to look at Tian Mingbei. "Is the demon lord here? Why can't I sense her aura in this world?" Tian Mingbei bowed with both hands and reported to the demon general. "The demon lord is being protected by a very powerful senior, and is now in that senior's place." Gong Ya looked at Tian Mingbei with irritation. "A senior? I told you to protect the demon lord, yet you handed her over to someone of unknown origin?" Tian Mingbei opened his mouth in confusion. "No, demon general. It was the demon lord who asked your subordinate to leave. She said she wanted to be by that senior's side." Gong Ya then continued to ask, "Then where is this senior you speak of? Take me to see." Tian Mingbei continuously glanced at Gong Ya. "Demon general, your cloak is so beautiful," Gong Ya spoke up irritably. "Enough talk. Quickly take me there." Tian Mingbei was still gesturing with his hands. Gong Ya looked around with some worry, immediately sensing countless powerful auras flowing around this little mountain village. "It looks very ordinary, but it conceals terrifying Dao Yun and Dao laws. You quickly stick close to me. Otherwise, if something happens, I won't be able to protect you." Gong Ya looked towards the houses in front. "The senior you speak of is in seclusion in this cave dwelling," Tian Mingbei said as he led the way. "Demon General Gong Ya, this is just the house of an ordinary villager." Gong Ya thought to herself as she walked. This ordinary mountain village is filled with killing intent. If this stone house is really ordinary, then, inside the courtyard gate. At this moment, Li Fan was reaching out to pick peaches from the tree. "These peaches are all ripe. Let's leave some for us to eat and share the rest with the villagers, so they can also enjoy the peaches I planted." Xinchuan looked up at Li Fan in admiration. "It is said that a pan peach blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and ripens once every 3,000 years. In Master's courtyard they ripen so quickly, and he easily bestows immortal medicine like this." Lu Rang was no less surprised. Master's methods are earth-shattering, and his cultivation methods are all at an extremely mystical realm. Li Fan glanced at his 2 disciples. "Today, both of you will accompany me on a trip." While walking, Li Fan accidentally stepped on a sapling and picked it up to examine it. "Why is there a sapling here? Could it be someone from the village brought it?" Li Fan picked up the sapling and put it in his basket, glancing at Lu Rang. "It's a good opportunity, Lu Rang. Come here. Your teacher will teach you how to plant a tree." Both of them looked at Li Fan in amazement. Is this the power of the original source of the world? This sapling is clearly about to wither, but why does it give me such a vibrant feeling? Li Fan walked to a corner in the courtyard, dug a deep pit, and opened his mouth. "Look carefully. Planting trees is different from planting vegetables. If you want to plant a tree, you must dig the soil deep enough. Remember the secret. Dig a big hole, plant it in the middle, stretch the roots, don't hollow it out, pick up the sapling, cover it with soil, pour enough water, and let it settle." Nanfeng, quickly help me bring a pot of water here. Nanfeng was stunned as soon as he brought the pot of water. "Before, When fighting the 10 great mysterious immortals, I felt it resisting the extraterrestrial immortals with me. Why has it descended to the mortal realm and transformed into this form? Xin Jing stood in a corner, carefully observing. This world tree has undergone a great battle, so it came here to take refuge. But without Xuanhuang energy, even if the senior protects it, it will still wither and die. Li Fan on this side had also finished planting, placing the tree in the center and covering it with soil. The most important thing is to fix the roots. Whether the roots are deep enough determines the future height of the tree. If the roots are not firm, even if it is tall in the future, it will be broken at the roots by storms. Unstable roots are easily affected. After speaking, Li Fan watered the world tree. Nanfeng watched intently, pondering, I'm growing too fast? Maybe I should build a more solid foundation? Is Shizun reminding me? Xin Jing stood in a corner, lost in thought. In my previous life, my cultivation had cracks, which prevented me from breaking through to Immortal King. Senior is probably pointing out the reason for my failure. In this life, I must stay by Senior's side and cultivate to perfection. Zixuan, standing next to her, also mused. Shizun is telling us that we must have a solid foundation. Lu Reng, ever the simpleton, thought. So, planting trees is like this, Li Fan then spoke. Alright, let's go share the peaches with everyone. At the same time, Tianbei and Gong Ya arrived before the courtyard gate. Gong Ya stared intently at Li Fan, thinking, there's not a trace of cultivator aura on this person. The two youths beside him only have immortal cultivation. How dare such lowly beings be disrespectful to the demon lord? Seeing Li Fan patting Xin Jing's head, Gong Ya shouted, who are you? How dare you be so audacious? Xin Jing, hearing this, retorted loudly, Gong Ya, don't be rude. Li Fan turned to Xin Jing. Xin Jing Mei knows this person. Xin Jing turned and replied, Li Jij, she's my former maid. Hearing this, Li Fan ordered Lu Rang, you guys continue taking the peaches to share with everyone in the village. I'll take Xin Jing and this young lady home first. Lu Rang agreed gleefully. Shizun, leave it to us disciples. Gong Ya, seeing the table of peaches, was stunned. Those are 3,000-year ripe peaches. They're giving them away to other people. After a while, Li Fan led Xin Jing and Gong Ya back to his small courtyard. Gong Ya panicked again, thinking, this is a forbidden ground. This feeling is that of a supreme forbidden ground. No wonder I can't see through him. He must be the lord of a forbidden ground. Li Fan took out a peach and happily offered it to Gong Ya. Did you get tired from the journey? It just so happens that some peaches ripened today. Have one. Gong Ya received the peach, lost in thought. Peaches. He just casually offered me peaches. Such conduct. What kind of grandmaster is he? Li Fan poured tea while asking, did you come to take Xin Jing away? Gong Ya was somewhat flustered. Gong Ya will follow senior's arrangements. Xin Jing was on the verge of tears. Xin Jing doesn't want to leave Li Jij. Li Fan raised his teacup, pondering for a moment. It seems their enemies outside haven't been brought to justice yet. This young lady and her maid are truly pitiful. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan said, then, would you like to stay here with Xin Jing? Gong Ya was bewildered, and hurriedly replied. Li Fan looked intently at Gong Ya. However, if you stay, you'll have to do something. Do you know how to do housework? Gong Ya looked at Li Fan, thinking, I was once a demon lord. What is housework? I'll stay first and figure it out later, housework. At most, I'll just learn, Gong Ya quickly said. Senior, I know how to do everything. Suddenly, Gong Ya's gaze darkened, as if sensing something. In the sky, the people of the Tianhun sect once again stirred up the Xuan Tian realm, using the Tian Di Da Mie Bian in the Di Ling realm. The old man was casting the Tian Di Da Mie Bian, saying to the chief envoy, reporting to the chief envoy, 99 grand formations of the world have started and are ready to activate. The old chief envoy stared intently at the grand formation and laughed loudly. Haha, once activated, in a short instant, the Xuantian realm at the central convergence will turn into ashes, a branch envoy reported. Forbidden items may exist, the Holy Land is also very concerned. Where's Yang Yuantian? The old chief envoy pondered. It's Song Cheng Zhao, an elder of the branch. He came here personally. I wonder what business he has. The old Yang Yuantian bowed. Greetings, Grand Elder Song. Hearing this, the old Song interrupted. There's no need for promises. Song Chengju glanced at Yuan Tian. This fusion is under my watch. And we also have 7 golden immortals from the branch here to guard it. If we don't find the forbidden item you mentioned, the consequences of deceiving the branch, humph. Yuan Tian bowed respectfully and said, understood. Then came the golden immortals, fusing 100 realms. The Heavenly Soul Sect's 100 realms fusion grand formation was activated. Scene changed to the chaotic flow sea of void. Countless golden immortals, profound immortals, and heavenly immortals stood below. One of them stepped forward, glaring and shouting. This time, the 4 great sects of the northern immortal domain are launching an attack. Together, we have 1 golden immortal, 25 heavenly immortals, and hundreds of profound immortals and immortal lords. To break the formation, we must obtain that song from the profound heaven realm. At this moment, thunder rumbled. A dark color enveloped the entire southern domain. Old Yuan Yang stared at the sky.
What the hell is going on here? Old Ling Chao beside him spoke. Dao brother, I feel like this world is about to be swallowed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning from the high heavens struck old Yuan Yang directly, causing him immense pain and discomfort. He screamed and was knocked to the ground. After the thick smoke and dust cleared, old Ling Chao went over to help Yuan Yang up. Dao brother, how are you? Yuan Yang sat slumped on the ground. I'm fine. It's just, where did this enemy attack from? Grandmaster Kong Ming, who was also present, spoke up. This power truly comes from the chaotic flow sea. Ling Chao Dao. Brother, please immediately find Lingshar Divine Maiden and Tiangxiang City Maiden. Such a formation, I'm afraid, will ultimately have to rely on Senior Lai to take action. I'll go up ahead and see what exactly is happening in the outer realms. After that, they split up and flew in two directions. Grandmaster Kong Ming accidentally discovered something while flying to investigate. A void realm appeared in the sky of the profound heaven realm, causing him great surprise. Old Kong Ming clasped his hands together, helplessly allowing the void black hole to suck him in. Countless void holes began to appear in the entire sky of the profound heaven realm. Yuan Yang widened his eyes, somewhat despondent. Has the profound heaven realm reached the point of annihilation? He suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Crap! The void holes are creating an increasingly powerful suction force. Old Kong Ming couldn't withstand it either, and was being sucked in. Unexpectedly, a hand appeared and grabbed Old Kong Ming's hand. This is Yu Qing's teacher. He tightly gripped Old Kong Ming's hand, using all his strength to pull him away. Hurry, Grandmaster Kong Ming, we must quickly go and seek Senior Li's help. From that day on, scene changed to Li Fan's courtyard gate. In a vision that seemed like facing the end of the world, Li Fan looked up at the sky worriedly. The last time, I could still say it was strange weather, but this time, it's definitely a major incident. Suddenly, Tian Ning's voice rang out from outside, calling, Li Fan. Lin Ji hurriedly entered Li Fan's courtyard gate and said loudly, Senior Li, this is bad. It seems the profound heaven realm is facing a great calamity. According to the senior's speculation, it seems there is something terrifying in the void chaotic flow sea that wants to destroy the profound heaven realm. Li Fan's face darkened upon hearing this, panicking. What? Destroy the profound heaven realm? Seriously? Gong Ya glanced at heart-cleansing demon lord. How about I go take a look? Heart-cleansing glanced back. With a senior here, we can just wait. Du Ji Yu Qin had arrived at the courtyard gate at the same time, requesting an audience with Li Fan. Yu Qing then spotted Chen Lu and called out loudly, Father? Li Fan looked towards the courtyard gate. Is that your father? Then invite them in. Chen Lu entered and hurriedly bowed. Senior Lai, disaster is imminent. We went out to investigate, and discovered that a terrible calamity is about to descend within the sea of chaotic flux. I fear no one in the Xuantian realm can stop it. Li Fan was utterly bewildered, his body stiffened, and he thought, what the heck, the world is ending, what can I possibly do? I'm not even a cultivator. No way, no way. Even if I die, I must die with dignity. Absolutely can't lose face in front of my disciples. Li Fan turned to look at Gong Ya and ordered, Gong Ya, pour the tea. Chen Lu anxiously looked at Li Fan, who remained so calm. Can the Xuantian realm really be protected? The disciples stared intently at Li Fan. As expected of Senior Lis, so calm even at a time like this. Ling Fan raised the teacup, then poured it out. The tea's cold. Lao Chen Lu noticed at first glance. This isn't the world tree. Before, the world tree was seemingly hunted by those who crossed realms. Now it seems Senior Lai has lent a helping hand. A cup of tea can make the world tree grow to such an extent. At the same time, in the sky, countless worlds existing parallel to the Xuantian realm were gradually revealed, wanting to merge with the Xuantian realm. Gong Ya, from a corner below, looked up at the sky. Those are other worlds forcibly merging with the Xuantian realm. We can't hold out much longer. Is Senior Lai still not going to act? Li Fan stared intently at the tree before him. This tree can be considered alive now. If this world is truly destroyed, as a mortal there is nothing more I can do. If that's the case, what should I do now? This tree just so happens to have recovered its vitality. Li Fan turned to look at Lu Rang. Lu Rang, I will teach you a different nurturing method. Go and bring a basin of water here. Lu Rang also awkwardly hurried off to fetch water. Li Fan reached out and loosened the soil around the base of the world tree, watered it in time, then added more soil. If I'm not wrong, the roots will be replenished, and the leaves will grow faster. Outside the sea of chaotic flux, the spiritual power of the world tree had also begun to spread to the 100 realms. Old Tuozhu Yuantian was suddenly struck by a backlash. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he stared intently at the source of the world tree's power in the Xuantian realm. What on earth happened? To think the world tree has truly recovered its vitality. In the midst of the sea of chaotic flux, 7 golden immortals were trying their best to forcibly merge the Xuantian realm. At the same time, the power of the world tree grew stronger and stronger in an instant, bursting forth with power, incinerating all the golden immortals of the heavenly soul sect. Yuan Tian next to him hastily cast a shield to protect his body. Even a Taiyi golden immortal couldn't move this great formation.
Just what kind of monster is in that forbidden area? The sky of Xuanyu realm had returned to a state of peace. The disciples erupted in a clamor. Is this master's heaven-defying technique? Whoa, that's totally wild, dudes. And it's already solved so easily? Freaking unbelievable. Lisfan looked around blankly. What did I even do? Why are they screeching like monkeys? Are they all brain dead or something? Lu Rang yelled excitedly. There's no cultivation like this. I've decided. I want to use this method to cultivate a killing technique that will overturn the stars in the heavens. Gong Ya was utterly astonished. Just what kind of peerless expert is this person, to be able to use the world tree like this? Xin Jing stared intently at Li Fan. Dumb as hell. It's not about using the world tree, but about bestowing upon it a great fortuitous encounter, sharing longevity with heaven and earth. At this moment, Li Fan extended his hand and spoke. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Just by changing one's mindset, isn't this also a kind of scenery? The disciples stared thoughtfully at Li Fan. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering calamity in Master's eyes is merely a serene landscape. Qing Chen, on the side, began to gain enlightenment, immortal power enveloping his entire body. So that's how it is, Master. Your disciple has enlightened. In an instant, Qing Chen broke through to the profound immortal realm. The scene shifts before everyone's eyes to some unknown sect in Xuanyu realm, where everyone was bowing and kneeling. The world tree has manifested. The world tree has manifested. The world tree is amazing. I will forever be your servant. Then it shifts to another unknown sect in Huangdao realm, while under the gloomy, thunderous sky of Diyuan realm, there were also sects fleeing everywhere. What's going on? The destructive aura isn't like before. Nothing is like before. Anyway, all the juniors are dead. Old Yuan Tian was keenly observing. This is impossible. Diling realm is also being pulled by some force. Song Zhaocheng gnashed his teeth and cursed angrily. Damn it, you foolish old man. Not only did you fail to merge other worlds, you even harmed this world, causing its destruction. Immortal Lord will not spare you. The golden immortals present also started fleeing, yelling, Quick, run! Once void turbulence occurs, even a celestial immortal will die. There's no escape anymore. The boundary wall is broken. This realm is probably about to be destroyed, Arg. Song Zhaocheng extended his hand, unleashing spiritual power, and shouted, If you don't want to die, stick together and try to survive. He then used his spiritual power to summon an immortal artifact as a refuge. Get in, all of you. Yuan Tian sat dejectedly in a corner, worried. Ruduo's Diling realm is about to collapse. Song Zhaocheng roared angrily. You still have the nerve to speak. Even though the Great Formation was destroyed, the merging of realms hasn't stopped. Who knows what terrifying thing has happened? Tang Duo pointed in one direction and shouted, Master Duo, look, it's Xuanyu realm. We're all being pulled by Xuanyu realm. Yuan Tian looked forward with utter shock. Impossible. Only high-level realms can assimilate low-level realms. Xuanyu realm is merely a low-tier realm. How could this be? Song Zhaocheng's eyes bulged, and he gnashed his teeth in fury. It's not just us. All 99 realms are currently being drawn to Xuanyu realm. It seems there's a huge mystery in the Forbidden Land. Song Zhaocheng stared intently at the myriad realms before him. Countless parallel worlds were all being absorbed by Xuanyu realm. Xuanyu realm then shone brightly amidst the vast galaxy. At the small courtyard gate, Li Fan spoke idly. If this matter is resolved, I have other things I want to do. Coincidentally, since everyone is here, I've wanted to expand this small courtyard for a long time now. Are you willing to lend me a hand? Huo Lingar and Tian Ning looked at Li Fan excitedly. It's our honor to help, Senior Li. Let us help you. Yu Qing cupped his hands and looked at Li Fan. Yu Qing is skilled in carpentry. Please leave all wood-related tasks to this disciple. Li Fan, inside the courtyard gate, called out. All right, let's get started. I've already thought of a name for the new small courtyard. It's called Weir Xianding. Li Fan raised his hand, gesturing to adjust the sign. Seems like the left side is a bit too high. If only I had a balance scale. Li Fan looked eagerly at the new sign of his courtyard and clapped his hands. Feels pretty good, not bad. Li Fan's small courtyard was officially renovated and got a new name. Peerless Leisure Pavilion. The disciples were overjoyed and excited. Awesome, Peerless Leisure Pavilion is unrivaled. It's amazing. Suddenly, the voice of Li Fan's old neighbor rang out. Xiao Li, bad news. A group claiming to be the underworld society of the Lihuo Sacred Sect wants to challenge our village to the death. Moving to the front of the village gate half an hour ago, young Yuantian's group from the Lihuo Sacred Sect shouted loudly. Those who want to come here to challenge, come on out. Li Fan pondered, stroking his chin, then turned to ask his disciples. Has anyone among you ever heard of the Lihuo Sacred Sect? Lu Rong scratched his head blankly. Aren't they just a bunch of thugs? Gongya. One side has a scathing remark. A bunch of lower realm bumpkins don't even know an immortal level power. Xin Jing then said to Gong Ya, Ignorant nonsense. Do you think the man who just saved the whole world really doesn't know? The old neighbor pointed and said to Liafan, I already spoke very fiercely with them. We can't be cowards, Liafan. Then asked the old man. Old sir, how many people are they? What do they look like? Old Li replied. Not many people, and they're not young, all old and cranky, talking nonsense. Li Fan began to think. Underworld society?
A bunch of old people doing underworld stuff. How can they compare to any gang? Long Zixuan, Lu Rang, Qing Chen, Yu Qing, you guys go fight those guys. Li Fan's 4 disciples eagerly prepared to go into battle. Please rest assured, Master, we will definitely complete this mission. Outside, Lao Yuantian felt scared, and said to Song Zhaocheng, Elder Song, or let's just drop it, I'm getting cold feet. Song Zhaocheng angrily pointed at Yuantian. You idiot, you've already made such a big deal out of it, and now you want to return empty-handed. Want Elder Jun to skin you alive. Lao Zhao also led Liu Fan's 4 disciples over, pointing at the old guys in front. It's them! Yuantian looked ahead with great anxiety. They're here. Countless teleportation gates opened, and the immortals appeared one after another. Strange. Why doesn't this world prevent us from entering? Moreover, even our aura doesn't feel any suppression from the heavenly will. Not a single knife dare come down. This village is also strange. There is the aura of golden immortals. And not just one. Lu Rang appeared at the same time, pointing and shouting, Which old geezer wants to reincarnate first? The white-haired old man rushed forward valiantly, shouting, Let me learn from you first! Lu Rang instantly took the head of the old man in front of him, body separated from head. Your skills are too weak, Yuantian trembled with fear. He was finished in one move. Elder Song, let's retreat. Song Zhaocheng continued to shout. Shut your mouth. If a heavenly immortal is not enough, then golden immortal Chen Gao you go. The golden immortal Chen Gao had just stepped up. When Yu Qing broke his neck with one move, Yu Qing glared coldly. Next one. Lao Yuantian's legs went weak, grabbing Song Zhaocheng's arm. Elder Song, I beg you, let's retreat. They're freaking monsters. Song Zhaocheng glared ahead with extreme anger. There's no going back now. This time, I'll personally take action. Zixuan stepped forward, spinning his fire stick. You old geezers are so slow. Whose turn is it to reincarnate next? Whoever wants to go first, hurry up and rush forward. Zixuan stuck his thumb into the ground. Are you guys scared already? Is your sect all dried shrimp and quail eggs? Song Zhaocheng, enraged, charged forward and yelled, You're going too far. Then, a heaven-shattering explosion echoed from the courtyard gate, startling Li Fan. Old Chen Lu was a little worried. Did something happen to them? Li Fan stared intently at the explosion. Relax, they're just a bunch of old, weak, and crippled geezers. My disciples are really bloodthirsty. They even blew up the scene with cannons. Gong Yao looked thoughtfully at Li Fan. He sees immortal-level experts as nothing more than weaklings. This man is truly terrifying. Xing Xuan, after his previous taunt, stood amidst the thick smoke and dust. Couldn't even block one hit, so freaking weak. Old Yuantian fled in panic. Oh my god, these guys are freaking monsters, help me. Qing Chen, holding a broom in one hand and making a Buddhist mudra with the other. Your nature is pure, why are you running like that, benefactor? Qing Chen merely swept lightly with his broom, creating a terrifying tornado that blew everything away. The immortals were now utterly panicked. Clearly the old man had stepped half a foot into the Taiyi golden immortal realm, but he was easily finished off in an instant. Could it be that they also came for the immortal extermination tune? A subordinate rushed in to report. Young Master Mysterious Immortal has arrived, and can immediately invade the forbidden area to seize the immortal extermination tune. That young master immediately ordered, Retreat! In worry, his subordinate asked loudly and confused, Young master, why retreat? That young master yelled, Retreat! Are you deaf? 2 immortals next to him waved their hands. Hey! Hey, you idiot! Do you want us all to die? The young master, also extremely worried, waved his hand, signaling a silent and clumsy retreat. After a while, Lin Fan's disciples excitedly returned. Master, we're back! A bunch of jumping jacks, remnants, and losers have been blown away by us disciples. Li Fan sipped his tea and said, Alright, you defeated a few old men and now you're all smug, huh? Everyone should do what they're supposed to do. Those who should study, go study, haha. You disciples are quite capable, aren't you? Gong Yao turned to Xin Jing and said, Demon King, what is this man's true strength? Does he really not take the Senluo Immortal Emperor seriously? Xin Jing replied. Don't rush. Let me investigate a little. Li Gerge. They say that this time, the mysterious heaven realm and other realms will form a new great world. What do you think? Li Fan displayed an expression on his face. What the hell? Not this little gremlin again. What the hell do I know? I'm just a farmer. Why are you asking me this? Li Fan thought to himself before speaking. Don't worry about those things. Just do what you're supposed to do. Gong Yao mused to herself. Does Li Qianbei really think the fusion of the 100 realms is just a small matter? Ziling excitedly approached Li Fan. A new world? Then perhaps it can't be called the mysterious heaven realm anymore. Master, what do you think it should be called? Li Fan analyzed. If you want my opinion, then get rid of the mysterious character and just call it the heaven realm. Then, the 100 realms will change their designation to the 100 provinces. At the same time, the 100 provinces were converged. The world tree used its movement to rotate the clouds, using spiritual power to suppress the pillar, to carve the name Mysterious Heaven Realm into the ground. Began to change each character on the stecle, changing the name of the Mysterious Heaven Realm into Xuanhuang Province. From afar, 2 masked experts watched the entire process. The Heaven Realm, too bold, one with a black mask, looked ahead.
The new world, although powerful and mighty, is not to the point of exceeding the limits. The one with the white mask next to him spoke. What it's called isn't important. What matters most is who will be the emperor. In the following months, the 100 provinces slaughtered each other and began to annex each other's territories. The four great alliances, Diling, Diyuan, Difeng, and Xuanzi, were quickly established. Only the center of Baijiao, Xuanhuangjiao, remained peaceful due to the existence of a certain person. Cut to Taiyan Holy Land. Amidst the clear blue sky, a subordinate suddenly announced, an envoy from the Diling alliance has arrived. Old Kong Ming turned and looked. Speak of the devil, Yuan Yang immediately ordered. Invite him inside. The envoy then entered the main hall of the Taiyan Holy Land. He looked arrogantly at the two old predecessors. I am envoy Wang Quan, sent by the Diling alliance to deliver a letter to you all. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at Yuan Yang. This little punk is up to no good. Be ready to improvise and strike when needed. Wang Quan glared and took out the letter. May I ask, who is in charge here? Old Yuan Yang stepped forward and said, I am the Holy Lord of Taiyan. Wang Quan then flung the letter forcefully towards Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang quickly reached out to catch the letter. Is there celestial energy in this letter? Is he trying to probe me? Old Yuan Yang frowned at Wang Quan. Showing off your petty skills in front of an expert. Wang Quan felt worried. Does such a small Xuanhuangjiao really have immortals? Old Yuan Yang read the letter and became furious, clenching it tightly. The Diling alliance wants us to leave Xuanhuangjiao within 10 days. Ling Xiao was also starting to get angry. This is going too far. They want us to move with just a letter. Wang Quan began to speak. Perhaps I should remind you. This letter was personally written by a protector of the Diling alliance. I'm sure you know what kind of cultivation that great one has, right? Old Ling Xiao continued to glare at him. Wang Quan smirked smugly. It's a celestial immortal. The two old holy lords were speechless before the useless envoy. Where did this blockhead crawl out from? Yuan Yang stepped forward and glared at him. No matter how strong you are, when the 100 realms merge, I can face enemies from the upper realm. Now I'm not even afraid of a celestial immortal, just a celestial immortal. Even if a golden immortal or a grand supreme descends, we won't be afraid, we must fight. Wang Quan pointed and shouted. Just you wait. In 3 days my army will surely flatten Xuanhuangjiao. With that, he hurriedly fled from Taiyan Holy Land. Old Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang laughed loudly. Ha ha, Envoy Wang, don't go. I haven't had a chance to entertain you yet, someone. Quickly buy some melon seeds for Envoy Wang. A moment later, they had reported everything to Huo Lingguer and Tianning. Tianning and Huo Lingguer were then elected as alliance leaders by the two holy lords. Yuan Yang saluted and continued. Although Ling Xiao and I humiliated the envoy, if the Diling alliance's army really attacks, with the current situation of Xuanhuangjiao, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. If we're talking about the person who can convince everyone in Xuanhuangjiao the most, and it's none other than you two, please don't refuse. This matter concerns the very survival of Xuanhuang continent. Tianning also spoke up. Such an important matter. How about we seek advice from Senior Lai? Senior Lai must already have a plan. Back at Li Fan's courtyard, Li Fan was relaxing by the fish pond, still pondering, what should I have for lunch today? At this moment, Li Fan heard Tianning and Ling Weir arriving for an audience. Afterward, the two explained to Li Fan everything that had happened. After understanding the situation, Li Fan offered his opinion. If that's the case, you guys should form an alliance, help each other out, and support one another. Tianning happily agreed with Li Fan's suggestion. Li Fan even raised his hand and continued. Oh right, I have something I want to give you. Scene changed to the Earth Spirit Alliance Palace. A subordinate approached to deliver a message. The Xuanhuang Continent Alliance leader not only refuses to submit, but is also very arrogant. The old guy referred to as Alliance leader then spoke. Is that so? Looks like this one will have to kill again. A few days later, the Earth Spirit Alliance group gathered their airships and rushed towards Xuanhuang Continent. The messenger from the previous day once again proudly announced. The Earth Spirit Alliance, Feng Huoling, has arrived. You brats of Xuanhuang Continent, hurry up and come out to welcome us. Yuan Yang and Ling Xiao stepped out and said, Isn't this old envoy Wang? You left in such a hurry last time. Today we must treat you properly. Wang Quan glared fiercely and shouted, You're bullying us too much. Following that, he rushed forward with full force from the airship. The two holy lords, Yuan Yang, exchanged glances with Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, leave this blockhead to me. In a flash, old Yuan Yang turned around and struck a pose, slamming a palm straight into the opponent's dantian. A ray of energy shot through Wang Quan's body like a rocket. Yuan Yang glared towards the airship. The one above. Aren't you going to lead your people away, Scram? The bald old man glared angrily. Wang Quan is truly an embarrassment. Looks like you're the strongest one in this Xuanhuang continent, huh? Old Yuan Yang laughed triumphantly. Haha, not at all. Behind me are the two alliance leaders of our Xuanhuang continent alliance. And as for the strongest, Ling Xiao began to continue. You don't even qualify to meet them. The stinky old man, humiliated, angrily roared like a rabid dog uttering nonsense. I'll turn you all into dust. Following that, he waved his hand, creating countless lightning bolts that struck towards the Taiyan Holy Land. Huo Linger stood in a corner, angrily glaring at the old dog in front of her, followed by a large explosion that occurred on the Taiyan Holy Land. From within the sea of flames, Lingzher used the immortal artifact bestowed by Li Fan to summon flames, grabbing the old geezer by the throat. You're the ones who are going to be turned into ashes. With that, Linger yeeted the magic artifact at the old dog's spaceship. The immortal energy zoomed in with blinding speed, catching the old fart completely off guard. Then, boom! His spaceship exploded into a million pieces. Linger stared at the sky from below. Doesn't know his own limits. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoting, who was sneaking out of the academy for a stroll, was surprised to sense the battle's aura. Ever since merging with the Xuanhuang Pearl, it seems like it's getting more and more dangerous. Finishing her thought, Bai Xiaoting jumped off the high mountain back to the academy. I should go out less and just chill with Senior Lai, it's way better. Up in the clouds, the crew from the 4 great alliances had arrived. An old geezer frowned. Looks like the negotiations didn't go so well. A 3-headed lady next to him looked annoyed. No one would agree to those kinds of conditions. A young master beside her spoke up. Are you overestimating yourself, old man? A muscle-bound dude glared. Then let's see whose fist is stronger before we talk. The Earth Spirit Alliance's old leader stepped forward and yelled, Get out of the way, the Earth Spirit Alliance ain't pushovers. The old geezer from before came up to the Earth Spirit Alliance's old leader. You didn't even tell your bro when something good was happening. Then, a guy rushed in with spiritual energy, shouting, That's right, Ning bro. It seems like we've been overestimating the Earth Spirit Alliance. Enough talk, I want the southern domain, the rest is up for grabs. The 3-headed monster rushed in. I knew the Xuanhuang Pearl's opportunity was in the southern domain. Feng Ying, you sly dog. The guy with the 2 buns in his hair looked pissed. You got a problem with that? The fiend glared back. You want to let them be the early bird who gets the worm, you idiot? The 2-bun head also retracted his spiritual energy and said, I don't have time to argue with you guys here. If that's the case, then we'll have to rely on our skills. The white-haired guy glared ahead. If that's what we got to do to get there first, then let's do it. Old Ning glared at the Earth Spirit Alliance. Wait a sec. Your Earth Spirit Alliance isn't going to make the first move, are ya? The Earth Spirit Alliance's old leader sneered. I'm not your daddy, and I don't have to tell you anything. The 2-bun head glared and yelled, Old man, you got a death wish. Just then, the old geezer's remnant soul, who was just blasted away by Linger, came back and yelled, Alliance leader, save me. The Alliance leader stared at the remnant soul in front of him. What the heck happened? The bald old man's remnant soul said. The Xuanhuang Pearl noobs. Those noobs formed an alliance. The leaders are 2 young girls. They used an immortal artifact to destroy our bodies. Old Ning beside him laughed. Ha ha. Man proposes. God disposes. Looks like the opportunity in the southern domain isn't fated for your Earth Spirit Alliance, Old Feng said angrily. You idiot. A celestial immortal level was wiped out, don't you get it? The fiend thought. Could there be some hidden masters in the Xuanhuang continent? In the courtyard, Li Fan, while feeding the chickens, remarked, Did you guys forget to feed the chickens today? Don't expect any eggs from Little Hong if you slack off. Lu Rang awkwardly rushed over with the chicken feed. No way, master, let me take care of it, Li Fan. Master, you should rest, Long Zaiyin, standing beside Lu Rang, said. Lu Rang, you're really something. Making master worry about something as small as feeding chickens. Nan Feng, pulling out her zither, said, Master, please don't be angry. How about Nan Feng plays a tune for you? Ziling hugged Li Fan from behind. Senior sister Nan Feng is trying to monopolize. Master again. Master, look at the progress of my paintings. Meanwhile, after the recent battle, old Yuan Yang and Ling Chao laughed heartily. Haha, we've really vented our anger for the Xuanhuang continent. That's right, those guys were all arrogant, not taking us seriously at all. Ling Wei and Tian Ning turned to look at the 2 old Saint Lords. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to the wood hairpin given by Senior Li. Without Senior Li, our Xuanhuang continent would definitely have been in danger. Yuan Yang looked ahead. Having witnessed the power of the wood hairpin before, he didn't expect innate treasures to be nothing in comparison. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. You little brats of the Xuanhuang Continent Alliance, come out and face your deaths. Linger glanced at the approaching figures. They sure came quick. Tian Ning stared at the sky. 4 super-large spirit starships. The 4 great alliances are joining forces against us. The 4 great alliances' airships have already rushed over. The people of the 4 great alliances are all here. What should we do, senior sister Linger? Yue Po Shan, standing on the airship, shouted loudly, I am Yu Po Shan of the Earth Spirit Alliance, who killed the Supreme Protector Zhu Xuan of our alliance. Linger, brimming with imposing manner, stepped forward and shouted, I killed that old dog. Yu Po Shan jumped down from the airship. A mystic immortal. I thought you were some kind of deity. He continued to gather his energy in his hand, then struck straight towards Linger. Turns out you're just an ant. I alone am more than enough to handle you. Linger gently took out the treasure hairpin. The 4 great alliances. I thought you were some kind of heroes, but it turns out you're just a bunch of brainless cowards who only know how to bully the weak with numbers. Linger easily shattered the attack with the treasure hairpin. The residual force split in 2, colliding with the earth and rocks, causing explosions across the sky. The people of the 4 great alliances stared wide-eyed, staring at Linger's treasure hairpin, a quasi-immortal artifact,
Old Ling Chao and Tian Ning both looked a little worried. This person is the Golden Immortal Alliance Master. We can't be careless. He's 3 levels higher than senior sister Linger. The snake demoness glared at Linger, then waved her hand and ordered, "Send the pythons to attack Linger. This quasi-immortal artifact will be mine." Yu Po Shan frowned as he looked at Linger. "You want to snatch the treasure in my hands? Then I'll use my dark magic and see if you have what it takes." Linger stood calmly, watching the pythons rushing towards her. Then she began to sense the spirit energy. After that, she jumped into the air, easily dodging both killing moves at the same time. Linger glared and said, "You guys are really shameless." Linger simultaneously unleashed her full power, focusing her strength on the treasure hairpin. "Why don't you all come at me at once?" With a move as mystical as a ghost, Ling Ji sent Yu Po Shan's snake and chi bone skill flying. Yu Po Shan was stunned, muttering, "That one hit just now took 80% of my magic power." The serpent demon licked her lips, transforming into a serpent as she lunged at Ling Ji. "I'm liking this quasi-immortal artifact more and more." Ling Ji was lost in thought about Li Fan, while the 4 great sects charged forward, yelling, "Little brat, you dare be so arrogant with just a quasi-immortal artifact? She and that quasi-immortal artifact will be mine, haha." Arrogant enough. Ling Shi stood calmly before the 4-sect alliance. Yuan Yang was extremely worried, shouting. Sect leader Ling Shi, Huo Linghe, snapped out of it, took out the Li Tian divine bow, and began chanting a divine incantation. Heavenly Departure Divine Palace. In an instant it transformed into a massive mansion. Yu Poshan and Lao Ning hovered in the air, gloating. Another quasi-saint artifact. This aura, it's even surpassing quasi-saint level. Don't get too excited, let's take down this girl first. The people of the 4-sect alliance continued their assault on Ling Shi. Ling Shi gritted her teeth, trying to hold on, unleashing all her power. Sorry, Senior Lai, I'm too weak to unleash the true power of this treasure. After enduring for a while, cracks began to appear on the Heavenly Departure Divine Palace. Yu Po-shan sneered. This brat can't hold on any longer. Everyone attacked together. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot straight at Yu Po-shan, sending him flying with a pained scream. Tian Ning stepped forward to help Huo Lingye. Seeing this, the serpent demon glared and shouted, "You shameless wench! How dare you!" Tian Ning glared back at the serpent demon. "You're the shameless ones. A bunch of old geezers bullying Ling Ji." Lao Yin charged forward at the same time. "I'll kill you to avenge brother Yu." The serpent demon looked at Lao Yin and said, "Avenge? I think you just want the treasure." Ling Xi approached Tian Ning, joining forces. "Don't worry, Tian Ning, let me help you." Huo Linger closed her eyes and began chanting incantations, casting her spiritual power. The Li Tian Divine Palace unleashed flames. A terrifying attack erupted. The immense pressure sent the serpent demon flying. Serpent, what the hell? How can a tiny mysterious immortal wield a quasi-saint artifact with such power? I must have this treasure. Tian Ning rushed to Ling Xi, looking worried. "Ling Xi, are you okay?" Ling Xi quickly replied, "I'm fine. We can't let Senior Li down. Let's take them down together." The two then began to chant incantations together, manipulating the pair of treasure needles. The group from the four great alliances stood in mid-air, glaring and observing intently. When they suddenly saw the golden dragons emerge from the treasure hairpin, Old Yin shouted, "Not good, scatter." Huo Lingjer and Tian Ning were already controlling the treasure hairpin, creating a pair of golden dragons to launch an attack. Old Yin was caught off guard, his whole body stiffening as he stared at the pair of golden dragons rushing towards him. For a moment, he lost his bearings. He missed the enemy, but hit the spaceship. Tian Ning stared blankly. "We missed. What do we do?" Linger gared. Old Yun pointed triumphantly at Huo Lingwer and Tian Ning. "These two girls are exhausted in both body and spirit. Everyone, charge." Following that, the four great alliances simultaneously used their killing moves, charging towards Huo Lingwer and Tian Ning. In the moment before death, Tian Ning stepped forward, pointing towards the group from the four great alliances. "Wait a minute." Old Yin glared and roared. "You're about to die? What else do you want to say?" Tian Ning continued. "I did indeed kill a sect leader, but it was only as a last resort. Please, for the sake of Mu Tian Ning, turn back." Old Yin gnashed his teeth in anger, then waved his hand and shouted, "Still trying to play tricks on us? Go die." Just then, Tian Ning threw Li Fan's calligraphy into the sky. Today, if you show respect, then good. If you don't, you still have to show respect to Li Fan's calligraphy, which contains only 4 words. Harmony is precious. The snake demoness watched intently. This is a calligraphy filled with Taoist energy. Only a legendary existence from the first heaven realm could write such a grand Tao law decree. Tian Ning stood beside the law decree and said, "Senior Lai gave us this calligraphy in the hope that everyone would value harmony and not escalate the matter. Please, everyone, turn back." The snake demoness stared at Tian Ning. "What should we do? Before this expert, we are nothing more than ants." The two-headed monster glared, looking angry. "We're being mocked like this and just running away. I can't do anything to this person, so let's test the waters first." The snake demoness gave a fake smile and approached Tian Ning. "Young lady, we were rude just now. May I ask who this Senior Li is?" Tian Ning widened her eyes in surprise. "Senior Lai lives in seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. You are not worthy to ask.
Furthermore, your smile is disgustingly creepy. The two old holy lords nodded repeatedly. Yeah, that's right, your smile is disgustingly creepy. The two-headed monster clapped his hands in disdain. Haha, a good show, truly a good show. The snake demoness turned back, puzzled. What do you mean by that? He continued. You are all golden immortal sect leaders, and yet you were deceived by this performance. The snake demoness looked at the red-haired man. Are you saying that this law decree is fake? He widened his eyes and looked ahead. Of course the law decree is real. But whether the person who wrote it still exists, you have to ask these two young ladies. The snake demoness condensed spiritual energy in her hand. So you are two little grave-robbing thieves. Today we will act on behalf of heaven. Tianning glared ahead. You are really bold. Daring to disrespect Senior Lai's law decree. Ling Shi reached out to retrieve the law decree. It's useless to say more. If they want to die, we can only grant their wish. The snake demon opened its mouth. Ladies, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that we really want to pay our respects to this senior. Could it be that this senior doesn't dare to meet us? The old guide laughed contemptuously. Ha, or maybe this senior is scared shitless. Tianning angrily glared at the stinky old man in front of her and shouted, Bullshit! Suddenly, a surge of immortal chi swirled in the sky, accompanied by Jiangshu's voice. A bunch of henchmen doing evil deeds still dare to spout nonsense here. Tianning and Lingrer looked up in surprise. This voice, could it be? The red-haired guy, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, continued to yell, If you have the guts, come out here, don't hide there, scaring people. In an instant, Jiang Shui appeared in the sky with a majestic appearance. Ling Shi and Tianning were excited. Jiang Shui, it's immortal Jiang Shui. The people of the four great alliances were extremely worried and frightened at this moment. This person's cultivation is even above golden immortal. Jiang Shui stared at the people of the four great alliances. I'm here, what do you want? The old guide flipped his face faster than a pancake, and hurriedly saluted. So it's immortal Jiang Shui, I've heard of you for a long time. Jiang Shui looked at the old Yuan with angry eyes. You dared to be disrespectful to Senior Lai just now. I will grant you death. With that, Jiang Shui extended a finger, using ice energy towards the old dog in front of her. The old dog wanted to resist, and hurriedly gathered his strength to respond, but in the blink of an eye, he turned into a large block of ice, and his bones also melted into water. The subordinates outside were extremely panicked. A golden immortal turned into ashes with just a flick of the finger. This realm cannot be achieved, even in a earth-rank otherworld. This can only be a heaven-rank otherworld. Jiang Shu glanced at the four great alliances. Who's next? The red-haired guy widened his eyes in fear, and hurriedly opened the teleportation gate. But it was still not as fast as Jiang Shui's ice power. In just a second, he also became a block of ice, and his flesh and blood slowly melted away. Jiang Shu stood in the sky. Just now, the five of you golden immortals joined forces to deal with Senior Lai's two little girls. You are really a bunch of filth. If the four great alliances want to bully the weak with the strength of the crowd, then come at me together now. Old Ning trembled in fear, and knelt on the ground, shouting, We are willing to abide by the great Dao decree of that senior, and from now on, we will never move our weapons in the heavenly realm. The subordinates also hurriedly knelt down. We are willing to value harmony, and never move our weapons. Jiang Shui slowly set foot on the ground and approached Tianning and Ling Shi. Tianning widened her eyes in surprise. This is the power of immortal Jiang Shu. Jiang Shui turned her face to look at the people of the four great alliances. Since Senior Li has issued a decree to value harmony, then I will spare your dog lives. An old man named Ji Yuanqing raised his hand with a little doubt. May I ask, is immortal a disciple of that senior? The surrounding people immediately clamored, Holy shit, is this old man crazy? If you want to die, don't implicate us, Ji Yuanqing, are you crazy? Sticking your head in the noose again. Jiang Shu also turned around to answer, Disciple, I don't have that Xuan's blessing, but I did get his permission to cultivate in the place where he secluded himself. Ji Yuanqing bowed and continued to ask, May I ask what the title of that senior is? It will be convenient for us to mention later. Jiang Shu stroked her chin, lost in thought. Title, I don't know either. Perhaps you can call him the Lord of the First Heaven. Old Ning was still trembling on the side, thinking to himself, This terrifying existence is probably really related to the legendary First Heaven. Subordinates of the Xuan Alliance stepped forward to salute two alliance leaders. Now that Alliance Leader Huang of our Xuan Alliance is dead, if we are not controlled, we are willing to submit to the Xuan Alliance. Huo Lingshi stared at the people of Xuan Alliance. Okay, from now on, you will listen to the orders of the Xuan Alliance. The crowd below shouted in unison, Xuan Huang Alliance, Xuan Huang Alliance, Xuan Huang Alliance. After a long battle, everyone returned to the main hall of the Taiyan Holy Land. Tianning was a little tired. Fortunately, this disaster has finally subsided, thanks to Fairy Jiangshu, and the two holy lords also have great contributions. Linger looked ahead in contemplation. The person we should thank the most is still Senior Lai. Subordinates simultaneously stepped forward to salute. Reporting to the two alliance leaders, an old man from Huangtian continent has come to seek an audience. Ji King stepped in and hurriedly saluted. Ji King has something to report to the two alliance leaders. Back at Li Fan's courtyard, inside, papers with Yun King's handwriting were constantly being thrown aside. Yu King was listless, and his hair was tired. Lu Rang saw it and asked, "Junior brother, you have been practicing for a day. Aren't you going to rest?" Yu Qing looked at Lu Rang, feeling a little disappointed in himself. After seeing the words that Master wrote to Tianning, "I feel more and more my own weakness." Lu Rang sharpened his sickle and said, "Listen to me. Doing anything is not as good as farming." At the same time, in the main hall of Taiyan Holy Land, old Ji Qing opened his mouth. "This matter is urgent, so I won't beat around the bush. Have you ever heard of the first heaven?" Old Ling Zhao stared at Ji King. Could it be that the first heaven once fought against the immortal realm? Tianning was a little curious. Senior Ling Zhao knows about this. Old Ling Zhao recounted in thought. "I have also heard some legends. All things in the lower realm are divided into 4 levels. Heaven, Earth, Xuan, Huang. There are hundreds of thousands of Xuan and Huang realms. Earth realms are very rare. As for the heaven realms, only 4 were born. It is rumored that these 4 great heaven realms all have the strength comparable to the immortal realm." Then a great war broke out, in which 3 of the heaven realms surrendered to the immortal realm. Only the first heaven fought to the death without surrender. In the end, the first heaven was destroyed, and the supreme existences in the legend were all killed. Ji King continued Ling Xiao's words. "But the first heaven was not completely destroyed, but was divided into many small realms, and these small realms all bear the 2 words heaven realm in their names to remember their past glory." Tianning also suddenly realized. "Doesn't that mean that the Xuantian realm was also once a part of the first heaven?" Ji King continued. "I come from Huangtian realm. My ancestors left behind a lot of historical data related to the first heaven realm. Now that the 100 realms have been annexed by the Xuantian realm, plus the new world is also called a heaven realm, I dare say that the Xuantian realm must have been an important part of the first heaven realm." Huo Ling Bomar stared at old Ji. "So you want to meet that senior who fused the 100 realms?" Ji King clasped his hands in salute. "As expected of the alliance leader, you are extremely intelligent. That senior is very likely the person my ancestors have always wanted to find. Please introduce me, alliance leader." Yuan Yang stared intently at old Ji. "So that's how it is. Before, I couldn't figure out why a peerless expert like Senior Lai would live in seclusion in a small Xuantian realm," old Ling Chao said with some worry. "So the situation that Senior Lai has arranged is too terrifying. It is a grand epoch-making scheme." Linger stared at Ji Qing. "Regarding this matter, we have to ask Senior Lai for his opinion first. If Senior Lai agrees to meet, we will inform you." Old Ji King continued. "I'm sure the 2 alliance leaders also know that, according to my ancestors' records, whenever a small fragment of the first heaven realm fuses, the things hidden in the fragments will attract each other, creating huge waves." Huo Lingwer, hearing this, was a little anxious. "If that's the case, we'll set off immediately. We'll let you know as soon as we have news." At the same time, by a large stream, a young man was venting his anger. Punching hard into the water, Nalan Yanran, "Today you humiliated my Zhao family. Zhao Yan will definitely pay you back 100-fold. Suddenly, a human bone floated to the side where Zhao Yan was sitting. Zhao Yan picked it up and observed it. "What is this?" In an instant, the bone penetrated into Zhao Yan's hand. Zhao Yan was extremely panicked. "What is this?" Zhao Yan suddenly saw a figure in front of him. Is it a ghost? Or a remnant soul left in the mortal realm? Appearing before Zhao Yan, "I am Yang Michin, the first immortal general of the immortal realm." Zhao Yan stared wide-eyed at the remnant soul in front of him. "Why you? What do you want to do?" Yang Michin pondered. 10,000 years have passed. Why am I awakening? Could it be that that thing is about to appear again? Little brat, do you want to become the main character of this world? Today we are fated. This king will bestow good fortune upon you. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, eager. Yang Lao, what can you help me with?" Yang Michin looked at Xiao Yan and said loudly, "Little brat, you are too weak. Consider this a small gift." Xiao Yan's whole body suddenly emitted a bright glow, instantly breaking through to the golden immortal realm. I have broken through to the golden immortal realm." Yang Michin continued. "Golden immortal, just insignificant trash. I will turn you into an immortal, make you a hegemon of a realm." Xiao Yan hurriedly kowtowed gratefully. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." He was now extremely excited, raising his middle finger to the sky and shouting, "Nalan Yanran, just you wait. My time, Zhao Yan's time has come." Yang Michin stared at Zhao Yan. "Don't be too complacent. If you want to become an immortal, you must listen to me. Go against this stream. There is an ancient battlefield. There lies a supreme treasure. Obtain that supreme treasure, and you can become the overlord of this realm." Xiao Yan interrupted. "That side is the burial immortal mountain range. Beneath it are countless corpses and immortal realm treasures." Yang Michin heard this and was somewhat surprised. Burial immortal mountain range? This name is quite fitting. Indeed, countless immortals are buried within.
Zhao Yan stared intently at Yang Michen. I'm sure Senior doesn't know, this burial immortal mountain range is a forbidden area of Huangtian continent. Yang Michen pondered. With me here, what are you afraid of? After obtaining what's inside, I will teach you how to fuse the myriad realms. At that moment, Xiaoyan suddenly remembered and spoke up. Yang Lao, a month ago, Huangtian realm fused with another realm. Now this new greater world is called the Heaven realm. Yang Mietian was utterly surprised. What the hell? Looks like someone woke up before me. Absolutely can't let that guy beat me to it. Gotta get to the burial immortal mountain range ASAP. Scene changed to a main hall of some sect. A subordinate is reporting. Sect leader. Recently the killing intent flowing out of the burial immortal mountain range has been getting stronger and stronger. This subordinate guesses it could be a high-grade corpse fiend is about to be born. If we can get our hands on it and refine it, then our dark moon sect dominating the entire celestial realm will be just a matter of time. Hearing that, the sect leader got hyped. Immediately gather the troops and explore the burial immortal mountain range. The old sect leader went to a secret room containing a painting of the burial immortal mountain range. He then reached out and touched the painting, then shrunk it down and kept it with him. After gathering everyone, he yelled, "With me! Into the burial immortal mountain range." Not long after, the whole group entered the burial immortal mountain range one by one. The subordinates started buzzing. This place is alive again. The killing intent is so thick I feel like I'm about to break through. Cultivating here for one day is like cultivating for a year outside. Suddenly, his whole body emitted golden light, and he excitedly yelled, "I broke through from the void realm to the great ascension realm." He stood among his subordinates, laughing happily. The old sect leader turned around and scolded, "Be careful. Excessive joy breeds sorrow. There are many wrathful souls here. Don't let them seize your body." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned back and saw countless remnants of souls and vengeful ghosts all around. The subordinates were terrified, screaming like crazy. The old sect leader then channeled his energy to create a ball of golden light to drive away the evil spirits around him. The wrathful souls also scattered at the same time, not daring to approach. Ahead were countless skeletons piled up like a mountain. A subordinate widened his eyes in surprise and pointed to one side. "Look quickly, what's that?" In the dark, sinister forest filled with evil aura, there was a remnant of a starving ghost sitting right at a chessboard, with countless sets of skeletons beside it. The remnant soul saw the old sect leader and screamed wildly, extremely strange. The old sect leader panicked, his face full of fear. This is a remnant of a starving ghost. Slowly rushing towards the Dark Moon sect group, everyone in the group was frozen, unable to move, and shouted, We can't move anymore." The remnant of the starving ghost glared, his voice extremely eerie. "Only the strong blood energy of young people can lift the chess pieces." "It's you." A stream of evil energy invaded the body of the subordinate in front. Then, he couldn't control himself, and was controlled by the remnant soul. Sitting at the chessboard, his body trembled, his eyes constantly bleeding, trying to reach out and touch the chess piece. He started taking out a chess piece and placing it on the chessboard. His eyes began to roll back, his body began to explode. Bones shattered and flesh disintegrated. His face extremely terrifying. The old sect leader of the Dark Moon sect was terrified as he looked at the pile of bones of his disciples. He glared and shouted loudly, "You think setting up this chess formation can stop me?" He raised his hands high, trying to flex, clenching his fists. He clenched so hard that his hands were stained with his own blood, and he screamed in despair, "I can't break this stalemate. There must be someone in this world who can." At the same time, a radiant light shone from within the burial immortal mountain range, accompanied by countless streams of dark energy. A young lady who was reading in her study suddenly noticed this anomaly. The young lady hurriedly ran outside to observe. The anomaly of the burial immortal mountain range has opened. Is the ancestors' prediction about to come true? Her subordinates immediately arrived, saying, "Clan leader, are you saying that the Undying King is about to descend? Immediately send the order to the celestial realm, inviting the Junji from all directions to the burial immortal mountain range, to seize the opportunity. The birth of the immortal king brings blood and chaos, but also brings hope. Those who seize the opportunity will stabilize everything and establish the #1 celestial realm." News from Huang Tianzhao quickly spread throughout the world, and back to Li Fan's courtyard. Li Fan was leisurely enjoying tea, listening to Nanfeng's music. Nanfeng was immersed in the melody of the song. Li Fan and his disciples beside him watched Nanfeng with excitement. Until the climax, Nanfeng, the person and the instrument, became one resonant melody, and just like that she broke through her cultivation realm. Ziling rushed over to hug Nanfeng, congratulating her on breaking through to a new realm. Yu Qing watched Nanfeng intently. "No way, just a piece of music, and she broke through to heavenly immortal. Luckily I've also broken through to profound immortal, otherwise I wouldn't be able to keep up. It's just that sixth brother is always stuck at true immortal." Lu Rang sat in a corner gazing at every blade of grass. "My little grass, grow up quickly, daddy loves you." Yun Qing walked over to Lu Rang, saying, "I've heard of recognizing enemies as fathers, but this is the first time I've heard of recognizing grass as children." At this moment, Tian Ning and Ling He also arrived at Li Fan's courtyard, and upon entering, they bowed. "Senior, thank you for the decree you bestowed. The conflict between us and the other alliances has completely ended." Li Fan stared at Ling He and Tian Ning,
If that's the case, then that's good. If you guys keep causing trouble, in the end you'll have to resolve things with your art. Tian Ning looked at Li Fan and continued. That's right, senior. An old man from Huang Tianzhao wants to pay you a visit. He says there's something important that only you can solve. Li Fan pondered. They must know about my calligraphy and want me to participate in a calligraphy competition. Then he looked at Tian Ning and said, I won't participate in what he's talking about, Li Fan continued to think. Accepting disciples is important right now. After all, it's the system's task. If I complete it, maybe I can cultivate immortality. Ling Shi looked at Li Fan, secretly guessing. As expected, everything is within Senior Li's plan, she continued. Of course, Senior Li, you don't need to go in person. It's just that the younger generation of the major alliances and major forces have all gone to Huang Tianzhu. What do you think? Li Fan pondered again. So that's how it is. They even divide it by age. At this time, Yunqing and Lu Rang eagerly stepped forward. Master, let your disciples go. Master, this disciple also wants to go. We can take care of each other on the road. Li Fan carefully looked at Yunqing and Lu Rang. I was just about to call you two. Go and prepare a little, then set off quickly. Both were extremely excited, happily cupping their hands in a bow. Lu Rang suddenly ran to the garden and scooped some grass into a jar. Huo Linger looked on blankly. He's not planning to bring that jar of grass with him, is he? Yunqing handed me a calligraphy brush, looking worriedly at Li Fan. Master, I want to bring a brush, but I really can't control this brush. Li Fan put his hand on his chin, lost in thought. That's true. Even I find this brush a bit heavy. It's really not suitable for this calligraphy competition. After thinking for a moment, Li Fan hurriedly reached out and grabbed Bai Xiaoqing. Bai Xiaoqing was caught off guard, not even knowing what was happening. Li Fan plucked Bai Xiaoqing's thick fur, causing Bai Xiaoqing to cry out in pain, then used the cat hair to replace the brush tip. Li Fan eagerly showed off the finished product, laughing loudly. Haha, it's a cat hair brush? Yunqing took it. This is a cat hair brush, much lighter than Master's brush. Bai Xiaoqing, with one side of his head completely plucked, glared angrily at Li Fan. You son of a BTCH, you're so dead to me. Yunqing quickly bowed and reached out to receive the cat hair brush. All the disciples, along with Ling Yifei and Tian Ning, stared in astonishment at the brush. This isn't just any brush. This cat hair brush is clearly a white tiger immortal artifact. It's even ranked on the immortal weapon charts. As soon as Yunqing received the brush, he waved it and wrote a few lines of poetry. One stroke startles the Hong, unrestrained with wind and thunder. For 10,000 ages, a long declaration mocks the extreme of worldly Tao techniques. After testing the brush, Yunqing was satisfied and clasped his hands to thank Li Fan. Li Fan happily looked at Yunqing. No need to be polite. Go to the study and take a sunset painting that I painted with you. Li Fan also thought to himself. Yunqing's calligraphy has reached the level of mastery. Even if he encounters professionals, it won't be a problem. Yunqing clasped his hands and bowed to express his gratitude, thinking, for this trip, Master has bestowed us with treasures. Protector Li Fan then personally came to the courtyard gate to see off the two disciples on their way and casually instructed his two disciples. Ahem, ahem. If you meet people who seek the Dapio, bring them back here. Your master still has some minor techniques and lacks a few successors. It's best if they're like you, with some special hobbies. Yunqing and Lu Rang looked at each other, thinking, the minor techniques Master speaks of are probably some terrifying great Taos. Master has successively taught various great Taos such as music, painting, law, husband training, and still wants to find successors. He really is capable of anything. Lu Rang clasped his hands, a cunning look on his face. Master, rest assured, this disciple will definitely bring back someone who will please you. Then, Li Fan also stepped forward, waving goodbye to the two disciples as they set off to compete, then turned to look at Gongya. Although she's just a maid, there are things she must learn, like the art of tea, which she sorely lacks. Gongya respectfully bowed. Please instruct me, Senior Li. Scene changes to the secret realm transmission array of the Taiyan Holy Land. Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang also eagerly came to see off Li Fan's two disciples. With Senior Li's disciples personally setting out, we can rest assured. Please wait a moment. We will immediately open the transmission array. Yunqing was praised and returned the courtesy. You two seniors are too kind. The two old holy lords simultaneously joined forces to open the transmission array. Old Yuan Yang looked at the jar of grass in Lu Rang's hand, pondering. Is that the jar of grass that young Master Lu is bringing with him? Old Ling Xiao observed attentively and then spoke. This isn't ordinary grass. I can sense a terrifying sword intent on it. Standing in the transmission array for a moment, Lu Rang felt dizzy. Oh my god, this spatial array is making me dizzy and nauseous. Yunqing felt nauseous, not daring to look at Lu Rang. Hey, you better not puke, I'm warning you. Just then, a spacecraft also intended to go to Huangtian continent. A young man on the ship raised his voice. This is the divine nectar of my Duanmu family. If you two ladies don't mind, you can have a drink. A young lady in green shyly replied. No reward without merit. My sisters and I thank young Master Duanmu. The pink-haired lady pointed forward and said, Duanmu Yang, someone is throwing up ahead. You're still drinking. Duan Muyang looked towards the bow of the ship, feeling disgusted at the sight of Lu Rang and Yu Qing. Then he covered his mouth with his hand, plugged his nose, looking disgusted, and ordered, "Change direction! Throw these two disgusting guys off course!" Barf Yu Qing and Lu Rang then hurriedly jumped onto the ship, clasped their hands, and saluted. "May I ask if you are going to the burial immortal mountain range? Can you give us brothers a ride?" Duan Muyang stood in the middle of his subordinates, showing disdain. "Ignore these two, they both look like paupers." The lady from earlier then spoke up to help. "These two don't seem to be simple people, why don't we help them along the way?" Seeing this, Duan Muyang reluctantly agreed. "Since Miss Xinglan has spoken, I, Duan Muyang, cannot refuse." Lu Rang and Yu Qing were overjoyed and grateful. "Thank you. Thank you. May I ask where you are from? Are you planning to go to the burial immortal mountain range?" Duan Muyang leisurely replied. "We are people from the Defeng Alliance, on our way to the burial immortal mountain range to seek opportunities." Lu Rang happily suggested inviting Duan Muyang to be a teammate. "That's great. It just so happens that we can team up with you and explore the burial immortal mountain range together." Duan Mu showed disdain. "Team up? I don't know where you are from. Who are your masters?" Lu Rang cheerfully replied. "We are both people from Shankun village." Duan Mu revealed a clear look of disdain and turned to leave. "Sorry. Everyone on my ship is a talented genius of the Defeng Alliance, and I don't want to team up with you two. You two should go over there and find a corner to sit in." Lu Rang was despised and looked angry, about to rush forward, but was stopped by Yu Qing. After a while the two found a seat. Yu Qing said to Lu Rang, "Master told us to come to the burial immortal mountain range. If you want to hit him, it's not too late to hit him. When we get there." Lu Rang looked at Yu Qing and smiled sinisterly. "He, I didn't expect junior brother to be so cunning." Yu Qing also smiled a sinister smile. He, I learned it all from senior brother." Suddenly Duan Mu came up to Lu Rang and Yu Qing and said loudly, "This is my Duan Mu family's ship, not a place for dogs and cats to shit and piss. If you dare to puke here, don't blame me for throwing you out." Lu Rang couldn't bear it any longer, and gritted his teeth and shouted, "You son of a bitch, Yu Qing, don't stop me. Today I will let this little brat know what it means to get into trouble with your mouth." The subordinate then carried a knife and pointed it directly at Lu Rang. Oh. These country bumpkins dare to show off in front of my master," Duan Mu continued. "If it weren't for Miss Qinglan's sake, you would be a corpse by now." Qinglan's junior sister stood up and shouted, "Is it gonna kill you if two more people sit on such a big ship? Is it too much to treat others so badly just because they are inferior?" Duan Mu then said to his subordinates, "Don't bother with these two rustic villagers. It's okay for them to stay here." The subordinates still looked fierce. It was still young Master Duan Mu who was generous. "If it were me, I would have made these two hicks kneel down." Yu Qing next to him nagged, "Lu Rang, let it go, senior brother. The mission entrusted by Master is much more important. We can deal with it when we get there." After a long time, the spaceship arrived at Huangtian continent. "You can see the burial immortal mountain range in front of you." Duan Mu looked at the burial immortal mountain range and said, "How many immortals did the burial immortal mountain range bury that the killing intent is so strong?" The person next to him said, "Young Master Duan Mu, it seems we are about to have a great opportunity this time." Duan Mu turned to the Qinglan sisters and asked, "Wouldn't the two young ladies also like to enjoy a cup?" The Qinglan sisters nodded their heads slightly in agreement. Then the three of them went inside together and raised their glasses. Yu Qing suddenly appeared and said, "I advise the two young ladies not to drink it." Seeing Yu Qing and Lu Rang appear, Duan Mu slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Are you two courting death?" Two subordinates, while munching on chicken legs and sunflower seeds, whispered, "These two really don't know what's good for them. Maybe young Master Duan Mu isn't ready for their visit." Qinglan glanced at Yu Qing. "Why do you say that?" Yu Qing calmly replied, "Why can't this wine be drunk? I think young Master Duan Mu knows very well in his heart." Duan Mu gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Yu Qing. "You two humiliate me again and again. Do you really think Duan Mu will let it go like this?" Yu Qing pointed at Duan Mu. "If you say the wine is fine, then do you dare to exchange it with them?" Duan Mu widened his eyes and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you?" Lu Rang grinned contemptuously. "Have you all seen it? This kid wants to take advantage of the two young ladies, wanting to do something bad. But my Shixiang saw through it, and he's turned from embarrassment to anger." The Qinglan sister stepped forward to salute, then said goodbye. "Thank you, young Master Duan Mu, for taking care of us along the way. We two sisters can manage on our own now, so we'll take our leave here." Duan Mu put on a reluctant face. "Qinglan, are you also suspicious of me?" Lu Rang and Yu Qing also turned to leave. "Chidia, let's go. Don't let us be affected by the dirty and evil things on this ship." Duan Mu angrily pointed at Lu Rang and Yu Qing. "Come if you want, leave if you want. Do you think the Duan Mu family is so easy to bully? Someone, kill them all." Lu Rang and Yu Qing were then surrounded by Duan Mu's men. Duan Mu's men rushed forward with knives in their hands. "Yu Qing, chop these two little bastards into pieces for me." Yu Qing just waved his hand and swept away the trash in front of him. The crowd stared at Lu Rang and Yu Qing in horror. This person's cultivation is extraordinary. Even a supreme wouldn't be his match, let alone a Ji He Zun. I'm afraid he's at least a quasi-immortal.
To be at this age is called the chosen one. Lu Rang stroked his chin.
Shidi, you're really something. Why did you hit so hard? Isn't that equivalent to a slap in the face for our young master Duan Mua? Suddenly, the two old geezers of the Duan Mua family appeared and spoke.
You two are on the Duan Mu family's ship, and you've injured people of the Duan Mu family. Don't you think you're being too arrogant? The subordinates saw them and whispered.
They are immortals. After all, the Duan Mu family is a major clan in the Earth League Alliance. Duan Mu Yang covered his mouth with a fan and laughed secretly. Remember, in your next life, in this world, aptitude and talent are not the most important thing. Background is the most important thing. Lu Rang again made contemptuous remarks about getting on the Duan Mu family's ship.
I won't hide anything from you. I regret it very much. If I had known that there were such despicable and shameless people on board, I would rather walk to the burial immortal mountain range. The two old geezers were bitterly angry at being humiliated, and rushed to Lu Rang like lightning.
Ignorant brat, you don't know what death is.
Lu Rang quickly reached out to the grass pot next to him, and picked up a clump of grass.
The two old dogs in front of him hurriedly stopped and observed.
What kind of grass is this? Why does it emit such a terrible killing intent? I see that its quality is even above the heavenly immortal.
This kid's background is not simple, Lu Rang continued. Compared to background, the entire Earth League Alliance combined is not enough.
The two old geezers felt intimidated in front of Lu Rang, and clasped their hands in salute. We too have eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. Please forgive us.
The subordinates were extremely confused.
The Duanmu family's immortal actually apologized to those two hicks.
Duanmu Yang was too scared to say anything at this point, staring intently at Lu Rang and Yu Qing. The old man cupped his hands in a bow.
We didn't mean any offense, please forgive us.
Yu Qing immediately tugged at Lu Rang, advising, Let it go, senior brother, we should be going too.
The two then left, bumping into Mu Yang's shoulder provocatively.
My junior brother is generous, so I'll spare you today. Next time, don't do such despicable things, Duanmu Yang, what a waste of time. The Qinglan sisters also bowed. Duanmu Gongzi, we'll take our leave as well. After the four of them left Duanmu Yang's ship, Duanmu Yang glared at Lu Rang, looking bitter. You damn fatty, just you wait. When my brothers from the Earth-Wind Alliance arrive, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. After Lu Rang and Yu Qing's group left, Duanmu Yang turned to ask his two uncles. Uncles, could those two be experts? The old man next to him stroked his beard, pondering. That fatty has countless magical artifacts. Once he uses them all, we're all dead. Upon hearing this, everyone panicked, astonished. As for the Qinglan sisters, they were bowing to thank Yu Qing and Lu Rang. Many thanks, young masters. If it weren't for you two, my sister and I would have been tricked by Duanmu Yang.
Lu Rang stared intently at the two sisters, his voice excited. Qinglan, Xiajiao, you don't need to be so polite. I want to ask, is there anything you're particularly fond of?
Qinglan and Xiajiao were extremely shy, their faces flushed red. Suddenly Xiajiao was a little annoyed, and said loudly, We don't.
What kind of people do you take us for? Lu Rang scratched the back of his head nonchalantly. If you don't, you don't. Why are you getting so defensive? Yu Qing pointed ahead.
Senior brother, that in front of us is the Burial Immortal Mountain Range.
This Burial Immortal Mountain Range is surrounded by dense killing intent, with dark clouds covering it all year round. Truly a terrifying place. A female guard saw Lu Rang's group and shouted, Who goes there? Only outstanding young talents are allowed inside.
Qinglan and Xiajiao then presented their tokens. Earthwind Realm, Mysterious Maiden Sect, Qinglan, Xiajiao. After seeing the tokens, the female guard opened the gate for them, then turned to look at Lu Rang and Yu Qing.
What about you two? Lu Rang was flustered, pointing forward. We're with those two young ladies.
The female guard glared, shouting, Do you take me for a fool? The Mysterious Maiden Sect only accepts female disciples? You country bumpkins dare to come here, what a disgrace. Qinglan heard this and turned around, speaking up. These two are our attendants.
The female guard pondered. I've always heard that the women of the Mysterious Maiden Sect are all pure and innocent. Looks like that's not the case. Talents from all over have gathered inside the Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Lu Rang and Yu Qing's group slowly stepped inside, observing their surroundings. A young man who looked outstanding stepped forward and bowed. Holy Maiden Qinglan, Miss Xiajiao, you've finally arrived. Where's Brother Duanmu?
Duanmu Yang raised his hand from the crowd, shouting, Brother Ning, I'm here. The one surnamed Ning turned to ask,
Duanmu Yang, didn't Brother Duanmu come with the two holy maidens?
Duanmu Yang glared, saying, There's something Brother Ning doesn't know. Some petty people deceived the two holy maidens, causing a misunderstanding.
Lu Rang pointed from the side, shouting, Duanmu Yang, how dare you be such a snitch?
The guy named Ning turned to Lu Rang and Yu Qing.
Haven't asked for your names yet.
Lu Rang crossed his arms,
looking at the guy named Ning. What if we're just some bumpkins from a mountain village?
The guy named Ning frowned. You two insulted my Duanmu brother in front of so many people. Are you looking down on our Defeng alliance?
Lu Rang pointed at Mu Yang. Me insult him. He's the one who spiked the drinks, trying to harm these two ladies here. The crowd around them instantly started buzzing.
Mu Yang, flustered, yelled, You're slandering me. My Duanmu clan is a renowned orthodox family, not someone you can just casually insult. Lu Rang continued his insults. Mu Yang, it's a real pity that lecherous scum like you has made the Duanmu clan lose all its face. Mu Yang, enraged, shrieked, if I'm not mistaken, the major alliances have sealed this place off, and troublemakers aren't allowed in. You two, scram immediately, Lu Rang pointed. Still yelling, I'm unruly, you're the one who's unruly. At this point, the guy named Ning turned around and ordered his subordinates. Get him out of here. Lu Rang spoke up loudly. Are you really going to let this insolent jerk's words lead to bloodshed? The guy named Ning kept spouting arrogant words. You two country bumpkins are totally unqualified to participate in this competition. If you know what's good for you, scram, and don't make me lay hands on you. Lu Rang's eyes went wide. I'm unqualified, so only you're qualified, huh? The guy named Ning gave Lu Rang a smug look. You still don't seem to know who I am, do you? The crowd outside buzzed. Looks like this kid really is just some country bumpkin. He doesn't even know young Master Ning. The guy named Ning continued haughtily. Kid, do you even know who your grandpa is? Without a word, Lu Rang lunged forward and slapped that dog Ning right across the face. I don't care who your grandpa is. That's got nothing to do with me. I just can't stand an arrogant good-for-nothing like you. The young folks nearby gasped in alarm. Ning Zhaoran is the Alliance's #1 heavenly talent. I heard he's already broken through to the immortal realm. There's no way around it? This guy's dead meat? Ning Zhaoran's grandpa is Ning Tianhao, the Alliance Master of the Defang Alliance? Ning Zhaoran, after getting slapped by Lu Rang, sprawled on the ground, absolutely livid. A bald old man stepped out and spoke. You're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. Why are you here picking on the younger generation? The crowd buzzed once more. Oh, so it's an old monster, haha. An old monster coming here to bully the young. Truly shameless. Lu Rang, off to the side, looked completely bewildered. How did a young guy like me turn into an old monster? If you guys think I'm some ancient senior, then I'll just teach this punk how to behave? Anyone got a problem with that? The bald old man glared at Lu Rang. This place is jointly protected by the 4 great alliances. You're using your strength to bully the weak, attacking a junior. You'll bear all the consequences yourself. Lu Rang glared at the old dog in front of him. Enough with the talk. If you got the guts, attack. If not, scram. The old man was furious but didn't dare to do a thing, so he just turned and walked away. HMPH. Don't say this old man didn't warn you. The crowd outside stared at Lu Rang, utterly shocked. Lu Rang then turned to the guy named Ning. And you, that punk, look at you. What a coward. Truly shameless. The guy named Ning furiously stood up and yelled. You, what do you want? I'm from the Duanmu clan. You dare lay a hand on me. The celestial immortals in my clan will definitely not let you off. Lu Rang landed another punch, sending the guy named Ning flying into the air. Duanmu clan. Old celestial immortal, huh? Even if the golden immortals show up? Your grandpa ain't scared. Ning Zhaoran was knocked back, struggling to stand. You dare to attack the Duanmu family. We'll remember this. Shi Jiao then approached, staring intently at Lu Rang. Are you two really old geezers? Lu Rang waved his hand awkwardly. Don't get the wrong idea, Miss Shi Jiao. We're not some ancient monsters. We're all handsome, jade-like youths. Yun Qing chimed in. That's right. Don't listen to their nonsense. Qing Lan stood silently, observing without saying a word. Old man Ji Wangqing also arrived with his subordinates behind him. Ji Wangqing stepped forward and spoke. Is everyone here yet? The bald old man bowed and said. Reporting to Elder Jim, everyone's here, but there's someone causing trouble. Old Ji Wangqing glared at the bald old man in front of him. The bald old man quickly pointed at Lu Rang and shouted, This guy has reached the true immortal realm, yet he's pretending to be young and causing chaos. Then he attacked Ning Zhaoran and Duanmu Yang. Ji Wangqing looked at Lu Rang with an angry expression. What's the meaning of this? Being an old-timer and attacking the younger generation of the Duanmu family? Bullying the weak, huh? Lu Rang wanted to spit blood. Don't go around slandering people. I'm only 21 this year, and I'm about to get married. Stop calling me an old-timer. Old-timer, how am I supposed to live after this? You're ruining my reputation. How are you going to compensate me? The crowd outside chimed in, cursing. Shameless. Disgusting. The bald old man pointed and shouted. So arrogant. You don't even respect the Duanmu family. Ji Wangqing quickly turned to look at the bald old man. Don't forget the decree of the profound radiance continent. Harmony is key. The bald old man glared at Lu Rang. This kid broke the rules first. Don't blame me for this. Ji Wangqing reached out to stop him. No matter what, no disputes are allowed here. The bald old man looked annoyed. Am I supposed to tolerate this kid acting wild here? Ji Wangqing pondered. How about this? Since he claims to be young, let him sit on the white bone throne up front. The useless guys continued to discuss. Ha ha! If an old geezer sits on that, he'll definitely cough up blood and die. Elder Ji's method is brilliant. Want to pretend to be young? Then face the consequences. Ji Wangqing spread his arms wide and said loudly. As long as you can survive leaving that white bone throne, we'll pretend none of this ever happened. Lu Rang stared intently at old Ji, thinking, what kind of throne is that? What a heretical force. Whatever, bring it on. Lu Rang walked up to the white bone throne and sat down. Crank up the spotlight. And watch closely. The trash mob shouted. He's dead meat, he'll die instantly. Lu Rang sat on the white bone throne for over half an hour, blankly looking around, then burst out laughing. What's wrong? Is this chair supposed to be scary? Why isn't it turning an old man like me into dust? The bald old man looked at Lu Rang. Could this guy really be young? The trash mob started shouting, what good? A true immortal, under 40. Is such a heaven-defying thing even possible? No way, right? In the entire 4 great alliances, no one can do this. Breaking through to the true immortal realm under 40. Once in 10,000 years. Ji Wang King stood in a corner, lost in thought. This guy's talent is off the charts. At the same time, Xiao Yan was also present, staring intently at Lu Rang. Kid, even in the immortal realm, being called a true immortal under 40 is already a rare genius. I've got a rival in this realm. Am I really the main character, old Yang? Are you gonna help me take him down? Yang Nietian replied in his mind. Zhao Yan, relax. With what you got inside the burial immortal mountain range, don't even mention him. Even if the strongest genius from the immortal realm comes, they won't be able to do anything to you. Xia Zhao stared intently at Lu Rang, surprised. He's really not even 40. Lu Rang crossed his arms and spoke. Humble, humble, can't hide anything. In my village, I'm the worst. The trash mobs outside were gaping. What's with the shock? Was I exaggerating a little too much, Dad? Lu Rang excitedly thought to himself. This is exactly the effect I wanted, haha. Ji Wanqing gritted his teeth, glaring intently at Lu Rang. Lu Rang, after sitting on the bone chair for a while, spoke. Ahem, esteemed holy sons and holy daughters of the major alliances. Do you guys have any special kinks? This girl here, I see you have beautiful features. You could come back to my village and be a cook. What do you think? The girl in front of him glared angrily at Lu Rang. You shameless, cheap, fat pig. Lu Rang, with his hands clasped behind his back, left. If you don't want to go, then whatever. Our village's pigsty is hiring. If anyone has a special fetish, follow me back to the village to raise true pig or something. Sign up if you're interested. Don't miss this golden opportunity. The trash mobs showed expressions of anger. What do you take us for, you fat pig? You think you can insult us like that? Old Ji Wang King then shouted loudly. Enough! Start breaking the formation. Lu Rang was dumbfounded. What formation? Qinglan, standing next to him, immediately explained. Young master, you don't know about this. Inside, there are 9 terrifying chessboards. Only promising young men with fate can solve them. At the same time, a secret space formation opened in the sky, with constant gusts of wind swirling around. That Lu Xing guy intently observed the chessboard in front of him, worried. So scary. This chess game is like 2 fierce armies fighting each other, and it's on the line between life and death. The crowd stared intently at Lu Xing. Even the chess god Lu Xing of the Diyuan Alliance is saying this, so how are we supposed to do it? The female cultivators stared intently at the chess formation. This isn't even a chessboard. It contains hundreds of layers of terrifying grand formations. One person stood out and shouted, Quick, look over there. Lu Xing has started breaking the formation. Lu Xing continuously pushed the chess pieces in one direction. Facing him was a magical hand that continuously used the chess pieces to put Lu Xing in a difficult situation. Lu Rang meticulously observed every move of Lu Xing. This little brat has some skills. At the same time, Lu Xing fell into a difficult chess position, his whole body sweating with worry. One person outside observing said loudly, This chess game is too scary, even Lu Xing is having trouble. Next, Lu Xing used his hand to move a chess piece to a point on the chessboard, successfully breaking the formation. The crowd then shouted, Good, exciting. Lu Xing successfully broke the formation. He really is the chess god of the Diyuan Alliance. Someone from the Diling Alliance has also broken the formation. On the other side, Holy Maiden Mu Chengxi of the Xuansheng Sect has also successfully broken the formation. The Tianyan Compass of the Xuansheng Sect. It's said to be created by the hard work of many generations of Xuansheng Sect masters, capable of breaking all formations in the world. The old sect leader of the Xuansheng Sect was extremely eager, constantly observing the formation. As expected of Mu Chengxi, you did not let the sect down. Ning Zhaoran, standing behind Lu Xing, put on a sinister face. Looks like we're stuck at this chess formation. Old Dog Alliance, master of Defeng Alliance, dejected and gloomy. Looks like all we can do is this. That Duanmu Yang dude outside shouts, Ning Zhaoran, time to make your move. Then, Ning Zhaoran gathers his strength to create an energy orb, and says, I have no choice but to ask for your help, Lin Qisheng, please. Inside the orb, a face gradually appears. The remnant soul of Lin Qisheng immediately shows up. Alright, my long-cherished dream is to reach the ends of the earth. Is that Tianyan chess saint Lin Zhao? This guy plays righteous chess and is considered the Mount Tai Beidou of the current chess world. The remnant soul of Lin Qisheng appears and begins to control Ning Zhaoran. The crowd below the formation shouts, Nice, is the Defeng Alliance trying to cheat, or what? Guided by Lin Qisheng, Ning Zhaoran shouts, The Defeng Alliance will definitely not lose. At the same time, Lu Xing has cracked the second game. Holy Maiden Mu of the Holy Xuan Sect has also cracked the third game. But the treasure of the Holy Xuan Sect has a problem and loses all its power. Without this, it's afraid it will be difficult for Mu Shen to continue breaking the formation. Ning Zhaoran is still breaking the second game. A guy below stares at Ning Zhaoran. Although he has the help of Ling Qisheng, Looking at him now, he's probably reached his limit. Lu Rang crosses his arms, looking disdainful. It's been so long and this kid hasn't made any progress. I feel like this old geezer can't do it. Ning Xiaoran looks angry, glaring at Lu Rang. If you look down on our Defeng alliance, then why are you following us? Suddenly, the remnant soul of Lin Qisheng unexpectedly shatters into smoke. As a result, Ning Xiaoran suffers a backlash, leading to internal injuries, Lu Rang says thoughtfully. Let's go, this kid's no good. Following them is pointless. Lu Jing has now broken the third formation, his whole body filled with domineering aura. In the third game, Lu Xing's body is enveloped by a lustful aura. He suffers a mental backlash and rapidly ages. Lu Rang looks shocked. Is that Lu Xing? I'd believe it if you told me he was Lu Xing's great-granddad. I think Lu Xing's reaction isn't right either. Let's go over there and see. This is Xiao Yan. Still leisurely making his moves, the crowd starts discussing again. Who is this guy? Why have I never heard of him? I don't know either. Seems like a local from Huangtian continent. Xiao Yan thinks to himself smugly. Who am I? I am the main character of this world. Old Yang, quickly teach me the second formation break. Yang Michin replies in his mind. You think I don't need to think? I'm afraid this game has reached its limit? You think it's easy? Xiao Yan clasps his hands, looking sincere. Old Yang, I didn't mean that. Old Yang is working too hard. Xiao Yan is then guided by Yang Michin, leisurely breaks the third game. Ji Yuan King is extremely surprised. He broke 3 games in a row by himself. Even more awesome than Little Chess Saint. Lu Rang. This brother is from Huangtian continent. You must have suffered a lot of grievances. We are from a Jin clan. Invite you to join. As long as you allow us to follow you, we can grant you whatever you want. Xiao Yan points to the girls below. Then that's that. You and you. Come here. Lu Rang looks at Xiao Yan in admiration. Nice one. This kid. Is he selecting concubines? Holy Maiden Xinglan giggles. This person is still young but has broken 3 games in a row. Surely the great sex will want to recruit him. Xiao Yan was smug, holding 2 cute little lolies in his arms, and squinted forward. He flashed a triumphant grin at Xinglan and Xia Zhao. You two, hurry up and join me. Xia Zhao put on a teasing face. Who wants to go with you? Ha ha. He started judging them, full of himself. Although the little punk next to you isn't completely useless, he's not going to get in. Only by following me can you get the opportunities here. Lu Rang stared blankly at the money grubber in front of him. Look at that dumbass face, so smug. Fucking cringe. Xinglan smiled, and said to Xiao Yan. Solve the 4th game first. Then we'll talk. Xiao Yan put on a confident face. I'll definitely solve it. Okay, not just 4, but 9 games. The cultivators were in an uproar. What, he wants to solve 9 games in a row? Who the hell is this guy? He confidently entered the 4th game, because Yang Mietian was guiding him. Oh my god, he solved the 4th game too. A prodigy. A one-of-a-kind prodigy. He must have karma. He's very likely to get the inheritance of the first celestial realm. A bunch of sluts, hungry for money, rushed to Xiao Yan's side. We're willing to be your cultivation vessels, young master. Please guide us. Xiao Yan triumphantly turned to look at Qinglan and Xia Zhao. I'm giving you a last chance. Lu Rang, Qinglan, and Xia Zhao stared at him. Xiao Yan continued. You're Lu Rang, right? As long as you give them to me, I'll give you the honor of being my #1 lackey, staying by my side. Even a dog like you will have a limitless future. Lu Rang chuckled. Yeah, you're really good. I have a place I want to introduce you to. My village raises pigs. How about that? Xiao Yan glared at Lu Rang angrily. Bastard, don't regret this. When I get the inheritance of the first celestial realm, you won't even have the chance to be my dog. The slutty women around him clung to Xiao Yan. Young Master Xiao Yan. Don't bother with this hillbilly. Hurry up and break the formation, young Master Xiao Yan. Quickly take us inside. That's right, young Master Xiao. As long as you break the formation, this servant will be your cultivation vessel. He laughed excitedly. Haha, let's go solve the 5th game together. After a while, he started to enter the 5th game, looking anxiously for help from Yang Mietian. Yang Mietian was utterly helpless in his mind. Kid, I've already broken 4 major formations in a row. My soul is exhausted. This 5th game is extremely terrifying. Just looking at it almost made my soul scatter. Pray for yourself. I need to rest. Without Yang Mietian's help, Xiao Yan became a useless piece of trash. The women around him still clung to him, trying their best to seduce Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan thought to himself, Xiao Yan, you can definitely do it. Even without old Yang, I'm still the protagonist of this world. He continued to play a move. The cheers of the women around him echoed continuously. Xiao Yan's peace slowly fell. While Xiao Yan was trying to stabilize himself and choose a reasonable place, the women around him started fighting over this piece of trash. One woman gasped for breath. Haha, right now we're just followers. You want to compete for favor? Ask young Master Xiao first. Because he didn't have Yang Mietian's help, Xiao Yan easily failed in the chess game. His body suffered a backlash, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The women looked at the useless Xiao Yan in front of them. Xiao Yan Gongzi failed. How could that be? Just now, Xiao Yan Gongzi broke 4 formations in a row like it was nothing. I thought he was a real son of destiny. Turns out he's just a paper tiger, impotent and underdeveloped. Forget it, following him is a dead end. The name Xiao Yan is useless. What a pity. Lu Rang turned to look at him. Kid, I take back what I said earlier. Someone like you isn't even qualified to herd pigs in our village. Xiao Yan angrily shouted. What are you being arrogant for? I've broken 4 formations in a row. I am the first genius of the celestial realm. Who the hell are you? I bet you can't even break one. Lu Rang looked at Xiaoyan with a confident expression. Who said I couldn't? I just haven't made a move yet. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Here I go. About to break the formation. At the same time, Lu Rang sent a message back to Li Fan at the courtyard gate. Master, this disciple's in a bit of trouble. Please make a move, Master. Li Fan looked and immediately recognized the familiar chessboard. Lu Rang looked into the crystal ball and spoke to Li Fan. That's right. There are a few games I'd like Master to help solve. Li Fan thought to himself. Go. It's been a long time since I played. Back then I was tortured by the system quite a bit. Li Fan then guided Lu Rang through the star orb. 10 vertical, 9 horizontal, guard the heavenly gate, the Imperial Dragonhead cavalry can win. After being guided, Lu Rang confidently touched the chess piece and slammed it down on the chessboard without hesitation. The opponent also continuously changed the layout in an extremely complex manner. Thanks to Li Fan's guidance, Lu Rang didn't need to think and continued to play without hesitation. The people outside were extremely astonished by Lu Rang's style of playing. Instead of using complex changes to fight, he used simple moves to solve it. Such understanding of the game, Liu Xing was also very surprised. The simpler the method of resolving the game, the clearer the grasp of the situation. This person's chess skills far surpass mine. Li Fan looked at the star orb and continuously pointed out each move. What are you waiting for? I still have to teach your senior sister calligraphy and music later. Lu Rang hurriedly said to Li Fan. I'm coming right away, Master. Don't be in such a rush. Looking at the game, Li Fan glanced over it and immediately knew how to deal with it. 7 vertical, 7 horizontal, black dragon column head, then surround and attack from behind, taking the yellow dragon. Lu Rang played chess with an extraordinary style, causing Liu Xing to exclaim once again, he can even resolve it after sacrificing pieces first. Someone stood up and said, it seems that even Xiaoyan, who was the strongest just now, couldn't do that. Xiaoyan is far behind. When faced with this chess game, Xiaoyan would still have to think hard, unlike this Lu Rang, who acts and speaks at the same time, extremely decisive, a certain victory. Lu Rang looked at the chess game in front of him. Sigh, this chess game is starting to fascinate me. A game full of unorthodox killing intent of white bones, constantly having to spin and develop the battle to fight with Lu Rang. Liu Xing glared at the chess game. He can even force the formation master to change the formation. Just who is this person? Moreover, hasn't the difficulty of this chess game exceeded the standard? Lin Fan looked at the formation layout. Oh, this person doesn't dare to attack anymore. He's trying to defend. Liz Farron glared and began to point out the chess formation. Iron punishes the opponent. Vertical 1, horizontal 4, star moon unison, forcing Tianyu to retreat. 2 energies interlinked, leading the azure dragon to move. 1 4 division can cut off their hand. Lu Rang excitedly relied on the guidance to make the next move. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction, watching the formation on the chessboard, forcing the opponent to change their move and still leaving a way out. Unexpectedly, only a few pieces were needed to break this game. What level has this person's chess skills reached? Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. This person is truly a peerless genius. Qing Lan glanced at Yu Qing below. Unexpectedly, young Master Yun Qing's senior brother is so powerful. Could it be that young Master Yun Qing has a prestigious background? Yun Qing replied with a grin. Miss Qing Lan is too kind. We really came from the village. Senior brother Lu Rang is really a farmer in the village. Lu Rang is now continuously breaking the formations. He successfully solved the 5th game with only 13 pieces, and used 19 pieces to solve the 6th game. What the heck? Why did that skeleton suddenly burst with power? Could it be that the spirit in this formation hasn't yielded yet? So terrifying, is this a living soul in the burial immortal mountain range? Unbelievable, the immortal aura on this soul's body is surging forward. Mu Chengxi stared at Lu Rang. Being able to play a game of chess with the opponent is already a great opportunity. If I can see this game, maybe I can take another step forward. Yang Michen then revealed his remnant soul, observing the chess game. Such a familiar aura, I remember now, it's him. The Southern Heaven War General who fought alongside me. Zhao Yan also sensed Yang Michen's appearance. Old Yang, you've finally awakened. Lu Rang looked at the situation in front of him, then looked directly at the opponent. This is more like an old monster. Li Fan continued to remind Lu Rang. Don't just stand there, the opponent has fallen into the trap. Go west-northwest. Heavenly Vein Dragon Slayer, vertical 10, horizontal 17. Old Heaven sacrifices the sun. Lu Rang continued to place the chess pieces according to the instructions. The crowd below intently watched the intense chess game in front of them. In the 7th game, Lu Rang successfully solved it with 21 pieces. The source of spiritual energy from the chess game immediately transmitted power to Lu Rang. Lu Rang's body began to transform amidst a dazzling aura. This guy is so scary. Did he obtain the inheritance of a great figure from the immortal realm? Lu Rang's body successfully transformed into a handsome and imposing young master. I have broken through to the 6th level of profound immortal. and my body has been reshaped," the crowd exclaimed, looking at Lu Rang in surprise. "He got a lucky chance. This guy is definitely a seed of immortal origin." Ching, standing in the midst of the cultivators, began to show a sinister smile. "Very good, very good. All the lucky encounters here will belong to me." That woman, who was still entangled with Xiao Yan, now secretly regretted, "Why didn't I meet this kid sooner? Why did I have to meet a useless guy who only knows how to indulge in women?" The women below stared at Lu Rang. "It seems we still have to rely on young Master Lu in the end. Even young Master Lu's back view is so cool." Lu Rang looked forward with confidence. "Alright, I'll take the final game." The final chess formation gradually appeared before Lu Rang's eyes. The final game. The path of star clusters. Lu Rang gazed forward, lost in thought. This is the final move. The ground spun, revealing a chessboard as vast as heaven and earth, turning the world into a game board. Lu Rang faced Bai Jiu Lu before him, brimming with momentum. And so, the two glared at each other. Cultivators below the chessboard watched intently. The final game is about to begin. Bai Jiu Lu began to cast his evil arts, striking the first piece onto the heaven and earth chessboard. Li Fan, while eating noodles, glanced at the planet and began to guide him step by step. Asymmetrical double corner opening. The opponent's foundation isn't that great, and he's trying to hide his calculating abilities. The two sides continuously struck countless pieces between the heaven and earth chessboard. As soon as Bai Jiu Lu played a piece, Lu Rang immediately responded. Thanks to Li Fan's guidance, Lu Rang responded with complete confidence. The cultivators below were deeply in awe. This Lu Rang is too terrifying. He can actually go back and forth with an immortal. That immortal Bai Jiu Lu's momentum is rising again. Bai Jiu Lu used evil arts to begin twisting the game, and heaven and earth changed. Xia Zhao anxiously shouted, "This game, I fear that even if the sect master entered, he would be annihilated into ashes." Qinglan calmly looked at Xia Zhao. "There's no need to worry so much, this Lu Rang feels very skilled." Lu Rang spoke to Lin Fan in his mind. "Master, I'm starting to understand the moves that I usually learn from you." Lu Rang glared and shouted loudly, "Next! Behold my move!" Lu Rang confidently struck a fatal piece, straight down onto the heaven and earth chessboard. Bai Jiu Lu was officially defeated, slowly shattering into many pieces. Lu Rang stood calmly and composed amidst the heaven and earth chessboard. Ling Fan looked over the planet. "Well done, Lu Rang, your level has risen again." Mu Chengxi stared wide-eyed at Lu Rang. "Our realm actually has an immortal lord." The women below cheered. "Crush that Xiao Yan guy, young Master Lu. This humble servant wants to be a maid by your side, young Master Lu. As long as you open your mouth, I will immediately cripple this rebellious son, Duanmu Yang." Lu Rang looked down at the crowd below. "Now you're all about the great Dao. When I was recruiting people to raise pigs in the village, no one cared." Mu Chengxi abandoned all pretense and shouted loudly, "Young Master Lu Rang, my favorite thing is raising pigs. I was also born in the year of the pig. I have a psychic connection with pigs." The women continued to shout, "Oh heavens, don't compete with me. My ancestors have the bloodline of wild boars. I specialize in using special pig manure for cultivation, profound love and deep affection. Young Master Lu, choose me, choose me." Lu Rang began to speak. "My master is an otherworldly expert. If you want to become disciples, go to Chengli Mountain, Xuanhuang Continent, Southern Domain. At that time we'll see who among you has a connection with my master's sect." The crowd cheered excitedly. "Peerless expert, Lord of the Celestial Realm, please accept me as a disciple. Peerless expert, peerless expert." Li Fan smiled wryly to himself. "I'm really not the Lord of the Celestial Realm, the peerless expert that you're talking about."